So hold on. Dooby asked a question. Should we be accepting of people who self-diagnose mental health issues like DI, DID, gender
The hell is
dysphoria? I don't know
DID?
what DID is, but I see what you're going
know,
with this.
It's
I know what
dissociative
DID
identity
is.
disorder.
Oh, thank you for that.
Is this the demon mama stuff?
Yeah, it's the demon mama.
Oh, I don't know.
So
Okay.
quick, like
Okay.
to answer Dooby's question the way he put it, like, can you read it again, Prime?
Sure.
I think
Should we be accepting of people who self-diagnose mental health issues like the disorder and gender dysphoria, etc.?
I'm like just on the gut feeling of the question, I want to say no, right? Because like we can recognize that when we talk about like other other disorders and shit, like we recognize that like, oh, if we just have a bunch of willy-nillys going around like self-diagnosing themselves, like, I could bog down the fucking medical system with motherfuckers who are like, yo, I got this bump on my arm, must be cancer, and now I'm like taking in the line of someone who actually needs all that treatment because like, you didn't wash your skin and now you have fucking acne, right? Like that's the type of shit I think about, like people with dysphoria, since it's like a lot harder to track than something like cancer. You get a bunch of people like self-diagnosing and stuff like that. It can be really hard to like get help to the people who actually need it, especially since our healthcare system is already as fucked as it is and doesn't necessarily provide these services, outright in the first place. Last thing I want is to bog the system down and like have most of them be like, oh, you're not fucking actually this, you're something else.
Okay, so I don't know what he means by accepting people. I mean, I don't know if you have to actually believe that the person has that disorder. But as far as like, will I treat that person with compassion? Absolutely. I could give two shits if like a doctor actually says that somebody has some kind of if a doctor diagnoses somebody, for them to receive my compassion for whatever pain or whatever that they're going through. And a lot of times somebody's not going to be able to get tested for the whatever it is, but that doesn't mean that they're not in whatever type of pain that they're in. And I don't need to see like a doctor's note and check up on that shit to just respect it. And usually I've never been in a position where anybody has asked me to do anything extraordinary or anything that like hurt me, just to show them like respect or to work around whatever issues they claim that they have.
Okay. So, all right. First of all, Dooby, get in here. I love to hear what you have to say on this.
Yeah. I do have something to say. Like, even though I do agree most of the time with Demon Mom, I just disagree with her on this take.
Could you explain what her take is? I have no idea.
Like Demon Mom's not here.
I think what she's she wants to validate the use that people with the ID does exist, and they should at least be given at least a designation through like a plurality, such as like they, them, or at least some form of like identity, if the other personalities, stuff like that. However, I think maybe with the system is put forth, like I think someone mentioned that she is like for like self-diagnosing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't remember her saying that, but if she did, I would.
She said she would argue it's even more important than real diagnosing from a doctor.
No,
that's the extreme take that I'm like, hey, yikesy, maybe not.
Yeah, I disagree with her on that. It just,
as far as I remember,
even if they do feel like these people do feel that they have a like dysphoria or have like a version of DID because they saw it on YouTube, they still need to seek out a psychologist or at least a physician who can credibly diagnose them and could actually give them medication that's needed. So then instead of like assuming, oh, I know what it is, but I'm not going to do anything about it. So
okay.
I want to pretext and say that I'm not exactly sure if this was correct, but as far as I remember, her stance was that self-diagnosis is arguably more important because it is the first step to an actual diagnosis, because if you can realize these issues within yourself, then it basically lets you take that first step to getting the actual help that you need from an actual doctor. I'm not sure if that's exactly what she was saying, but that's what I understood from what she was
So,
saying.
like-
Again, I kind of heard it secondhand, so I can't say for sure.
So like I'll amend
think-
my point
yeah.
to so I'm not like taking her out of context. If that's what she's saying, then like yeah, being able to tell that there's something wrong with yourself to the point that you need medical attention is very important, right? We don't want people, again, like, you know, it's not the same argument. We don't want people like getting worked up over every little thing because they just don't know what's going on with themselves. Like if it's simply because like it's like, yo, I've had this ache in my leg, you know, I let it set for a few days and then it just got worse. Yeah, you should be able to self-diagnose that and be like, yo, I need to see a doctor, not self-diagnose yourself with a condition or shit like that, because you just don't know.
Yeah, the
Well,
word
I think-
self-diagnose is way too stacked in this context, and we really have to find out if she's saying it like you can literally accurately call if you have like a specific condition, which I think is really problematic if that's the case, because a lot of people will obviously, like, you're your own worst enemy when it comes to this shit. You will think and relate to so many things you see online as far as diagnoses go and like symptoms, and you will relate to that to the point where maybe if you do see help, and like I've seen this personally in my life, people that will go to the doctor, they feel like something is not like right, like the diagnosis they're giving is not correct because of like previous information, instead of having more of an open mind about it. If she simply means that, like, you know, you can recognize that there is something different about you and maybe your brain chemistry or maybe just how you interface with the world, and you need to go see someone to figure out how to help if this is like impeding your life, then that's fine. But it really is that distinction that matters. If we're loading self-diagnosis or not, like that's what matters.
I think
Well,
what oh, go ahead, bud.
Okay, I was gonna say that I think that what she was actually getting at is that yeah, like the whole idea is that in the end you'll go to like a professional to get diagnosed, but the way she said it was that the first step, you don't even need the remaining things after it, though. In part, it's like you kind of just have to take anyone at whatever they say, which I guess in like normal day-to-day conversations with people, like if someone tells you they have anxiety, I'm not going to be like, hey, let me see that doctor saying it. I don't care what you're saying. Like or like it's like the Twitter garbage that people put on their taglines where they're like depression and anxiety, and then they've never gone to see like a clinical psychologist like ever in their lives. It's kind of that kind of like you kind like if you're gonna put that in your tagline or do anything like that, you should probably go and see a professional. But the problem I find is that people a lot of people don't do that. They'll just put it there and they're self-diagnosed and that's the end of it. They don't continue.
Maybe some people can't though, right? And that's why I think it's I don't know what her point was or whatever, but like what Dooby was talking about in chat, what he's talking about, like should we or you know other people outside of the person self-diagnosing accept this, and so you know we also have to recognize that some people can't just like go to a doctor, they don't have health insurance, things like that. I don't think that's always that easy.
I
Not
think
unless you're
the counter
Canadian.
there though is that like I think the problem we're trying to address is the fact that, and this is just a feeling I have, but like I think people are too like focused on like what the condition is rather than understanding that this is simply a vehicle to get help, right? Like we identify like as a society, I think people are starting to identify more with the things that are quote unquote wrong with them, like, and that is a way to like stop certain things from happening or like excuse behavior or just like, you know, to have an understanding about yourself, but not to use that as like a vehicle to get proper help. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you're diagnosed with, like, right, for the sake of it. Like we can find identity in these things because they need to be understood. And if people identify with, you know, being depressed or being like someone with anxiety or something like that, we have to understand them, but it should not be like your identity per se. It should be like the thing that is helping you achieve like a more stabilized life. Because ideally you would go and get these things checked out. They're fucking with your day to day.
So I want to give me 1 second. I want to thank Blue Politics for being so kind as to rate us with 13 individuals. Hello, hi. My name is Prime. We do these panel type things. Right now we're having an open panel, a panel where audience members like you, yes, you sitting at home, you may join in. We'd love to have you. Let's make sure we open in chat in case you'd like to join. But we talk about issues all the time, like all kinds of issues. We spent like just 3 hours talking about hip hop just now, and now we're on mental health issues. So if any of that interests you and on the wide range of topics we discuss, then hit that follow button like a few of you have already done. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do this 6 days a week. Don't want you to miss out on all the topic content that we have to offer you here. So I want to thank Blue Politics again. Thanks so kind for rating me today and yesterday. That's really kind of you all. And yeah, I hope you had a great stream. Yeah. Thanks so much. Okay, let's yeah. So if someone else wants to go, so thank you, Frank Sino, for being here. I just want to thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, King William, for being here, and well, I guess it was other two, but go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. I think specifically to my view of this, like I think she was trying to specifically talk about mental health specifically on what the personal view would be like than to just being like physical health. Like I'll just look up my like I have a red rash on my ankle, so I'm just looking it up on like WebMD and then find out says, oh, you need epinephrine. You get it, and then you die. Yeah, I think the more focus specifically here is like mental health specifically than to just work making her out of contextually say specifically to physical health and saying that you could figure out yourself better than what a doctor is. So that's what I think.
I don't know if anyone was necessarily arguing against physical conditions. That she was talking about physical conditions, but I'm not sure. Maybe she was. I don't remember the clip exactly.
So,
but
go ahead. I just wanted to say, like, we don't have to like try to divine what Demon Mama's take on this. We can decide on what our own feelings of this issue are. But go ahead, Frank.
So I guess in the end, when it comes to self-diagnosis, I think someone already kind of hinted towards it, but it really depends on how that self-diagnosis is used. If it's used as just like, a Twitter descriptor, then, whatever, who really cares? But if you're kind of like going nuts about it, sorry, that's actually a bad word to use. If you're kind of like, yeah, exactly, right? If you're kind of like using it as a label to kind of victimize yourself, that's not to say that you don't have any struggles or whatever with this thing, if, whether you're diagnosed with it or not officially. I guess that's really the only point where my problem kind of comes in, when it starts getting weaponized, when the label starts getting weaponized. But then again, I'm not going to be the type, at least I'm personally not going to be the type to really call it out and say, well, hey, can you prove that you actually have a diagnosis? Because in the end, it's like, how can you really do that? I don't know.
Okay. Here's a full example that I think that when the case is given, that I probably would think is lying. It's like Trisha Paytas mentioning that she has DID on a video, I think a couple months ago or maybe a year ago, and most of the case, what I would think is just simply her stirring up drama and using her own mental health as a cudgel to get things going and have people talk about her and get more views. However, I cannot speak for Trisha Paytas because I am not Trisha Paytas. But to my cause, I'm much of that explanation to what I think is based off her previous actions.
So okay. I'll tackle this in a second. All right. So what's my take? Again, I haven't seen what Diamond was trying to say, and I don't think there's any point of trying to like figure out like her exact take. And from what I'm understanding now is that people have been misrepresenting her and all that. So yeah, we can leave that on. But like, what do I think? So if the point is that we shouldn't necessarily meet doctors for legitimizing our suffering, then I'm on that, right? That makes sense to me. That doctors aren't the end all be all, right? Like we can understand that. We were talking about this the other day about how doctors don't take women seriously in a mental health, or not, sorry, in just the medical industry in general, right? That women feel ignored, and we can see this in the Black community as well. We can see anyone, basically anyone who's not a white male. Even then, excuse me, I won't even say that. White men experience this to a certain extent as well, where doctors don't believe you when you're trying to tell them that you're experiencing something, right? That's all in your head. This is the thing that happens, right? But I think it does happen more to women. So if that's the case, then if a woman is feeling something, let's keep it to the physical for now, right? If she's trying to explain her her circumstances and not being listened to, does that mean that it's not real, right? Because the doctor didn't acknowledge her, didn't acknowledge her pain, and didn't give it a name. Does that mean it's not real? I think we would all agree that that's not the case, right? On the other end of it, I think, okay, so this is where I think it breaks down, right? I think it's on, like, what do we do with this information? I think that's the heart of the issue, right? So someone can say that they are clinically depressed, right? Without actually getting a clinical diagnosis. But then what do we as a society do with that information? Like, there are... Yeah.
That's the issue. Like, so, like, I kind of understand, like, if someone's actually suffering, at the end of the day, the diagnosis, like, again, like, this is what I was trying to say. The diagnosis is, I think, too wrapped in identity these days. And it's more like, if you're suffering, the diagnosis is just a way for you to figure out how best to help yourself, to, like, maybe find some common ground between your situation and, like, common situations. That's why we even have, like, a diagnosis in the first place. So, like, the problem with just letting people, like, feel like a doctor's not, like, speaking to their, like, lived experience, to their suffering, is only when, like, people take it to the extreme, and like, people will convince themselves of some crazy shit. Like, I've seen it. Like, I have someone in my life that kind of does that. Like, they take what they feel about, like, something, like, they're suffering in their life, and they take it to an extreme that is, like, informed through, like, social media and, like, you know, group posts from people that, like, feel like they have, like, this certain, like, thing going on in their lives. And that will color how they respond to actual, like, medical information, like, and medical help from, like, doctors. People will convince themselves to amazing degrees. And it's just like how our psychology works, right? When you feel like there's something wrong, especially in this era where everyone has a voice, everyone has a platform, there are plenty of places to go to isolate yourself and feel like, oh my God, we are the people that, like, you know, have, like, BPD, we have, like, borderline personality disorder. This is what it feels like. If people walk into this, like, group, they're going to feel like they have it. If they identify with only a few of the factors that, like, you know, could be BPD or could be something completely different. We just have to be very careful with people self-diagnosing and feeling like they have the answer. Because if we don't trust doctors, in a lot of senses, people will come to fucked up conclusions on their own. And you can go crazy doing this. It's not good for you as a person to self-diagnose. It makes you feel insane. And I feel like everyone does it to a degree.
So, like, when I come at this issue, it's like almost exactly for that. But then, like, I think, like, how do we go about helping these people? Like, if people are allowed to self-diagnose to that extent, like, well, unfortunately, I don't think doctors are going to be like, yo, let me just write a prescription for everyone. They're going to want to do their own diagnosis themselves. And I think, like, you know, having that doctor diagnosis helps, like, you know, not cause a giant epidemic like the opiate epidemic, where, like, people were just getting prescribed shit here and there for whatever reason. And it's, like, on the fault of the doctors. Like, they have to be aware of these issues.
Well, isn't there? There's also something to be said about, like, what we're talking about and the different degrees of which it might be. So, like, someone who suffers from, like, let's say, anxiety, or, like, even if it's like a really low case of anxiety, and all they need is, like, some meditation before they go, like, on stage to perform or something like this, or go out into public. They just need to take some time to themselves to just do some kind of thing for them to be able to do whatever they have to do. And they don't necessarily need to go to, like, a doctor or a specialist to get it really treated, because it impacts their life, but it's not enough for them to make that, like, I guess, effort to go to the doctor or have the chance of feeling discredited by anything like a doctor would say. That's probably different than someone who has, like, D&D or, like, gender dysphoria or any of these, like schizophrenia. Like, you probably don't want someone who is schizophrenic self-diagnosing, or, like, anything. That you probably want them to go to a specialist and have that dealt with properly through some real medication and treatments and whatever they can do. I don't really know how they deal with that, but I think there's probably something a little bit different between someone who has, like, anxiety or depression on a low scale versus someone who has it, like, super severe, you know. And someone in chat made that distinction. I thought that was a pretty good point.
Yeah,
So,
but then there's the question then becomes, you know, what do we do as a society, right? So if somebody is schizophrenic and they self-diagnose as schizophrenic, how do you interact with that person? You know, not so much should they go to the doctor. I think we would all agree that, like, anybody who thinks they have any kind of condition should seek help if they can. But it's whether or not we're going to take that kind of thing seriously.
So like,
And on that note too, I also do have to go, and I also want to say, King of William, your setup is so cool. You just like the lighting and everything; it's so great. But yeah, thanks for having me, Prime, and you guys can respond to
Be
that.
safe.
I'll watch the VOD.
Come
See you
back.
guys.
be safe.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Someone in my chat actually dropped that, like, that type of argument. I'm not gonna say it doesn't work, but like that idea, like that people like put out when they self-diagnose, like, oh, I got over it and all I had to do was like, just meditate before certain stressful things. Like it has been used as an argument to deny people treatment, or like it's an argument against like the concepts of some of these mental health issues overall, right? Like it's like oh, you're depressed, well, you're just sad, go outside more. Yeah, like, and that's something that can come from like people being over willing to self-diagnose and not get like the proper information like on what's going on.
But I mean, I wasn't making that like argument or anything like that.
Oh, sorry.
Like I wasn't saying that like, oh, you're depressed, just be happy, like go outside more, go enjoy your life. Like I'm sure that like if you have super severe depression that you need to go to like a doctor or something, but like there's people where they go through depressive phases, okay, and they might not want to make the like effort to go out to deal with like a doctor or anything, or like have it be challenged on that level where they need to like validate everything that they're going through. And so they have developed like techniques to deal with this over time. And so maybe they just deal with it in their own way. And it's not enough for them to like go kill themselves, but it's enough for them just to like, it impacts their day, but not too much. It's a weird distinction that I'm trying to make with it, but yeah.
All we can do as a society is just like we're not going to go out like and go ask for everyone's like diagnoses, right? Like I think we can all agree on that point.
Mm.
It's just like we have to give a general advice, and we have to like crack down kind of, and not crack down, but I mean like point out that people that may have all these like kind of like tags essentially of like disorders or something wrong with them, like we have to like make sure there's equal knowledge out about actually getting a proper diagnosis, only if for your own benefit, and only if we can like point out to people that like you are your own worst enemy when it comes to like finding out what is wrong with you. It is so hard to have to be like a viable like like analyst of yourself. Like it's almost impossible, and that's what we don't have the standard for anything else. So why would we ever do it with mental health? Only if we're talking about actual self-diagnosis and not just understanding that like maybe the way you interact with the world is like different than typical people like that you've seen in your life. If it's that far, it's fine. That's normal. That's what everyone does before they go to the doctor. But we cannot like abide by people that will like run with these tags and give like bad like advice and give uninformed advice about how to deal with it to other people that don't really know what's wrong with them. Like that's all.
No matter what, we just have to take people at their word for what they say to us. So like if someone says they have anxiety, you kind of have to just be like, yeah, okay, and then just go from there. You can't really like go around discrediting people. I think that's the real world application of any of this.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with like actually just going around saying like, no, you don't have this because you self-diagnosed, right? Like,
well, yeah, but I like you can't go around demanding paperwork.
Yeah, no, that's
so Dooby is here, and okay, I'm gonna try to guess what Dooby's take is before he gives it. I don't know. This is exciting. You know what? It should probably be a regular thing that I do with Dooby. And I've done this before. Just like try to guess what he's about to say. So I think that Dooby would say that the importance of not trusting self-diagnosis, or at least taking it seriously, is in terms of the practicalities, right? In terms of like what like the benefits, right? So we have like benefits that happen in our society. You have this diagnosis, we'll give you some sort of a SSI, right? Social Security insurance, right? We'll maybe give you some sort of like special drug coverage, right? Like we can give you all kinds of things, or maybe like make special accommodations for you at work, right? So if someone is self-diagnosing, right, and then what? Am I as an employer supposed to go out of my way and accommodate you and do all the things that are involved if I can't be sure this is real? Well, then anyone can say that. Dooby, am I anywhere near close?
Yes and no.
Okay.
See, I think that everything you said is correct, right? I feel that those are like real concerns. If we were to start talking about how this would how we'd interact with these people in the workplace, or how employers would interact with them, or how the government would interact with them, right? If all they have is a self-diagnosis. But I don't think most people here can like relate to that. So I was going to stick more to the social consequences of not accepting someone's self-diagnosis. And it's not, I'm not talking about things like anxiety or depression. Someone tells you they're anxious, sure, you can believe that they're feeling anxious, right? That's not necessarily like a disorder or anything. Someone tells you they're depressed, you can believe that they're sad, right? That's not a big deal. I'm talking about extraordinary things like gender dysphoria, but even further, and this is an experience that I had like 3 weeks ago. I spoke to someone who claimed they had DID, dissociative identity disorder, and they were 3 people inhabiting the same body, right, with different names. And when I spoke to them at different times, they were a different person. And my instinct was to say, you know, you should probably go to a therapist or something, right? And see if this is like a real thing, because this seems really strange. But that's not nice, right? If this person actually has that thing and they're actually struggling with this, I don't want to hurt them. I don't gain anything by being an asshole. But isn't there like, what bothers me is that there's like this social pressure to accept what they're telling you, right? That if I don't accept that this person has DID, or the people on Twitter, whatever the fuck, right? You guys want to look at have like, they're like dear people and their pronouns are it or whatever, right? Then I'm somehow the asshole. I'm a bad person. I'm ableist or something, right? Because I'm not accepting them. Because I'm saying that they're not valid, right? Because all they've done is self-diagnose.
Well, I guess I would argue, and I want to hear what everyone else has to say as well. And I'm not like taking a side on this. I'm actually not sure where I stand on this. This is my first time hearing about this, so I'm like still forming my own opinion. But like this person, if you had met them and they had told you they had cancer, would you have demanded like, oh, did your doctor diagnose you, right? Would you have asked that? Would accepted it on face value? Okay, I'm guessing this person has cancer. And treat them accordingly if they wanted to be treated differently.
Yeah. But I mean, how would you treat someone with cancer differently? You'd probably like avoid cancer jokes around them. If they look like they're in pain, would you offer to help them? Whatever. Right. This is the same kind of courtesy you'd give to anybody. And I hope that seems to be struggling, feeling some kind of discomfort, right? But when someone has DID, or they're telling you they have DID, and you need to remember the different names and the different pronouns, and if you don't, then it's going to trigger them. And I'm not using that word like in a derogatory way. It's like literally going to trigger like some kind of episode for them. I feel like it's like more complicated. It's a little more complex than like physical discomfort that you can see, that you can actually like physically help them with, right? Because now what they've done by labeling themselves as I don't want to say that sounds rude. By telling you that they have this thing that they're not diagnosed with, is they've taken a set of rules and stuck it onto you if you want to interact with them, right? So your choice is either to like not interact with this person, or if you do, accept the rules. And if you don't accept the rules, then you're the asshole, right? And then again, there's like the social pressure to just totally accept whatever they're saying they have.
Here's the thing about the social pressure. I find it like it kind of feels like it's opposition for like opposition's sake at some point, because like at the end of the day, if I were to press you and ask you like, if someone came up to you every day and they asked you like, is there a different, like they want to use a different nickname like every day, like just say they did, would you do that? Or like what would you do in that situation? And like, and say they got like, visibly upset. Maybe they don't have like, an angry reaction, but like they're just like upset. They're bothered by that. What would you do?
If someone wanted me to like call them a different name every day, I'd probably just stop interacting with them.
I think it's literally the same thing with like the dear person. I think like that's the answer, because I feel like all the like opposition to it based on like social pressure is kind of just like bullshit to me. Because to me personally, I would probably refer to that person as what they wanted to be called. Like, but I honestly don't see the problem with just not interacting with these people if that is really how you feel, because it's like the same thing as like the nickname shit to me. Like it kind of feels like the same thing. where like there is a pressure put on you to respond to something that like makes you feel uncomfortable, like you don't have to engage. I don't know.
I don't think that's the case. I think that because they're labeling this like a mental illness, right? You have all the additional baggage and pressure of you not wanting to seem like an ableist, you not wanting to shame somebody or other somebody for having a mental illness that they have no control over, right? So it's not as simple as someone just wanting to be called a different name because that's their preference. This is like an actual illness that they're dealing with, a struggle that they have, and if you reject that struggle and you turn them away, you're the asshole. Like
Okay.
the pressure is far more than just like you're losing a friend. I think there is a social pressure there.
I want to also add another thing to you have to also note that people with the ID don't exactly have control over what like personality that goes with them. Usually it happens whenever the situation comes, and to them they find it to be as as a disability or a disorder to their livelihood. So even if like I understand that for you it's a difficult to deal with a like a situation with talking to these people, as you're going to be like talking to three different people who speak differently and have different cadences. I think maybe at least to be courteous, you could be fine with it, or maybe to you, you think it's a little bit too much.
Yeah, well, okay, so here's my I'm going to be a little mean. I think that the vast majority of these people don't have DID. They want attention. They've lashed onto something that'll get them attention. That gives them the shield of being like some kind of a press group. So they cling to it. And if you disagree with them, if you push back, they will freak out. They'll send the Twitter hate mob after you. That's DID is so fucking rare that it's insane to me that you can go on Twitter, you go into like a lot of like Discord servers, and you'll find like 50 of them hanging around, right? So I think a lot of it is attention seeking, and I'm not saying that like maybe like some of them have it, but I don't think it's possible that all these people have it. And if not all these people have it, they either have some other mental issues that they need to work through, or they're looking for attention. If they're just looking for attention, like I would just say fuck them.
Well, here's my question to you, because it's just like I want to know what the prescription is other than like ignore it, because like this is what like if the social pressure is an issue, and I can acknowledge that maybe there are a bunch of people faking this shit, probably like the likelihood of everyone that says they have DID on the internet not having self-diagnosed themselves and maybe gotten an actual diagnosis is probably pretty low. But at the end of the day, I think to be like civil and to not be rude, all we can do is just like encourage, not self-diagnosing, like make sure people are aware that you're your own worst enemy, and just like if you really don't want to talk to them, just ignore them. I don't think that's even a bad thing to do. I don't think you'll be made the asshole unless you purposely go out of your way to say these people are full of shit. Yeah. Say these people are just like a problem in society.
Yeah, I think,
they very well may be, but like, what is?
So maybe it's because my I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I have to say my reference point, my reference for interacting with people like this, because it's not just people with the idea or whatever that I think fake mental illness is online to get attention, right, or to make themselves seem oppressed. If they come onto like a panel like this, right, there have been a few of them that I think are weaponizing their claims of mental illnesses and using them as like bludgeons against people that come onto the panel and debate with them. If they're in a space where you need to interact with them, or you just leave the space, or they dominate the space because their presence there, you choosing not to play their game, means you just need to leave, or you're like you get all the social pressure. Like I don't think it's as simple as just like not unless you're saying that we should just ban them from the space unless they can provide some kind of diagnosis from like a medical professional. That I might agree with, right? If they're throwing the shit around all the time, which happens in these spaces. I don't know. It just seems like every time I've had an interaction with some of these people, the mental health thing comes up and they throw it up as a shield. And because you've disagreed with them about something else, you've triggered their whatever, right? And now if you don't back off and give in, you're the fucking devil, right? So
I don't think they would say that you're pretty much a devil. I think you're just being very rude as to what everyone else who has judged them dearly. Like you could say the same for like those who are trans, and they have to deal with the judgment every time they're on the internet to outside their door. It's
I don't like the comparison of everything to trans. I feel like I feel bad for the trans movement because it feels like every insane thing online that happens ends up like like people try to tag it onto that, so that if you attack it, people say like, oh well, that's basically the same thing as being transphobic. I don't think it's fair to compare insane people that self-diagnose with DID. I say insane; they're not actually just attention-seeking people that try to like self-diagnose DID and say like, oh well, like being mean to them is the same thing as being mean to a trans person. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Stephen, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Truly False. And I'm not sure if I said hi to you, King William, previously, but thank you for being around. Baha, is your hand up? I'm not sure.
I actually do have an interesting thought about that. I think like I'm trying to find the difference between these two things, like socially, like in the moment, if someone claims they have DID, or in the moment, someone claims that they are like trans and they declare their gender. I don't see the difference here of why you should treat someone with, I guess, what we can consider disrespect, right? Like if you don't engage in someone's like, preferred way of addressing them if they have DID, like I don't know. I don't see the difference here between like you should respect both people. If someone claims they're trans, if someone claims they have DID, I guess you should respect them and then maybe avoid it after the fact, because I just don't know how, like I just don't know what to do with that.
I think there's a difference between like figuring it out, like, oh, you said you had this and then like it comes out that you were never even to a doctor to diagnose, versus like, are we going to be probing you for your paper, sir? Let me see your documentation that you actually have this, right? Like, I feel like in most cases when it's like, yo, you kind of led me on to believe you had something, like there's a little bit more to it. Like maybe there's a donation goal or something, and it's like, oh, you didn't really even get mentally diagnosed with the diagnosed by a doctor from this. This is like your own self-determination, and now it kind of can seem like a scam.
So
yeah, and I think it contributes to a really toxic discourse around mental illness and everything related to these things as well. So even if I mean, I agree that you should. Well, I mean, you can argue that you should never be mean to any individual person, but that doesn't mean that you have to be supportive of these people. And I would argue that being supportive of this type of behavior is really toxic to our entire culture of discussing mental health.
But if you know someone's gonna have a bad reaction to you, I don't even know what you call it, like misidentifying someone. Is that really like supporting them? Like in the because we're working with Dooby's like hypothetical where like they come onto a panel and maybe like they ask you a question. Like I don't think it's necessarily support to engage with them at that moment if you know that the reaction is just going to be something like.
I mean, it depends on
the panel, right?
I think it super depends on like what the person wants you to support, right?
If
Like
they just want you to call them, like Dooby's contention is that they want you to, if they, I guess, switch personalities in that moment, they want you to refer to them correctly.
Not just refer to them correctly, but to play along as if you're speaking to a totally different person.
No, I don't think that's healthy. I think that is a form of like an unhealthy accommodation that you're making to somebody that shouldn't be. If they do have that age, like they shouldn't be an accommodation that should be expected. I don't think so. I think it is unhealthy to engage in that level of delusion.
And this is just if someone claims to have DID, no matter what. Like if they just claim it, you don't even know about them.
Dooby explained the thing, like the attention seeking. I don't know if you guys have like played like really long games, like League of Legends or whatever. But I think like you run into shit called power creep, where when new champions are added, the newest shit that gets added is so much better than the older shit. And I think that
mental illness.
No, other races have power creeped in the United States, where like black people get stuff and Asian people get stuff, and like white people are like, oh my god, like it feels like we haven't had anything for so long. So the buffs that they try to get now are like, oh my god, check out this incredibly rare and esoteric mental illness, DID. Now like that's like the new thing to feel special and cool. And since you can't like identify as like a different race or whatever, well now you have like, I've got this tag and this tag and this tag, and DID is like one of the new kind of hip like mental illnesses to have. And I think that the culture around that is incredibly fucking toxic.
Well, I mean, I brought up Trisha Paytas earlier, and I do think in that case, for sure, yeah, she's attention-seeking behavior to say that in front of her audience in order to get people angry at her and get her clicks and whatnot.
Didn't she? Okay, and I could be getting this wrong, so if I do, I apologize. It's not my intent. But like, didn't she also say she was like non-binary at some point, or? Yeah, she said a few things, right? So if that's the case, right? And then I think maybe she took it back later on. She said a few stuff, right? So
like to her, I think it's because she has a long history of lying and purposely trying to do attention-seeking behavior to get more followers, views, and people to get angry at her, because that's her whole entire motif of her being on YouTube and social media. It's just to piss off whomever it does. and take whatever he got, and that's basically kind of like how people such as Ethan Klein was able to go and create that whole entire short-lived podcast, Frenemies, which end up failing because of her.
Yeah, I think it's a little different though, right? So if some celebrity is stirring some controversy to draw attention to their show or whatever, it's a little different than like someone in these spaces or on Twitter or wherever the fuck claiming they have a mental illness that they have no diagnosis for, and then using that mental illness as like a bludgeon against people who would disagree with them, right? Or as like a shield from like criticism, right? Which happens all the fucking time in these spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't this like intersectionality gone to the extreme?
Is this a fucking phenomenon at all?
Yeah,
Is this
I
a
mean, oh my
like
god, yeah.
phenomenon?
Of
Really?
course it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
do you know how many quirky teenage high school girls are going out there saying that they have any number of random things,
It's
and then
never
they use
crossed
it?
my mind. Not
They
once.
use it for
It used to be a
social
really big thing on
pressure and
Tumblr.
for sympathy. They use
I mean,
it for
well, like,
sympathy.
okay.
constantly.
I'll wait.
But
Like, I'll
really,
go. I'll go with like the like non-effect, like the non-inflammatory, right? Like, how many incel dudes have we heard stories about that? Like, every time they get rejected by a girl, like they go off the handle and then they try and crawl back and like, oh, I'm sorry, I flew off the handle. I'm socially anxious, or I haven't been with someone in like years, and like I'm dealing with this and it. Like, people do unfortunately use anything they can to cover up for their shit behavior. And like, fortunately, Twitter's like a cess fucking pit, and anything you could get is like going to be used as a leg up.
But
My question would come down to like, is this an actual disorder that like might need to actually be addressed? And if so, like, I don't want to like use this as an excuse to say to everyone who I come across and like shit on them for that. Like, that's a problem I see with but like that's the problem I see with self-diagnosis. Like, it becomes harder for me to like evaluate people who actually have this issue, and then like Twitter fucktards that are like, I have it and now you can't criticize my bad ideas, because then I'm just gonna try, I'm gonna glaze over in my mind and treat them all the same, and it's probably gonna be shit.
I have to challenge the idea that this is like a big phenomenon, though.
Yeah.
I feel like, because if we're talking specifically about like DID, I think that probably is a pretty small like
Thank you.
bunch
That's
of
what I
people.
thought.
If we're talking about like actual like just people like self IDing like any mental illness, like depression, anxiety, whatever the fuck, I bet there probably are a large amount of people that are just bullshitting, right?
Yeah.
They don't know how to accurately, declare what they have. They don't actually know how to like stop themselves from like going through confirmation bias. They don't go to an actual doctor, all that shit. But DID is this is a pretty specific like rule set that we have to have for people that claim they have this, right? Or we have to go like very broad across the board, say these people are fucking insane and that we shouldn't like engage with them. So,
and I don't think DID just represents like I say the final, but right now it's like the current latest stage of the most extreme type of mental illness that you can have, because now having like ADHD or OCD or anxiety isn't cool anymore. So you need like the more extreme thing. So who knows what it'll be like 6 months from now.
So it is power creep to mental illness.
It is power creeping. Yeah. I don't think the problem is necessarily the idea that like it's DID and that's the problem. I think that it's more that DID or the fake DID online is like a symptom of this larger like conversation that we have about mental illness, where in the 90s and in the early 2000s, it was really hard to talk about mental illness at all because it was heavily stigmatized. People were made to feel like they were lesser or worse or stupid or insufficient if they had mental illness. But now we've swung around to the other part where like all mental illnesses are beautiful and it's all just neurodivergence and there's nothing wrong or bad. And we need to infinitely accommodate every single person's behavior. And if you even remotely talk about trying to like cure somebody's like type of mental illness, like, oh, you're being unrealistic. Like, oh, just get over my depression, bro. Oh. Like, people are treating these things as immutable, like personality characteristics now, instead of things that ought to be overcome.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I was really
charging at windmills.
I do want to focus in on and understand your criticism, Stephen. So your criticism is less over people claiming these things, right? It's more over like what do we do with that information? Is it right? Because
like people don't realize that like the point of any diagnosis, and it's really funny. Demon Mama does this a lot. When you listen to people talk about a diagnosis, people talk about them like they're collecting badges. What?
She isn't here.
Oh,
Yeah, sure, but she was I
Oh.
don't know. She did a video on it recently where she was talking about it. But when people talk about like these types of diagnoses, they it sounds like they wear them as like these badges where it's like, oh, like I'm trying to get this diagnosis or I need to get this diagnosis or whatever. The whole point of a diagnosis is supposed to be that you get one so that you can treat something, so that you can cure something, or that so you can like help manage the symptoms of something. It's not just supposed to be stuff that you get to tell people about or to like infinitely accommodate. Like it's supposed to be an understanding that you get a diagnosis for something so that you can begin treating it. Like if we compare it to any type of medical diagnosis, like physical ailments, it's the same thing. You don't get a diagnosis for cancer or self-diagnose like leukemia or whatever so that you can stick it in your Twitter bio. But you get a diagnosis from doctors so you can get a prescription for therapies or medications for it.
So you're
For
irritated
everyone in
by
the
it,
chat
but
who
what's
wants
the
to know, I
harm?
said that before Destiny did, before we got here.
Yeah.
Just for those who didn't know.
Okay, great. Well,
irritated by it,
no
what's
one's
the harm?
gatekeeping cancer diagnosis away from you.
so
To where-
William, give it a try.
Give what a try.
No, to
Oh.
speak.
Okay, thanks. Just that I don't see it. I don't perceive it as a problem. I realize that people are including those things, and that I think of it as just the authoritative language of psychology has spilled out into popular culture, and people are adapting them as certain colorations based on however crude an understanding of it, or in some cases they may actually be diagnosed as such. But I'm not quite sure what the problem is. I mean, I think of it just as a mode of self-expression. And so I don't have a narrow sort of expert way of dismissing it. I'd rather just see it as, something that people are doing. If somebody has three, personalities that they demonstrate to you, I think Dooby's first instinct was right. That you are sensitive about it. You don't need to be an asshole about it. I think that you should be hesitant to make any judgments at all. And if that person doesn't strike you as a serious person, then you can't hang out with them or whatever. But you do not need to. You do not need to get all up into their affairs, especially like a policeman.
Wait, so can I just be clear about something you said, because it's bothering me. So did you say that someone telling you that if they self-diagnose with dissociative identity disorder, and then they're play acting all these different personalities and different names, you should think this is just like self-expression, like this mental illness they're pretending to have is just like self-expression?
I have no idea. I would treat it like that, and over time get some sense of it. I mean, if I thought the person was interesting, I mean, I presume because nobody has named any harm caused, that no harm was caused.
Well,
and so
I can do.
I did
Okay.
mention some things like it can make it really hard to actually get people who need medical attention if we have a slew of people like just self-diagnosing themselves as like, yo, I have this, I have that.
Dude, you can't even get a psychologist. I have
Again,
tried.
but like
get
that's
one.
no, but like that's
You
the
can't
thing,
get
right?
one.
That's the thing.
Hold on, wait, what do you mean you can't get one?
American
It's
mental health therapy and shit, it's like already so kind of fucked. I don't want to add on to that already fucked system with a bunch of people who might not even be having the fucking problems, right?
Yeah.
Until we get
I gotta ask a clarifying that. What do you mean by you can't get one? What are you talking about?
In other words, it's very difficult to get a psychologist, at least in the area I'm in, that you can pay for with insurance. You have to pay out of pocket, and that's a lot of where that as sort of an industry has gone. From my own experience, that's what I'm guessing, and having spoken to psychologists subsequently, that they seem to agree with that. So,
Okay.
but I don't know. I don't have an article to post.
Yeah, sure. I get really triggered by a lot of the conversation on mental health because I personally dealt with a lot of it and a lot of people that have dealt with it. So I will say that like finding a therapist or a psychologist is far easier than most people seem to understand. If you can afford to pay out of pocket. If you can't, you're going to have to go through your insurance and find approved people. But if you can afford to pay, even for like an initial consultation or whatever, you can literally Google psychologists or therapists in my area and you get an entire list. Some of them might be booked up for a while, but you absolutely can contact them and find them.
Destiny, you missed the point. You missed my point.
Well, I'm talking to the fact that you like we're literally saying that it's.
But I already know you
can't
missed
do
my
this.
point.
Oh, why
I
do you
already
think I
know
missed
you
your
missed
point?
my point. Because I'm saying that through insurance, which is what I could afford, rather than paying out of pocket, that there is no availability. So, and that's just the way it is. And so you're saying it's rather easy to do it if you paid it out of pocket. That's what you said. And
Okay,
then you
so
said
I'm
you
not
could
saying-
go. I could Google it, and I could see that there are many psychologists in my area. That seems to be what you're saying.
Yeah, so okay, so this type of conversation is why all of this mental illness stuff has gotten so destroyed online. Like this attitude of
What the
like,
fuck
well,
are you
it's hard, I
talking
can't afford it. Because this is not the correct answer that you should give somebody that's struggling with mental illness. It's not like they're booked up, can't find them, like it's over. Like these people are literally like at the bottom of a pit of like destruction where their life is heading towards either suicide or just being fundamentally incompatible with society because they go on dealing with a mental illness that they never adequately treat or learn how to deal with. And the idea of like just coming on and being like, oh, well, you can't find them, you know, blah, 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 blah. Like, no, there are ways to try and find them. And you have to tell people how you can find them. And this treatment of mental illness, again, is this immutable, permanent part of yourself. They're like, well, insurance is expensive. You can't do it. I wholesale reject that. I think that a lot of people would be surprised if they were to hop onto literally Google and start searching for therapists or psychologists in their area, or talk to work, find out what insurance is available there. Talk to your school counselors. Sometimes they can help you there. There are resources out there. It can be hard to find them, but like you can't discourage people that are already mentally discouraged because of the issues they're dealing with from trying to find help.
And
I
I
think you have
understand
all
that
the
point.
psychologists.
Yeah, I
What?
understand that point. I just think that so like we have to acknowledge that the booking, I think, is the real issue with mental health. I don't think like access to finding like where these people are is the real problem. It's just that like everything else, like other like poor people problems, it's like time is like the biggest issue, right? Like if you have to like book an appointment and like something comes up, and you can book these appointments, like I've seen it, like I have people in my life that like go to therapy pretty often. Like you have to book some appointments like fairly far out, and like I think it's a reasonable conclusion to see that more people will self-diagnose because of a lack of access, even if it's time gated, right? Like if it's time gated and you booked it and something comes up and you can't show, like that is a big fuck you to your like journey to getting better mental health, right?
That is true, but like we can't.
And I'm not
like,
saying that we should encourage self-diagnosis.
it
by
is.
the way. I'm just
Yeah,
saying that
exactly,
it's going to
sure.
lead to that, right? It naturally concludes.
It's hard, but the scary thing is that when you start self-diagnosing, there's like a whole line. We can go down that conversation of bad things that come from self-diagnosing. It is harder when you're poor. It can be harder for sure, but it's still possible. I get like, I used to work at McDonald's and then I worked at a casino afterwards. And I understand that everybody comes from different backgrounds. I hate middle-class people. Middle-class people talk about poor people like they're literally retarded. And it really bothers me that like the discussions are like, well, when you're poor, it's literally impossible to schedule an appointment. No, you can schedule an appointment. You can get a shift off work. In fact, I'll say that depending on the type of service job you work as a poor, even easier to move your shift around because people don't work steady shifts. If you have a job at McDonald's, you're not working 9 to 5 every day. You're getting a wacky fucking schedule from your supervisor every 2 weeks when they post it on the wall. Or if you work at like most service jobs, right? You can take off a day. You can trade shifts with somebody. Like poor people are not totally incapable, helpless people. And it sucks to hear like a reinforcement of that because you already start to feel that way when you have these mental illnesses. Like nothing can help me. I'm fucked. Nobody understands what I'm going through. There's no way that I'm going to find anybody that actually can help me with my problem, right? And that idea of like, well, when you're poor, schedule an appointment 2 weeks out is really hard. You can do it. You do your work schedule every 2 weeks. Like you can absolutely find help for these things. You might have to look a little bit harder. And if you're poor, you might have to jump through a couple more hoops. But I don't like the constant discouragement that I hear online from people when it comes to finding help for your mental illness.
Like this isn't discouragement. I just gotta be clear. One, I don't believe in self-diagnosis. And two, this isn't necessarily discouragement from like doing and like jumping through hoops. I would recommend to any individual I know to like go through all the avenues. Like I've like recommended multiple people to like my college's like therapists that we provide that a lot of people just don't know about, right? But at the end of the day, I think the conversation breaks down at where like we have to like be realistic and like what a person can do in response to adversity like that. Because it's not just like 2 weeks out sometimes. Sometimes it's way longer than 2 weeks. And like sometimes your work schedule, what you can do like is really limited for a lot of people. For example, like this is just a one-off example, but like I have a person that went to my college that like moved from Texas or whatever. She has no family over here. She came to school. She dorms there. Like she does all that. It's really hard to like rearrange your life if you're in school and you have a job and you're trying to find this like appointment and like nothing can go wrong in between all these moments. I'm not saying you shouldn't like aim for the stars when it comes to this shit. Obviously you should. But I do think like that I'm not saying it's right, but it's a
Mhm.
natural conclusion of the fucked access that we have. Like
Yeah.
it is more than just 2 weeks. It's more than just a fucky schedule.
Oh,
It
yeah,
can
no.
be. It can be months
I-
out for some of these appointments. Absolutely, it can be. It can be horrible. But like, still, we got to encourage people to push them as much as possible. Like, and a lot of people don't know that they're the most painful thing is a lot of people don't know the resources that are out there. Like, if you legitimately need to schedule with something for your mental health, like you can email a professor and ask to get notes or ask to reschedule a test. There's like tons of academic, like disability accommodations that can be made depending on like what you're dealing with. These resources are out there, and the fact that you're talking to me about a girl that was able to move to another state and then go to college there means that she should have the ability to find the resources to start to address these issues. And I understand that it's important when we're having like discussions of systems that we need to talk about like how can we structurally improve healthcare in the United States. But I feel like people are too quick to write off whatever an individual can do and just call it all like system stuff. I'm not accusing you directly about it. I don't think that I imagine you probably don't do it. It doesn't sound like you do it. But all too often when I hear these conversations, it's like poor people are just like these poor animals stuck in a cage and they have no agency and can't do anything. And it's like you can work a lot of shit when you're poor. Like it's surprising how much you can get accomplished if you like are like you have friend groups and you're able to like try to do what you can. And there are resources there if you're willing to like dig for them. And it does suck when you're poor. You do have to work harder than other people, but
Okay, so I'm going to let Dan, then William, and then I think Pyro want to say something. I do want to actually address a few of the things that you've said, Destiny, like in try to pick it because I think there's so much to this. I kind of want to unravel this, but first I want to make get other people in. So Dan, please.
Yeah, this is the question to Destiny. Would this be any different when you came to the conclusion that you're non-binary?
what be any different?
When you're
Well,
self-diagnosed
like,
as being non-binary.
Non-binary.
Okay, I don't know why, and I know why. It's because people like to try to hop onto the movements. I don't view like being trans as having anything to do with having a mental illness. I don't know if you guys think that being trans is a mental illness, but I don't know where that comparison comes from. Your internal experience of a gender, I don't view as being an illness. If I did, then I would advocate for conversion therapy to get rid of trans out of your brain. I think that your internal experience with your gender is whatever it is, but I don't think that's like you don't need a diagnosis to be like trans or
I'll
non-binary.
tell you where they get that from, right? And I've
Where
not
they get it from, where it comes from, is that they want to hop on the trans movement to get all the credibility that they've spent like decades building, so that they can have credibility for their own shit.
No.
Yeah,
So-
100%.
No, okay, wait a minute, hold on. First, I'm gonna back away from that. I believe we're the pathologizing of transness comes from is the DSM, right? That like one.
To be clear, the DSM-5 does not pathologize being trans.
Yeah. But previously it did, correct? Right?
Sure.
Yes, it was.
Being gay, paraphilia, and everything. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and to an extent, it's useful because once you have a diagnosis, then you can get treatment for whatever it is, right? So that's so it's been a big struggle as to should it be there, should it not be there, right? What is the utility of all that? But one or the other, since it was there, it gives you an easy route to pathologize that. So that's where I was going with that. All right, so let's go to William.
Okay. I wasn't making some facile point about the poor. I was talking about my own experience, and I'm not a poor person, and I don't have a school psychologist because I'm 47 years old, and so none of that applies to me. But I do know, and I don't have a facile view of the poor. I worked for many years in special education in poor schools, with poor, that serve poor communities. And I know that they are actually excellent at accessing what little resources are available to them, that they're quite adept at it, despite the fact that they have to work many jobs. And still, despite that, seeing the condition of some of the students, their medical assistants, their wheelchairs and stuff like that, the sort of primitive stuff that they have access to, that is exactly what solidified my left position on the political spectrum, because I think that those people are just as valuable as any fast-talking city slicker, and they should have access to the things they need to thrive at whatever level they want. And if they want to go around saying they have DID and act weird while they're hanging out with Dooby, I think that's fucking fine. And I don't know why you guys are being such fucking uptight assholes.
I don't
I guess
think
I would
that's the
say.
criticism. I think the criticism is more line like, when you don't treat them the way they want to be treated, and Destiny said it, like, they're just like doing these wacky like random things. I'm not going to use the word crazy, but like they're just like acting like a complete buzzkill, and then like you're expected to act a certain way because they say like, oh, I have this, and like it's a self-diagnosis. Like you're just hanging out with someone. Like I think that's very different than them trying to like enforce you to act like a certain way around them.
Yeah, just to put it in plain words, I think it's more so the expectation that these labels grants them some sort of behavior surrounding them that people don't really like, and people don't really like to have expectations made of them, which makes them question the legitimacy of whether these expectations are valid or not. And even if they are, even if the diagnoses are valid, again, some people would still question whether they should be expected to comply with certain
Societal standards and shit.
yeah.
I think
it basically marks him as a member of an oppressed class, right? And in dealing with that oppressed class, there are rules, and if you don't follow the rules, again, you're the asshole, right? So it's not as simple as they just want to behave this way. And then first, I think that like saying that DID is just like self-expression is really fucking gross, because people that actually have this don't feel like they're just expressing themselves. They're struggling with this every fucking day, right? So that's a really gross thing to say.
Yeah,
can I respond to that?
Can I respond?
Okay, both of you can respond. So we'll go to Dan, and then we'll go to William.
Yeah, let's get to the main issue of why DID is caused. A lot of psychologists find that much of the diagnosis comes from children, like very young children, like five or younger, get heavily abused by a family member or a adult that does stuff to this kid, and this kid cannot process this whole entire situation or this much amount of trauma, to therefore they dissociate from that trauma in the first place, which then creates personalities, which some of the personalities might not know their whole entire situation or where they're at, and some will know what the trauma is and end up dealing with it according to anyone who has like PTSD, as what you could expect. And I think, and as what Dooby has said, DID is very much a difficult process from what I have seen and have dealt with when I was with people who have it. And it's not some fun game where it's of them saying, like, I just want to express myself with these different characters. Really, for them, it's a very difficult experience of going in and out of their whole tired position, being switched out of like a position where they were just fine, but then wake up like days or maybe hours later, not knowing what happened.
But isn't that the problem with just anyone identifying as it then?
Yeah.
And no.
Like you just highlighted it all.
I just want to say that, as a special education teacher, I had access to students' IEPs. And so I got, I understood what their diagnosis was. And I encountered many, many diagnoses. And I'm just saying, I always act as a layperson. I'm not a psychologist. And when I encounter somebody that may or may not have mental illness, I think of what they in the ways they're acting odd or something like that. I try to play it off as their self-expression. I'm just saying I'm not saying that that's the end goal and that's what I want to stamp it as, or I want to equivocate. I'm just saying that it's much easier socially if you encounter somebody like that to just take it easy and just see where they're going with it. And after all, self-expression springs naturally, whether they want it to or not, out of the narratives that they have in their lives and how they understand their lives. And so, I would just wait to see, I guess it would be the same as saying without judgment,
Wait, so if does a student need to talk to a school psychologist or anything to get an IEP in the school district that you worked in, or no?
Well, I don't know because I did middle school and high school, so I don't know the origin story of their IEPs. But basically,
you never consult with you don't have like a consultation with like the children, like the teacher, school psychologist, and then a school psychologist or anything.
The IEP meeting, yes.
Yes. Okay. So you do that, right? So there are people there that are actually medically informed. I know this because my son is an IEP, so I'm familiar with this process. But another question I would ask is, if you're working in poor schools, the reason why a child is placed on an IEP, which I think is individualized education program, right, is usually because they're having problems integrating with the classroom. It's not just a self-expression thing. It's because they have some sort of problem that's actually hampering their ability to integrate in a healthy manner with other students or in the classroom.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought.
So I don't know why we just call it a form of self-expression. Like there's
I didn't leave it at that. I'm just saying, if you are a lay person and you encounter somebody, rather than going to a diagnosis in your mind, you might just say they are acting as themselves, right? And therefore, you just have to observe or interact without judgment, and then that will spin out. Maybe they become dangerous. Oh no, maybe they're causing harm. I haven't heard of it yet, but oh no, you know what I mean? But before that, then you just got to chill. I don't sit there and go, okay, it's like you don't want to parody somebody, So somebody comes in with a diagnosis, an ADHD diagnosis. I'm not going to be like, oh, like with everything, I'm always managing their ADHD. I'm going to be like, that is a person. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna say, this is how they express themselves. And I'm not gonna separate it as something as though all these people without diagnoses are somehow well. They're not,
So the problem is, like, when we do that, like, you can say that and whatnot, but like then we have to ask, like, where do we draw the line, right? Like in places of business where like you have an employee and something like that, like there are proper not precautions, but like amenities that need to be taken place there. Like when we're talking about teachers in school, right? You can't just say, oh, I'm going to take that as their, like, personality and like live and let live. You have stuff to do. You have to get through certain lessons. You have to like produce whatever your job produces, right? And if you have someone like, I'm not even going to say they're pretending, but like if you have someone self-diagnosing with something like this, like it can be very hard to actually get what you need to get done. Like with businesses,
I would tell that to a friend. If I had a friend and they were like, man, I think I got ADHD. I can't concentrate on anything, blah, blah, blah. And they were going off on a thing like just suddenly. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, like,
and I'd be like, easy on the self-diagnosis,
As a friend, I could understand, but like, what would you do as like a boss or like a teacher or someone? Like, you have to like have some type of order, and like, you don't want to be like, well, you don't have that. Let me see your diagnosis, but you also can't just be like, it's your personality. You have order you need to maintain.
Well, isn't this conversation really about if it's bullshit or not? Because if someone's going into work and they are acting like they have DID, like, don't you have to make those precautions anyway?
Well, work is an oppressive place, It doesn't allow for much human variation. It has its purpose for you, and you're supposed to fulfill that purpose. And so, you put somebody in there that's not conforming. What will the boss say? I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. I wasn't a boss. I was a special ed teacher, and I think that, those people should just be treated as anybody else. And if they're not working, to make you money, that's a dumb problem. It's not mine.
I have a problem with this idea of like that. It's the idea of viewing certain mental illnesses as like just self-expression or to treat everybody the same, especially in a school classroom. So there's like two huge problems I see. Is that one, you have limited resources, especially if you're working in poor schools. This, especially when it comes to special education programs. The resources can be incredibly strained in these environments. Sure, for whatever reason you think it is, the reality is that that's true. So one, I wouldn't want any school like wasting time writing up IEPs for kids that don't have actual mental illnesses. And then two, I think that you can argue that there's probably a harm being committed if you've got like 10 kids in a classroom that all say they have ADHD, but for 9 of them, it's just like, oh, like sometimes you can't concentrate, LOL. And you've got one kid that's just fucking weird who's like rolling around on the floor, and it's like, what the fuck is that dude's problem? And like, oh, he has ADHD too. I don't know why he's so strange, right? Like we all have ADHD and we're chill, right? There's problems here where people don't have an understanding of what do these mental illnesses entail. Most people don't even know what it means to have ADHD or to have OCD. We just have like the pop culture understanding of it. And I think that people playing into those stereotypes furthers that misunderstanding and then ultimately harms those people that like need actual help for these conditions and are already having a rough time going through school because they're so abnormal compared to their classmates.
Yeah, what you're describing is nonverbal autism, not ADHD.
Well, hold on. No, that is absolutely not true. Please shut the fuck up. I'm absolutely describing ADHD. You're a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
I want to say that, just in a classroom, if there's some kid that can't sit in his chair, they're always, in your hypothetical scenario, they're always just out of it and not, they do have different, different class designations for different disabilities, which are broad and so on and so forth. So it's, but they do have, you'll have like an autism class, and that would be kids with more severe autism. And then there would be, and this is old. So if this sounds out of compliance, so be it. But then they'll have like kids with severe disabilities, and I've worked in those classes. And mild to moderate, which is where I did most of my time. And those kids are supposed to be reading and doing academics, and so you have to sort of you have a smaller class. You try to meet them where they are. You try to meet their IEP goals. You do have to take into effect, you do say loosely, okay, this person has the ADHD, so these are the certain things that are often required in the IEP, that they need certain things during testing or so on and so forth. And so that is all provided for. But I'm just saying, outside of that, if I were talking to a lay person from the point of view of a special education teacher, I would say, when you meet somebody, just don't judge them. And if they're acting different, it's not a threat to you, just reserve your judgment,
Yeah, it's not about acting different. It's just assuming like the role of like the tag. It's like stolen valor for mentally ill people. Like to have
that's
people
your
running
cause,
around.
but there's nothing to it,
But
It's a
I think
windmill.
that I don't think it's a windmill. I think that people have very real misunderstandings of a lot of mental illness, and everybody just running around claiming these tags furthers that misunderstanding. People don't know how serious ADHD can be because of how many people joke about it. Or people think that like severe ADHD, I'm sorry, people keep saying I'm speaking hypothetical. This is my son's lived experience, where people thought my son had autism for a while because he couldn't sit in his chair, he was rolling around the floor and shit. But he doesn't have autism, he has ADHD. And when we got that diagnosis and when we have his IEP and we go to a psychiatrist and we get like medication and we have like special therapies for him, like he does perfectly well in classrooms. And that might be the difference between him going to like a special ed school where everybody is treated as a unique person versus like, oh, well, here's an accurate diagnosis because we have an understanding of his problem. And then like now he's treated and now he like excels in school and does really well.
So how is he treated?
He has a medication that he uses. And then he has like if he for a while, well, there was a variety of things they did initially to try to help him burn off energy, like crawling through resistance tunnels and stuff between classes or having like special one-on-one attention with a teacher. But eventually it was medication and then understanding like how it affects him and everything that we did that got him through that. But I think that there's a lot of people that have misunderstandings of a lot of these diseases. And when people run around all saying they have ADHD, when somebody that actually does have ADHD comes along, nobody knows socially how to treat them. And maybe even medically, they don't know if they have a problem because everybody else talks about it all the time. And I think those things are harmful.
So I guess what should we do about the problem? That's kind of where I'm at now, because I think
I want to tackle a few things here before we move on. So Destiny, you had brought up ADHD and we've been talking about it, but you talked about it in the past, right? Well, ADHD was overdiagnosed, correct? Right?
It might have been at one point, sure.
Yeah. So we're talking about the progression of this situation. Well, ADHD was overdiagnosed in the past, and we had a generation of kids who grew up thinking that they had it when possibly they didn't. Possibly they were just being kids, right? Having because school sucks and just not being able to pay attention, and then we decided to over medicate them. So like taking that, realizing that a doctor's diagnosis doesn't necessarily give something legitimacy, right? It simply gives the medical field saying that this is what I think is the case, right? Or ignoring you altogether. Because on the other side of this, we know, and I said this previously before you came in, that doctors have ignored certain groups, right? Like have regularly ignored them when they bring their pain, right? So like this happens to women. Women are just regularly when they describe their symptoms to doctors think it might be all in their head or something. Right. So
yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
This is like we're like Nirvana fallacy. There are definitely problems in the medical system. I don't deny that. Of course, there has been. Whether you're talking about mental illness diagnosis, whether you're talking about the fact that women or Black people have to express greater levels of discomfort to get the same amount of pain medication prescribed as men or white people. Yeah, these things absolutely happen. But the idea that like this is like saying that like these types of arguments are so insane to me. sometimes when you go to like a Jiffy Lube, they don't actually change your oil. They'll just say they do, and then they send you on your way. So like somebody hears that and they're like, holy shit, are you fucking serious? I'm gonna go change my head gasket myself because I don't trust like people that change your oil. Like, because you find one problem, you're like, well, now I'm just gonna, like, nobody would make that argument in any other part of the universe for any other thing. They're like, well, there are problems in this institution. Well, I'm just gonna go and fucking, you know, I'm gonna change my crankshaft myself. Like, I don't actually care. Fuck, I don't trust those people. Like, nobody would say that. But when it comes to health, especially mental health, because you can't see it, people all of a sudden are like emboldened and like, actually, fuck, you know, the medical institutions have made mistakes in the past. Now we're going to do all of this ourselves. And I think that that type of thinking is really harmful.
So you're taking this to the extreme, and I'm not making an argument. I'm just trying to explore this with you. I'm literally just hearing about this problem today, just like an hour before this, and I'm forming my own opinion. I don't have my own opinion yet, but I'm just trying to explore this with you. It's not that, well, I certainly wouldn't say that everyone should go out and self-diagnose because the medical industry has failed us, but we can acknowledge that the medical field has failed, right? And because of that—
No, it hasn't, though. Parts of it have, but in the whole medical industry has been really good for people over the past like 10,000 years.
Hold on, no. So, okay, great, yes. Yes, great. The medical industry has saved lots of lives, and yeah, I acknowledge that. I'm saying, though, I'm acknowledging the problem that you acknowledge, that when it comes to women, when it comes to African Americans, right, or just other people within these different groups, that the medical field does not either take them seriously or is not equipped to handle their needs, right?
Sometimes there are problems, but would you tell like black people or women not to go to the hospital?
I wouldn't say that, and I'm not saying that.
Exactly. Okay, cool. All right. That's
Okay.
good. I'm just making sure.
I think something for Prime. I think something for your point is like, I think specifically women don't get diagnosed with ADHD as much as men, and that may be due to like outdated like ways to identify ADHD that just don't apply to women for some reason.
Yeah,
like it's super hard to get an ADHD or ADD diagnosis if you weren't like, if you didn't catch it when you were a child. I think for women, or autism,
yeah. Same thing, because the women express it differently, and like, yeah, for all kinds of reasons, these things get overlooked, right? But that doesn't mean they aren't real. Okay, so we can acknowledge that. That doesn't mean these things aren't real. So if there is a person, right, who has gone through the proper channels, right? Like, I've gone to a doctor, I've gone through a therapist, right? And they're telling me this isn't real. But I know my own experiences. No one else can tell me what my experience is, right? And there's something wrong with me. Now, sure, there are going to be posers out there, but there are going to be individuals out there who simply aren't getting the help that they need. So should we simply ignore them? Or is the problem that we can't tell the difference between them and the posers? Is that the real problem?
You get a second opinion. Go to a different professional then.
But I mean, maybe. But like,
so, Prime, can I just ask something? So the reason why you mentioned that is to kind of like, so for us to extend our, like, you know, our like preconceptions of the people who do label themselves and do self-diagnose, right? Like, most people that we see that diagnose, we usually like don't see it as a legitimate thing. But what you're trying to say there is that there are certain situations where it might be legitimate, like where it might make someone's self-diagnosis a little more legitimate, or like, you know, there might have been a lot more effort to get an actual diagnosis, but because the system of whatever failed them for some reason, they weren't able to get that official diagnosis, but they still feel like this is like something that they have. Correct? That's more or less what you're saying.
Say that last part again, please. That last part. Yeah.
So you're mentioning specifically that because like there may be the chance that someone has tried to go through the system and try to get their official diagnosis, and wasn't able to get their official diagnosis, but they still feel like they have this thing that is wrong with them, and they feel like it is just a system that has failed them. Yeah. So that because of instances like that, we should consider a self-diagnosis as more legitimate, or treat it with more value, like value the expectations that come with it.
I'm saying that it could be legitimate. And saying
let's treat it better than just shitting on these people for self-diagnosis.
Yes,
right?
It can also be the case that, once again, with the not listening and not taking things seriously, that the doctor has gotten it wrong, right? So, like, given a diagnosis,
absolutely, it's a possibility. Yeah.
Destiny thought maybe his child had autism. Turns out ADHD, right? A doctor could have honestly said this is the case, right? But if we're saying that the doctor's word necessarily is the source of all legitimacy, then it's like, okay.
Okay, like let's say there's two problems, right? Let's walk you through two hypotheticals, okay? Let's say that there's a case, okay, where you go to a doctor and he gives you an incorrect diagnosis, and somehow you're God and you know it or whatever, or let's say that you really disagree with him, right? You've got two options: self-diagnose and find a way to self-medicate, or go to another doctor. What do you think you should do?
You should definitely go to another doctor. I'm not disagreeing with you here.
So then let's look at the other case. Let's say that you go to the doctor and you actually don't have a disease, and you go to a doctor but you think you do, and he doesn't diagnose you. Well, what do you do then? You should also go to another doctor. Like, that's the answer every time. One of the big misunderstandings of people with mental illness as well is part of having a mental illness, it comes along with a lot of these like cognitive distortions is what they're called, where you actually have a really hard time engaging with reality. You have a bad view of yourself. When I say bad, I mean like you're not seeing things as they are. You can have issues understanding how other people feel about you. You can have issues, just your engagement with reality is severely altered. And the idea that somebody that might be suffering from a mental illness that has like these big cognitive distortions that go along with it, especially things like borderline personality disorder, when you have these types of issues, the idea that this person is equipped to just diagnose themselves with a problem, like they're oftentimes they're not. That's part of the big issues with mental illness, is that it impacts your ability to see like what is real and what is actually happening.
So, okay.
I guess
hold on a second. I just want to engage a little bit, and now we'll let you all back in because I want to hear what you all have to say. But Stephen, doesn't the drive to go to another doctor, isn't that in itself a form of self-diagnosis, right? Like something is wrong.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, right? So
yeah, that's kind of what I was saying in the beginning.
Okay, yeah.
But if you go to 3 different doctors and they all tell you a particular thing, hopefully that encourages you to do a little bit more introspection, and maybe the issue isn't with every single doctor. Maybe you are the one inventing the issue.
That could actually be the case. You're 100% right there. Or on the other side is that the doctors really don't know. So since this is an extreme topic, right? I'm going to go into an extreme place with this. So we've heard of cases. I know you all have heard of cases where an individual has gone to doctor after doctor after doctor, and they've told them either the same thing or all different things, right? Because they have something exotic or something that's just hard to detect, right? That's just honestly hard to detect. And it took them for ages to finally get a proper diagnosis, or what they think is a proper diagnosis, because then again, who knows, right? But like, it took them ages, but they had to not accept what was being told, right? Or they did accept, and then they got hurt by the medication or the treatments that they were given. This is a thing that happens. So, if that's the case, we can, I guess I just don't want to denigrate the idea that someone understands that something is wrong with them and simply doesn't accept what the medical establishment is telling them.
Yeah, so real quick, people don't understand this, and it's unfortunate. Medication is just a game of odds. It's all statistics and it's all probability. It's not going to work every time, and sometimes people make mistakes. However, the question is, what's more likely? That you go to 2 different doctors and they tell you the same thing and they're both wrong and you're actually right? Or that maybe you're the one that has like some sort of distortion, it's not actually correct, and you should be more listening to the doctors because they're probably more correct. Like, I understand that what you're saying could happen. It can happen. I've had personal experience with this happening. But that doesn't mean that I would just be like, oh, well, in that case, I think most people, if you get like 1 or 2 opinions or 3 opinions and the doctors all disagree with you, you're probably like, I would still tell people in general, side with the doctors. You should. Now, every now and then that's probably going to be wrong, but it's going to be way more often that the individual is incorrect and trying to diagnose themselves than like multiple doctors are going to get a diagnosis incorrect.
So, one more thing. And then I'm going to end and you guys jumping in. All right. So I think a lot of this focuses on like how we should treat these people, what we should do with these people, right? And that should we have, Stephen, do you think there's any accommodations we should have people who self-diagnose, right?
No.
None at all.
Nope.
Okay. So if...
Well, I won't say no. There might be like incredibly rare circumstances where like it might be the case. But like if you have access to a fucking computer and you're posting on Twitter more than 20 times a day, then no. If you're like some very poor person, you actually literally can't get to a single hospital, or if you like live in a rural area and there's like one hospital, it's like 45 miles away, and you can't, like, in that case, like maybe it's a little bit different for sure. But like for the 99% of people or whatever, at least that are posting online, no accommodations. If you don't have an actual diagnosis, fuck out of here. Shit, go attention seek somewhere else.
Okay, everyone else, jump on in.
So like, I just trying to find out what the prescription is for like the problem, because I feel like the only thing we can do is just like encourage people not to self-diagnose, right? But like I feel like we've gone through all the motions to say and establish that self-diagnosis might just be the road that someone ends up on. And at that point, is it really effective, like if you care about someone not doing that, to like just shit on them and probably make them double down and go into their like ADHD support groups on Facebook and shit like that, or their BBD?
You don't have to shit on them, just like don't accommodate them, just and then tell they don't like it, then leave, or then go get a diagnosis.
I mean,
from a
like,
doctor.
In the
Fix the problem.
DID example, I feel like what Dooby was saying, like you have to shit on them, kind of. You have to not acknowledge.
Yeah, you kind of.
Well,
Okay, so again, this came up. Or I brought this up because Dustin, I saw one of your videos earlier where you mentioned this, and I actually interacted with somebody like this like 3 weeks ago, right? Where I was talking to them, and then mid conversation they'd switch, and suddenly they're a different person, and they don't really know what they said to me. You know, that rude thing they said like half an hour ago. Oh, that wasn't them. That was someone else. And I'm supposed to call them a different name, different pronouns. It just seemed fucking ridiculous, right? And eventually, I just had to go ahead.
Oh my! I'm sorry. I just got this sick idea. If I came out with DID and said all of my N-word arguments were on another
Oh
personality.
no! That's not how it works. That's not how you get the pass, man. Come on.
No, dude.
Wait, but what if his other self is black though? Like you would have been.
What if the black alter?
That starts like 18 other debates. I don't think any of us want to have. Like, can alternate personalities be a different?
Oh
like,
man.
Well, okay, so this is like, I guess I got to give you some backstory. So when I was getting into like non-binary stuff, because the non-binary thing has always kind of confused me. So I was doing some research, reading articles, watching different YouTube videos. I settled on a YouTuber called Luxander, and they're not non-binary, but they're kind of going through the process of like transness, basically, from start to finish, right, with laying out their thinking. I ended up finding this person's Discord server, went in there, and the server was full of people that said they had DID. The server has like a bot where like they can interact with you through the bot as different personalities, and they're called like multi-system people and shit like that. And some of them are like 1,000 years old. Some of them are animals. Some of them are like movie characters.
well, you can have the,
and I just kinda,
personality of someone who's already existing.
Yeah.
It
was I don't very understand
popular
of like fictional characters, even, or like 1,000-year-old like spirit or some shit.
It sounds like you're drawing a comparison to some other kin shit.
No, well,
yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah. So I just pulled out of that space. It was too crazy for me. Fuck it, I left it, right? And then in another community, I ran into a person. I was having a normal conversation with them, and mid conversation they start switching personalities, right? And it was very confusing for me. And eventually, I just had to pull out because I wasn't really sure like how to. I wanted to tell them to shut the fuck up, and this was stupid, but I felt like that'd be mean, right? So I just chose to. I played along for a little bit, then I fucked off.
I think that's the right.
But I've seen.
I think you discovered it.
But I've seen. Okay, but there's a problem though, right? So, when you're engaging in political discourse online, like on Twitter, on Twitch, on Discord, you're gonna run into people like this, and a lot of times, if they come into a space and they bring with them all this baggage, their buffs, right? Their fucking shield of DID. Their other kin fucking sword, right? And if you attack them, they're gonna pull this shit out, and they're gonna hit you with it. And if you criticize them, suddenly you're ableist, you're transphobic, you're whatever the fuck, right? You're a fucking Nazi. And I think at some point, like
situations where you're forced to do that, though, I'm really like trying to like see. Like, are we talking?
There's been multiple situations on Prime panels where this kind of happened. Not with someone with DID, but someone like pulling in their mental illness and battering everybody with it.
Yeah,
it happens all the fucking time.
Well, like,
and at some point, it's like, I feel like at some point you need to be able to just tell the people to fuck off, right? If they are too mentally ill to be in the space, they need to get out of the space. Like it's, my experience is primarily like on Discord and Twitch and shit like that, but. I know this happens on Twitter. I've seen it happen on Twitter. So, but I know that if you did that, you said, "Hey, you're too." Even if you're self-diagnosing, if you got an actual diagnosis, you're too mentally ill to be having this conversation with me. You need to go deal with this shit. Right? Like, that seems pretty fucked up, right? But I feel like that's the answer.
It seems pretty fucked up, and there's a way you could do that, right? Like, I don't tell people like, yo, if you're too mentally ill, like, hop off. I'm like, yo, if this is getting you that emotional, like, I've talked to people who like heard comments on like this server, and it's like they've been driven to tears, and I'm like, yo, if you're reacting this badly, it's okay to step take a step back, right? Go chill in the waiting room or something. Like just take a few minutes and like if you're feeling up to it, come back again. Like I don't try and be like, yo, you're mentally ill, leave.
So
like I try and
True. Yeah, I agree. You're mentally ill. Get the fuck out. Why the fuck would you put 15 different mental illnesses in your Twitter profile and then subject yourself to actual visceral fucking torture in these areas? Like, I'm not gonna fucking accommodate somebody in a fucking Thunderdome debate on fucking Twitter. That's stupid as fuck. Not every I think safe spaces are very valuable, but not every space in the world needs to be a safe space. And the idea that you would come into like these like pretty heated online discussions and then like plop down with your 15 different like your DSM-5 autobiography and then try to act like everybody needs to respect and accommodate like your 15 different personalities or mental illness you have, that's insane. Like I think that level of accommodation is unreasonable in a public space. Fuck that.
I have a question then for you, Destiny. Okay, what about the public space?
What do you mean by the public space?
So we have like our own like the debate Thunderdome areas that are not going to be these safe spaces. We have these designated safe spaces that are going to exist. What about the public space where everyone's just going to exist and have to go into like I guess in real life?
It's
no,
funny.
No, not Twitter. I'm talking about like real life. You actually engage with one of these people out in like the real world.
You don't. You make fun of them and walk away. I don't know. That's
So
what I would
hold
do.
on. But okay, well, here's the problem. Here's the issue, and this is where I wanted to go to, right? And before I do that, hey everyone, if you're new here, hit the follow button, hit the notification bell. We do this all the time. And DGG, you're here all the time, so there must be something to this content. Maybe you should follow. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on. Okay. But beyond that. So do we have to make fun of them? Like what does our response have to be? Okay, so if someone tells me something that sounds ridiculous to me, that they are, actually the reincarnation of Son Goku, like from Journey to the West, right? Like if I hear that, it's going to sound a little bit ridiculous to me, right? But what should my personal actions be? Should I actually make fun of these people? Should I actually
I mean, you're making their life better for doing it, right? Bully them. You bully them until they develop a real mental illness, and then go to a therapist and they get an actual one, and then come back with that. That's like a win-win, dude. What do you mean?
But no memeing though. You just gotta ignore it. Like I don't know what the like shitting on them does for them. Because I just think like if these people are willing to like self-diagnose and put like the 15 DSM labels in their bio, they're probably just gonna double down if like you push them into that space somewhere. I think it's really fine to just not want to engage with these people. I think if someone tells you that you're being like, a bigot or just being like fucked up for not engaging, I think that person can fuck off. I think you have the perfect right to like just not want to engage with these people. And honest to God, if anyone thinks it's like a real issue, I think it'll just fizzle out with time. Like, honestly, I don't know if people that have DID are going to propagate and become this large issue where we have to fucking like understand that these people are just going to come out of nowhere and say they have 3 different personalities and shit. Like, fuck off. That's not real.
So like when I hear like, how do we go about like not shitting on them? Like I'm obviously not, I'm not Destiny. I'm not going to sit here and like, like just give them another mental illness to compound on top of it. Like, in a meme sense. So like my main thing is like, how the fuck do we approach these people when they're making like some really fucking dog shit takes, right? Like, you're just sitting on the bus stop and like you hear someone like, hey, did you know that COVID gives you alligators in your blood? Like, am I allowed to say to them, like, yo, that is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then, like, they get offended and say I'm being an asshole because, like, I call their ridiculous belief dumb, right? Like,
well, that has nothing to do with, like, your personality. It's not intrinsic to how you want to be, like, addressed or viewed in the world.
Yeah,
right?
that's
to be clear, mental illnesses aren't supposed to be either. That's why I hate when people compare to mental illness is not a personality trait.
I'm not saying it's a personality trait, but like how you like that does function and how you should address someone. If we're talking specifically about DID, I'm not saying it should be your whole fucking like.
Just for DID, okay.
But I mean, I think that's like the most interesting way to take this conversation because the ADHD thing, like, how the fuck do you call someone out for having fake ADHD? Or like fake anxiety or fake depression. Like we have to go to this.
Oh, I feel like.
I
don't. I think it's the opposite though. I think we shouldn't be focusing on this extreme. But I want to before we do that, I want to jump with Dan and then William.
Yeah, like I do completely understand what people say about this whole thing. Like even if I do say to myself, like having autism, I think like I do hate whenever a situation. I think Destiny probably can remember seeing this with like I believe that socialist candidate from Washington.
Mm-hmm.
If you probably remember him and using
Joshua for Congress.
Yeah,
God,
Josh for Congress and using his say like, oh, my autism's getting to me, and that I think to that case, I think would be understandably so for much of the audience, including even for myself being on this panel, saying like, well, probably not be good for you to even be a congressman if that and that's the case given where it's you can't if you can't handle like a panel or stuff like that. And much to that, including to other people who end up using their identity as a cudgel into all that, and then start having like major like mental issues. I think me and Prime probably even experienced some even in after panels, right, of that happening, and that's pretty much like in that cordial for like, yeah, it's not really that healthy to deal with this situation. You should probably not be on a panel where obviously people will go after each other and it's basically a free for all. So that's all.
So let's go to William.
Yeah, I've had confrontations of that sort on this panel, where people are using their identity, and not particularly with mental illness or something. And yeah, I think there's a point where you could just be like, you get the vibe from somebody and they're putting it on or something, or they're overdoing it. I think you're well within your right to check them. I don't think that they're like somebody you have to completely protect if they're being an asshole or they're being threatening. Um, but at the same time, it has to be acknowledged that they didn't cause any harm. That what I sort of understood it as is a very dramatic rhetorical flourish that I just didn't accept. It didn't harm anybody, and I don't have any reason to police them or to see some kind of a broad problem, because there really wasn't a problem. I just got mad and I said "fuck you," and basically to say I wouldn't say "fuck you" in a class, but I've certainly gotten I've had it with students there who are having a hard go of it. So I don't think I'm not saying that, but just this idea that there's this big, it's like a hysteria that it sounds like is being generated, that there's this big problem and it's something we have to worry about. And I was looking up, I'm actually a kind of a skeptic a little bit about psychology, and that's just based on the fact that I've known people who are psychologists that were completely nuts and not good people, and that many of them included school psychologists. So, just as an example, I gave an IEP meeting for somebody who had been, taking a lot of my suggestions in middle school, going into classes, talking with the teacher, so the teacher knew what they were doing and what they were struggling with, so the teacher could accommodate them within the class, and so on and so forth, and having him take ownership of that. And he was getting into it. He was practicing speeches and everything, and he's in mainstream classes, and he comes out with B's and C's and an A, right? And so I was so excited for him. We were so excited. I'm like, I was pumping him up the whole day for his IP meeting. And I'm like, this, you did it, and this, you did it. That means you can do it again and again and again, and so on and so forth. And then we sat down, and the school psychologist came out. Her big point to the parents was that he had an 85 IQ, and that he was not going to go very far. That we had to have like a reasonable expectations of where he would go. And I just thought that was the most psychotic. I never sat there hating somebody so bad in my life. But the other thing, so I wonder about this project, this hysteria about these people who throw their mental illness around on the Prime's panel and other panels throughout the nation. But and then I was going to talk about the fact that I'm skeptical of psychology. For one thing, I was reading an author named David Smale, who I came upon reading Mark Fisher's Ghosts of My Life. Sorry. And he writes. He's like writing in the 80s. He's an English psychologist, and he had skepticism about the way that psychologists handled things or understood things. And one of the things he focused on was the idea of depression as sort of separating depression and grief. Basically, that depression is grief, and that what they decided for whatever you said, the DSM, I don't remember, but when they were deciding this book is called Illusion and Reality. If you want to check it out, David Smale. He's a very good writer, and there's a lot of interesting stuff in it. But anyway,
trying to make
what the point I'm trying to make is that there is that.
Is it that you don't believe in psychology or common psychology?
I think that people are trying to describe their lives. You know what I mean? They're just trying to describe why they can't do certain things. That they're trying to describe how they feel, and that these things are not
latch onto
inaccurate.
certain labels that actually have ramifications, like serious ramifications of things that need to be treated.
I think that they often do. I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm saying depression is an example, which is something that I've been diagnosed with, right? The idea is that let's say something happens, your mom dies, right? And you go into a depression. And then after a year, or you go into grief. And everybody acknowledges it's grief, right? But after a certain amount of time, people are going to get a little impatient with your grief, right? It's time to get back to work, right? And so they say, it's after that, it's a depression. This is what this person is saying. You know what I mean? But I
got to be honest. I don't think you're equipped to regurgitate whatever full bullshit like David Smale is like talking about in this book.
Well, just look it up.
It's not really relevant to the conversation, so I don't know why we're talking about this.
I also just want to say real quick, I appreciate this.
No, it is.
But this type of the idea that like depression is like extended grief is like not at all encapsulating like the experience of depression. This is like a totally off. Like I haven't heard this particular explanation before, but they're totally grief and depression have nothing to do with one another. But
I don't know.
So okay, hold on. I wanted to ask then, Stephen, if your calculation, because your prescription is to make fun of people who.
No, that's not my prescription.
Okay.
I just make fun of.
That's kind of mine, to be honest with you.
My prescription would be do not accommodate delusional behaviors like this. That's what I would say. Just if somebody tells you something, either stop associating with it, like, you know what, I'm not going to accommodate that behavior, and then if they're not comfortable with it, then they can leave. That's what I would say. You don't accommodate the behavior.
Okay, all right. Does your prescription then change at all if they are a child, right? If you're dealing with a teenager and they are, like now they're a star child now, or whatever, right? Like an other kin or all those things, right? Do you think that in that case we should treat them differently? We should try to understand what they're going through. Is this another especially when we're dealing with teenagers? Is this another way that people want to? And I know we don't like this, but express themselves, right? Like it's like maybe a phase they're going through or whatever, right? And if that's the case, right? How you should deal with them should change, right? Or are you saying once again, don't accommodate, ignore? What would you say? Like if
I mean, like first of all, to be clear, the responsibility you have to your child is way different than the responsibility you have to like treating somebody in a way publicly, right? So these are just to be clear. Fundamentally,
I wasn't thinking your child. I was or like.
Oh,
you're like
a child.
A child. I was thinking,
you just don't accommodate the behavior, right? If somebody like says like I want you to use it pronouns for me or call me, like a deer, you just no, I'm gonna call you a person, a human, and
so,
you want to do whatever. Like, you just don't accommodate it.
Is there any context where you would be more inclined or feel more okay with accommodating it?
Yeah, there are certain types of things that ought to be accommodated, that are appropriate. And one of the true tragedies of talking about all this accommodation shit is for people that suffer with real disabilities. So people that are visually impaired, especially, and then people that are mobility impaired, there's still like a lot of updating to a lot of infrastructure around the country in the United States that like helps these people with these types of disabilities. Like we're just barely getting, like things in streets to help like blind people be able to cross the street safely, or be able to navigate certain areas that are getting ran over by bikes or other pedestrians. Like these types of accommodations are like necessary and important because nobody's going to overcome their blindness or nobody's going to overcome. Yeah. So sometimes
I think you misunderstood what I was saying, or maybe I didn't clarify what I was saying. What I mean is specifically when it comes to self-diagnosis, is there ever a situation or a context where it would be okay to kind of like treat it with a little more respect, like your view?
No. What? Give me an example. Like what? No. Like how?
Well, that's what I think what Prime was trying to hone in on, and that's why I wanted to kind of clarify and ask if there was any.
I guess I need an example. Like I don't know what kind of like self-diagnosed mental problem that you would try to accommodate. Like in what way? I don't understand. Like how would you even?
I mean, like if I can give an example, like it's fucking ridiculous, but like this is actually an anecdote. Like I knew a person. had medical problems. They were really overweight. When they went to the doctor to try and get like a diagnosis, you know, you get the stereotypical, just go lose weight, lard butt. And then turned out she was pregnant. And like, she had to kind of self-diagnose those as it started getting closer. Like, wait, I actually know what the fuck this is. And like, she went to her fucking midwife friend because her friend did a bunch of shit for like religious ceremonies, and she helped deliver the baby. So like, like extreme examples, but like there are some examples out there where like a self-diagnosis can like end up saving a life or like shit like that.
Or
Yeah, but
I
like,
think this
what
is a different
imagine what if
condition,
somebody,
physical condition.
what if you have somebody that's self-diagnosing as pregnant, but they refuse to take a pregnancy test, right? Like that's not a self-diagnosis. That's actually going on and like getting an accurate diagnosis using some external test, right?
Yeah, I think if we're going to use like anecdotes, I've seen like news articles about women doing exactly that, pretending to be pregnant for months. No doctor visit, no
I
appointment.
think there's a mental illness actually that is specifically women. Yeah, it's very, very rare, but yeah.
There's probably just a function to that behavior. They're trying to accomplish something.
What about
you know
this dyslexia? So, like, there are a lot of like African Americans who haven't been like diagnosed with dyslexia because of reasons, but like, and then they were just treated in school as you're dumb, right? Oh, you can't read. But what if a child is saying there is something wrong and I'm not getting this diagnosis? But like, wouldn't you then say, okay, maybe there's something here, right? And maybe they say it's possible I'm dyslexic. This is like, I've heard of this condition,
Right.
and this seems to describe what I'm experiencing, but I don't have a diagnosis. So what would you do?
Well, I don't think anyone
ignore. No, well, I mean, Desi's been saying that. Do we ignore these conditions, right? Like you're just.
Well, I don't think anyone
things.
here is saying that like it would be like opposed to supporting programs that would make the resources available to these people so they can get a diagnosis if they need it. Right? What we're saying is that if they have the ability to get a diagnosis and they're not doing that because they want Twitter points and they want to be oppressed, or they want people to think they're oppressed, they're going to call themselves a deer or a raccoon, or say they have 15 personalities on Twitter. Like then those people we can dismiss.
Again, yeah, we're kind of striking back on the point where it depends on how these labels that they assign to themselves are used.
Yeah, we gotta be specific because like dyslexia, if the motherfucker can't read, like I don't know what you can do to not accommodate that, right? Like if someone can't,
You can no. I'll tell you exactly what you do. You treat them like they're an idiot, right? You say like, "What's wrong with you? Why can't you do the work?" All right? You make them feel bad. You make them feel like they can't succeed in life, and then they don't succeed in life. This is a thing that has happened to people. And
I don't think anyone.
I mean, like people that have dyslexia. I mean, like you end up having like different ways of teaching these people how to read. Like people that have dyslexia can learn to read at like the same speeds or faster than like normal readers.
If you take if you take this condition seriously, right? And
yeah, for sure. Yeah, some people will fuck up. Like I'm not gonna say that there aren't like people that don't fuck up or whatever, but I mean, like, I mean. Somebody might think they have like a reading disorder, but they actually just suck at reading and they need to practice more. I guess like it just depends. I guess you have to like get a second opinion, get a third opinion. I guess if nobody's really helping you, I guess you can start to go through things. But like I will say that I feel like there is still a difference between like self-diagnosing as being like pregnant or having like dyslexia versus like having depression or general anxiety disorder or something else. Because I think that these things are a lot more concrete to kind of get a handle on, like versus things like mental illness. I think is a lot different.
And I think the big difference is that the problem with self-diagnosis in regards to depression and anxiety is the fact that usually people aren't going to get any kind of help, like to like try and solve this. With dyslexia, I mean, like eventually, I'd hope that this person or the people around them would just try and attempt to teach them differently, and maybe something would stick. Like if you're talking about a person that says I have dyslexia and is not trying to get any help from teachers or anything, like I don't know what you do with that situation.
Yeah,
but like that's the difference between dyslexia and depression, anxiety, and all these other specifically more mental like ailments.
I guess my problem with Stephen's argument here is, for some of it I agree with, but I feel like you are minimizing the effect of bigotry in our society and how that plays out in the medical field, in the educational field. I feel like
I would actually hardcore push back against you, and I would actually
Okay.
fight you to the death on this, because a
Okay.
big problem in Black communities especially is like this mistrust of like all of medicine. And you can see this when it comes to African American communities talking about vaccines. You can see this playing out in some cases. People argue it's being represented in the NBA with really weird things. Like, it is undeniable that there have been different groups of people in this country that have had bad experiences with the medical industry, or the medical institution. That is like absolutely true. And nobody should deny that. And nobody should deny those experiences. And we've recognized that. And the medical industry, the only reason we're talking about this is because it's been recognized and people are trying to work through those things. But throwing all of it out just because there have been injustices in the past is such a wrong way of viewing things.
Okay.
Like, you identify a problem, you try and fix it.
Once again, you've taken my argument to the extreme, right? Not saying.
Hold on, wait. Stop saying I'm doing that. That's not what I'm saying at all.
You literally just did. You're saying
I
throwing
didn't.
it
I'm
all
putting
out.
in real life. That's what people are doing, and you're
But
saying
that's
that I'm
not what
downplaying.
doing. That's not what I'm
You're
doing.
saying, you keep saying that I'm okay. I literally gave you an example earlier. You say that I'm downplaying systemic injustice. What I'm saying is that even if that is the case, even if there might be some, that still doesn't change what you should do. There might be some doctors that are biased against you. You should still go to a doctor. There might be some cops that are biased against you. You should still call the police. Somebody's breaking your house. There might be some, there might be some teachers that are going to be unfair to you. That doesn't mean you shouldn't go to school, right? Like, there are going to be problems in life, in depending on, what intersectional, hand you're dealt. You might have worse problems than other people's, but that doesn't mean that you just completely stop engaging with a particular system.
If you have the time, if you have the resources, if you have, if you're in a location that allows for that, right? Like, all these things play into this. And so, and again, I still, honestly, it sounds like I have an opinion on this. I still don't, and I can be swayed one way or the other. I'm just trying to explore this. But like, if you don't have all those things, and if you're facing a system that doesn't take you seriously, that minimizes you, right? Like, some people cannot climb over that hill, right? Now, if you're taking it to the extreme of DID, this is my problem with using DID as an example, because like, it's very much out there, and I feel like I don't have the numbers on this, but like, I bet that a lot of people are using this in exactly the way you guys are all describing, right? So what I like to think of this is something more banal, right? Like autism, right? That's something that for so many years people were not diagnosed with this at all, right? Like, people didn't understand autism, right? There was something wrong with those kids, or something wrong, excuse me, I don't say wrong, but something different about those kids, right? And that problem wasn't taken seriously because the medical field didn't even recognize it for so many people, right? And so to say that, well, you don't have a diagnosis and you just keep trying until you get the thing, right? And not
okay, I can meet you halfway on this, okay? I would be more, and maybe this is an unfair generalization of that I'm making. Okay, I'll even admit that. I'm meeting you, I'm going farther than halfway, okay? If what happened in the world was people were like self-diagnosing themselves and then working on it based on those diagnoses, and that was like the norm, I think I'd be warmer to that. So let's say there's all these people self-diagnosing depression, okay? All of them, and they're like, okay, I think I have depression. So like, I cleaned up my diet. I started to try to sleep in a consistent time period. I try to get out when the sun is out. I try to exercise for like an hour every day. Like, and I'm trying to eat like a healthier, I think I said that, healthier diet. And I'm trying to like be more social with friends. If that was like the norm for people that were self-diagnosing, I'd be like, okay, fuck it. You're not like self-medicating at least, and you're trying to take steps to actually fix these problems. Maybe I would be like a little bit warmer to these ideas, but that doesn't seem to be people's engagement when it comes to self-diagnosis. It seems like they want the tag, they want the label, and then the most harmful thing that comes with it, this is why therapists won't give people diagnoses, is that diagnosis becomes, instead of a prescriptive tool to heal yourself, it becomes a prison that you lock yourself in. And now it's, I didn't do anything yesterday, I'm probably not gonna want to do anything tomorrow. I have depression. I mean, fuck, what am I gonna do? Like, it becomes like your new personality trait, and then you start to, because you believe you have it, you actually start to play into it more. And I think that's the problem that I have with people that get into the super self-diagnosis world. Is like, if you self-diagnose and then you start taking like real steps to like make your life better, like, you know what? Maybe fuck it. Maybe that's like a better. Like, maybe that would be okay, but it doesn't seem to be how most people engage with self-diagnosis.
And I agree with you. I just think that's more reason to be sympathetic rather than tell these people to fuck off, right? Because if they are, because I believe that 100%, people are using it as a prison. It's used to like excuse actions that did not seem to make sense before they like identified with this thing, and now it is just like a wholesale, just like a reason to feel the way that you're feeling, and it kind of feeds into itself. But like,
Yeah, because
I think that's more reason to be sympathetic to these people and not exactly like, because we're talking about not accommodating is actually like bullying someone and telling them to fuck off, or just like, not really playing into what anyone's saying if they say like, oh, I have depression, anxiety, whatever. I think that's probably not a good way to get these people out of that like mental prison, right?
Sure.
I think generally that's
Yeah.
probably the worst thing to do.
Because it could be an instance where someone, believes they had depression and maybe for some reason they decide to make it publicly known, whether it's via Twitter profile or via tweets, whatever. And
Well,
then
it's like
someone comes to them and says,
Okay.
like, well, what the fuck? How do you know you have your depression? You haven't been diagnosed yet. And then that person can go back and think, well, yeah, maybe they're right. Maybe I'm just fucked. Maybe there's something wrong with me, but it's not depression. And if the person actually is depressed, it could end up leading to something worse. Not to go to any extremes, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of different angles when it comes to like not being willing to like take that sort of self-diagnosis seriously from an external perspective. But then again, it's not really your responsibility. It should come from within that person. But like, if it gets kind of muddy if these people actually do have these illnesses, right?
Well, but like the problem is this is the other problem with something is they could have another illness, right? Maybe somebody thinks that they're depressed and they're having like memory issues and they like are just, all this whatever random shit. Maybe they have anxiety, who knows? Maybe they actually have like a thyroid problem. Maybe they actually need to go to the hospital and figure out like, are your levels okay with all these stuff? Like talk to a doctor if shit has changed or whatever. And maybe there's a real underlying problem they need to address. And then something else that I don't understand is, like, if you have these conditions, why the fuck do people put this in their fucking Twitter profiles? Like, why is it
That's one thing I can't understand either. Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes like part of their identity.
OCD
Well, if we
or
understand
ADHD or whatever, like that's really fucking weird. Like, I don't.
If we understand that it does become a prison, right, and we understand that a lot of people don't have access to like proper mental health or know what to do, like the steps to get help, it ends up becoming a community, right? Because if you have all these problems, right, or perceived problems, you're gonna go and find shit that makes you feel like you belong. You're gonna go to these different groups, and that's gonna become like a thing that you like know yourself by. So I think we can just sum it up to just like ignorance of like how to help yourself, right?
So like then
I don't think it's something that should impugn someone for. I think it's something that they're probably misguided on, and maybe we should take more steps as like, I guess, society to like rectify this, right? I don't think these people are like, I really don't think it's like a badge of honor for a lot of these people. When they have, like, every single thing, when they have every single thing, I agree with you. But like, if they say I have ADHD, depression, anxiety, I don't know. Like,
why would you put that in a profile? I don't buy that at all.
If I want to be really charitable to someone, it could be because they want to kind of like prime possible interactions that they have with the public or whatever. And again, I don't really think that expectation is really good, but that's like me being the most charitable when it comes to these certain things. I kind of mentioned in chat earlier about how we usually see it being used as a post hoc like explanation for some shitty behavior that they had, or as some sort of post hoc defense whenever someone says something that is negative about them and is completely unrelated to whatever label that they have in their Twitter profile. I like, again, we're kind of boiling down to just Twitter rather than just self descriptors. But I kind of don't really like the idea of seeing someone say something crazy or whatever, what most people would consider to be crazy or whatever, or out of the norm or out of acceptable like terms. And then go to their Twitter profile and then see, well, yeah, that's wrong. I don't know. I think it can be kind of put both ways, but like, yeah, again, I'm not gonna say it's safe to assume, but it's more likely.
I just crazy, right? Like, these are communities, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like most people probably haven't looked at it, but like being with like people that like try to self-diagnose, like you'd be surprised how many places on the internet you can find that like are just talking about how hard it is to be a woman with ADHD. Even if you don't have it, like they'll make infographics, like they'll have all kinds of videos and shit like that, talking about like how you can find this in yourself, because we know that the medical system's fucked up. I'm not saying create a community, like
to your community point. Like, I don't know how good that is, because one thing like I've been informed by like my own therapist, like I found myself, is that like usually, like not usually, but like sometimes when people who self-diagnose bunch up into these communities, these people don't necessarily know how to actually deal with it, and then what you end up with is a Facebook group filled with thousands of individuals who are doing nothing but posting self-hate and making each other depressed, because then they're just saying like, oh man, I'm feeling like this, you're feeling like this, is this just life? And then they're pushing themselves even further down that lane.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that I'd say like a clear community, right? Like, I mean,
the last thing you'd want, like,
it's real.
I can never imagine like, oh, you have major depressive disorder. Like, go join this group of other people that all have depression. Like, this is like a group suicide event, like waiting to happen. Like, yeah, this is like not a good idea.
The Facebook groups are like fucking horrendous when it comes to that shit. Like,
and the biggest
unless the
problem
goal
is
of
a
the
lot
group
of
is
these
like
people-
self-help, you know.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the problems is that they normalize the fuck out of the behavior too, and it's not normal, and it shouldn't be normal. It should be stuff that you like try to cure or try to move past. It's not like these are like our lived experiences, and we're again the immutable part. We're stuck here forever. Like this should be shit you're trying to change.
Yeah, the worst case.
Can I just say really quickly, Dan, King of William, you've been making little snide comments in chat, right? Like, who cares if you don't buy it? I think earlier you said that what we're doing is like bad cop psychology. We're like mean people and shit. Like we're like toxic or whatever. Like what? You're here taking up a space. If you disagree, just fucking say it. Like open your mouth.
I can do whatever I want. I can do both things, and I'm right here. I'm
encouraging you to.
Okay.
Tell us why you disagree.
Okay. Why do I disagree? Why do I disagree? No, I agree with myself that you are looking for hypothetical people and pretending they're a huge problem when they're not. You have not been able to demonstrate any harm.
So wait, I'll clarify for you, King of William. Why do you disagree with us, not yourself, but why do you disagree with everyone else?
And
right?
Hold on, really, before we do that. So when we're talking about encourages people to get help, yada yada. You said in chat, help is not available. It's exactly what Destiny referred to earlier. This kind of like hopeless bullshit.
Attitude.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You shouldn't be telling them that the help isn't available.
No.
You should be encouraging them to get help, trying to point them to resources. If you can toss $50 their way so they can go get an in-person visit with a therapist, do that. Like, don't just say help is not available. Like that's why would you do that to these people that are already down in the dumps? You're gonna just tell them that it's hopeless, that there's no help for them.
All right, dude, go be like real with the point. Like, I don't think anyone's seriously suggesting don't do shit with yourself, right? Like,
no.
What do you mean by help is not available?
The real answer is I don't think King William thinks that like mental illness is actually a real thing that exists. I think that's the actual take. But
no, I think it's the thing that exists. I just don't think that labeling it with one word or another does some magical thing to it. It's something that we are experiencing. It's organic and it is based on our environment. And I think that you can come at it from any different way. It's like saying it's just this narrowness of it, of just saying, well, there are all these labels, and they're giving it this kind of magical inorganic quality, as a sort of these things that you could just shift around. But people literally just experience all those things, and I wonder about it. For one thing, with psychology, when I say that help is not available, I mean. Is it? I mean, do you think it's easy for people to see a psychologist?
No, it's not easy. I'll tell you firsthand right now. I'm having to wait 3 fucking months to do it. But you know what? It was easier to make that first appointment, and now I'm fucking committed to it. I've already sunk in time. I've already sunk in money, and now I'm gonna see it through, even though I'm gonna have to wait 3 months. I've already let my workplace know, like, yo, on this date, on the 15th, I'm not gonna be coming to work no matter what the fuck happens.
So
like, it's easier to get it's easier to start.
Do you think I have a problem with that?
So I want to go to Titan, Dan, and Jess.
No, we got off the top, but let's keep it going where it's at.
Okay. All right. Dan and Jess.
Okay. This is just quick. Like, the worst cases I have ever seen with like misinformation, where people end up on these Facebook groups, where like with these little cures that they think they would fix them, like Black Slav, where they go around and put this paste on yourself thinking it'll cure cancer, but it burns your face off, for God's sakes. And then there's the other groups who think that drinking bleach will cure everything, and all of that ends up becoming very dangerous to these thoughts, like where they think they have to self-diagnosing will end up turning to these very cultish groups to end up causing like harm to themselves more, and even including to their children.
Let's go.
I want to say this. I want to say this because I want to clarify. If I see somebody, and I have seen people saying they have autism or have different conditions and so on and so forth, and it's something you can be like, okay, so this is something that they associate with themselves, and I have no reason to doubt them. Or if it was to the level of like, oh, everybody's saying they have ADHD, is it diagnosed? Is it not diagnosed? If I encounter somebody that has ADHD, I'm just like, well, that's something that they're putting on their thing. I don't care about whether, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. To me, it seems like people are experiencing something and they're like, what is this thing I'm experiencing? And they self-diagnose. And what they are experiencing is, what I would say is, it's not hard to believe that people are experiencing discomfort of a psychological kind because a lot of things are getting worse. And they're getting worse very fast.
So I'll try to cross the bridge here. So this is what I think the difference would be. Okay. So let's say that I have a friend, and let's say that they say that they're like a little bit depressed and they want to like stay in for the day or whatever. And then just because and then they say some shit like, oh, like I have depression or whatever. They want to stay in and sleep in for a day or whatever, or even for a few days because they feel sad or unhappy or whatever. Like, that's fine. You let it happen, right? But let's say that I have a friend that I know is like diagnosed with like major depressive disorder, and I know that they're actually like battling this mental illness, right? My response to that is going to be completely different. You're not going to stand. I'm going to drag your ass out of bed. We're going to go on a fucking walk or something until you like get out of whatever you're in so that you can like go through parts of your day, right? The way that you would treat these two people would be completely different. It's not all just like, oh, you treat everybody like LOL, and like if they say they're sad or whatever. Like different mental illnesses like demand, if you're a good friend or if you're close to somebody, like they demand different types of treatment for how you would associate with these people. And I think that's part of the reason of why, to go back to what we said in the beginning, why a diagnosis is important is because it gives you a prescription, not just a medical prescription, but like an actual set of ways that you should treat people to give them like the appropriate accommodations or the appropriate way to treat them to help them through whatever issue they're battling with.
But the non-trivial part of that is that you know the person, right? And so you're getting a lot of information about them, their personality, all this kind of stuff that you know and you are familiar with, including their depression, right? And so all of that stuff plays into how you would approach your friend about getting them out of bed and dealing with this or that. And then you're talking about John Q. Public with a fake diagnosis, and you're talking about your intolerance for that person, and that's what I meant by hypothetical. Not that these people don't exist, but we're not talking about a person with a name. We're talking about a welfare queen or something.
We can talk. I can give you a million examples all day of people not understanding mental illness. We can talk about Byron is a streamer. He killed himself a while ago. And a lot of people tried to make that conversation about bullying online. That like, oh, the reason why he killed himself is because he got bullied. It wasn't because he got bullied. It's because he had severe mental health issues. But when a lot of people tried to hijack that conversation and make it about bullying, instead of having an opportunity to show like, hey, here's a person, you saw their experience, you had like some parasocial relationship with them, and you can understand how even people like this can be affected. Instead, a lot of that conversation became about like, oh no, if you bully people, they'll kill themselves. Most people that get bullied don't kill themselves, right? But people that have like severe mental illness like he does are absolutely at risk of killing themselves. We can go through like a million like actual examples. Nothing that I'm like, usually when I you don't have to believe me, I know what I say this, but usually when I talk from a hypothetical, I'm speaking from a real example. So earlier I was speaking about my son. Right now I'm speaking about an ex that has major depressive disorder. And I know that there are ways that I would treat her that are going to be way different than just a friend saying like, oh, I'm sad and I want to sleep in. That's going to be way different than somebody that has depression who like hasn't gotten out of bed for the day, where you have to be like a little bit more like forceful to get them to do something because they won't take care of themselves if they don't have like external support to push them there. And again, like there's a huge difference between like I feel sad and depressed versus like I have actual like major depressive disorder. It's a totally different thing, and the way that you treat it is totally different.
Go ahead, Jess.
Okay, so I just wanted to quickly disclose that I have self-diagnosed with a few things that I actually turned out to have. Like first, when I was 14, I self-diagnosed myself with a PCOS, which is not a mental disorder, it's a body disorder. And I actually went to go get it checked. I got an ultrasound, and I do in fact have PCOS. And then I started to suspect last year that I had bipolar disorder, some form of bipolar disorder. I talked to my psychiatrist about it, and I do in fact, I'm somewhere on the bipolar spectrum. So self-diagnosis is not always like a bad thing, but notice how I said that I actually tried to go seek out medical help to like, okay, is this actually happening with me? What can I do to make it better? Like, I don't just want the label. And some psychiatrists, I also have ADHD. My first psychiatrist refused to diagnose me with ADHD because she's like, nah, it's not possible. There's no way that you have it. Because and apparently she's done that to other people in my area as well. So not even doctors will diagnose you. So some people do have to self-diagnose because they have something, but their doctors won't listen to them. And I mean, I just want to say that like people who just want the label, diagnosed or undiagnosed, are the absolute fucking worst. I cannot stand them. Like last year I got out of someone who was like extremely abusive. He had anxiety, depression, PTSD, and he showed all the symptoms. So I honestly believe him. I don't know if it was self-diagnosed or diagnosed, but like I would talk to him about what he should do to get better, and I tried to help him. I dove in with my savior complex, and he literally told me to my face, I know what I have to do, but I don't want to. Like he gaslit me. He just used it as an excuse to be a shitty person and not get better. And I have no patience for that.
Yeah. So we're not really talking. So what it sounds like what you did is you felt like there might be a problem. You said, okay, this might be the issue, but then you want to go get checked out. Right? There's no issue with that, right? What we're talking about, the thing that I personally have an issue with is people self-diagnosing and then not taking that second step, right? Not going to psychiatrists or therapists to actually figure out if this thing is actually what the problem is, and then getting help for that thing.
Some people get diagnosed and then don't get further help.
Right.
People who are diagnosed will get diagnosed and then just take the label and not do anything else. Like, it's just as bad, okay? Like, it's even worse that you know you have the disorder and you don't want to do anything about it.
Oh
it's
yeah,
shitty. I can't. I don't have.
I've lived with people like that, and like in both cases, like since like I kind of thought about this earlier. Like, you know, if they're not doing anything to get the help, fuck you. That, like, in my mind, in my deepest mindset, fuck you. If you know there's something wrong with you and you're not doing the help, getting the help to alleviate it, and you're just saying to everyone around you, hey, deal with this massive fucking problem, fuck you. I've lived with people with BPD who know they have BPD, and they're like, nope, the system's broken, I'm not going to get help. And as a result, like, I watched them lash out at everyone around them and like drive everyone away, and then turn around and do like the thing where it's like, yo, why doesn't anyone like me? And I'm like, what do you want me to tell you? You have this, you know you do, you know you tend to lash out, but yet you refuse to get help. At a certain point, like I forget who said it, the sympathy runs out. Like, if you know and you're refusing to do something, don't expect me to take precautions forever.
My brain is so completely wrecked by this guy. Like, I'm in therapy for it and stuff like that, but like this dude, like, and he's also I was 18, he was 24. Like, there was also a huge power imbalance. Like, he took advantage of the fact that I looked up to him and I was a dumb 18-year-old and now I'm a dumb 20-year-old. But
so I'm gonna so I'd really like to connect with what William is saying, because William, I'm really trying to wrap my mind around the shit you were saying earlier, and I'm just not getting there. So I'm gonna go grab a couple beers, bring my shotgun to 11, I'll be right back. So like a minute, I'll be right back. Okay.
Wait, no, not the shotgun.
All right.
So I think, like, yeah, in the end, just like you're kind of like sort of an example of what we were kind of saying is like the best possible outcome for people who do self-diagnose. It's like basically, using it as a step forward, and like that's not really the DB already mentioned it, but yeah, it's not really the type of people that we have a problem with when it comes to self-diagnosis. If we do have a problem with it, whatever, it's all subjective and all that.
And I think to be a little bit more clear with what we're saying, like, we're not self-diagnosing, but we do need to be aware of symptoms, right? And that's what we're best at. That's what doctors need us to know, because a lot of diagnoses can't be made unless you are aware of your symptoms. Because like just checking reference levels on hormones or blood levels can be huge. You don't know if there's a problem or not just by looking at a test. You have to get like a qualitative assessment from somebody that you talk to. And if you feel like you have symptoms and you've gone through like one or two doctors and you don't feel like your symptoms are being adequately addressed, it's totally within your right to go to another doctor. It's just really scary when you go to a therapist, you're like, I have bipolar disorder. And they're like, I don't think so. And you're like, oh, I'm going to someone else because I don't agree with you, right? Now, if you have symptoms that you feel like aren't adequately being treated, then I think it's totally fair to like go to somebody else, shop for a second opinion, third opinion, if you need to. But yeah, just doing the self-diagnosing part where you say that you have this disease instead of just being aware of symptoms, I think it's a lot more frightening.
Okay.
That's kind of what I was going to strike on earlier when you mentioned that sometimes when you go to a doctor, there might be certain cognitive disruptions, I guess, when it comes to trying to get your diagnosis. And I had the thought that, like, sorry, I'm not fleshing this out too much, but I had the thought of like that cognitive distortion could cause you to not communicate your symptoms clearly enough, and then would lead to you getting negative diagnosis, like, I think I'm depressed, but I can't really express. Well, what's wrong? I don't know. I don't know. And that was me for a while, honestly. I didn't know how exactly to verbalize it. But then once I did learn, once I did go to like speak to my doctor enough and like, keep on pushing the issue, and I also spoke to a psychiatrist, I was able, like, and I learned how to communicate. I was able to get that diagnosis, which kind of ended up being resolved throughout other means, but not exactly through medication or not exactly as a depression diagnosis, like not traditional, whatever. This is outside of the scope of it. But yeah, again, it really is just about communicating the diagnosis in an effective way beyond just resorting to a label that you saw because like you related to something you saw on TikTok or Tumblr.
And the self-fulfilling part is the scary part because a lot of mental illnesses can have like a lot of overlap. Especially if you look at DID, there's like 6 or 7, I think, things that have to like be there for you to get that diagnosis, which is still highly controversial. But like there could be a lot of overlap between that and other conditions as well, or even things like schizophrenia can have a lot of overlap with other conditions. It's often diagnosed in conjunction with like depression and other disorders. So if you like read a disorder online and you go to a doctor and you're just trying to like regurgitate what you've read or you think that it kind of fits, because let's be real, it's easy to read something and be like, I think I could be like a sociopath, or I think I could have general anxiety disorder based on how you read it, right? You have to be careful not to like fall into the trap of thinking that and then just trying to feed those answers to a doctor to get a diagnosis that might not actually match your lived experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I actually find it funny that you mentioned that it can sometimes be a thyroid issue because that ended up being the case. A lot of my things ended up being resolved when I got the attention drawn to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Prime, I feel like a good way that would help you kind of like parse out this issue a little bit better before Dooby fucking goes off is that people to like differentiate like the two groups of individuals. You have the individuals that don't really care about the end diagnosis. Like when I went through my depressive episode that you know well about, that went through the past year, I didn't really care about at the end that I got diagnosed with MDD. That mattered not at all. The point is that there was a state of mind that I was at previously before these symptoms arose, and I knew that there was some level of dissonance that was happening that was making me off kilter from how I normally am. And I took steps to get those symptoms addressed. I didn't really care that at the end of the day, in summation, they were like, all right, you have major depressive disorder. Here, take a Prozac. Here's some therapy. Also make sure like you're communicating that you go out and make sure you exercise and whatnot, okay? A lot of times you'll find individuals that we well know are in this community and that you'll find online that very much are going to lean into the end goal of having a label where it's like, I am diagnosed with this, but they're not going to take the initiative on trying to address that. They're going to lead like a community where they're going to have like a level of self-languish, or they're going to do it so where they can use excusing this bad behavior, where something like having ADHD means you can commit first-degree murder and people are just going to forgive you. Or you'll have it as a third one where people are basically just looking at it as a modern-day way of having, where like, you get a fucking boo-boo, mommy puts, a Band-Aid on and gives you a kiss, and they're looking for like the online sentiment of that. I feel like if you can parse out these two individuals, you'll have a much better time of knowing what people are really trying to take an initiative to addressing these underlying issues, as opposed to people that are just wearing it as like a badge of an aesthetic that will kind of help you, deal with this. So.
Okay. Yeah. I hear you. So it does sound like we're talking about discrete groups, right? I'm talking about people who, or at least I was talking about people who specifically want help, right? And for whatever reason aren't getting that help, and then taking them seriously. You are all talking about people who specifically aren't taking steps, right? Even if they have resources available, because certainly not everyone online is suffering like under the oppression of a bigotry, right? So like clearly these groups are separate. You're talking about this latter group. And like the fact that especially in lefty spaces there is some sort of I don't know if it's social credit, like you get like street cred you can get from this, but it allows you space to act in a certain manner. It gives you leeway that others might not get if you say I have this certain diagnosis.
Yeah, it's your left to get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
Like we're all well aware. Like let's be real here. Like we're not going to name drop, but there's a certain person that starts with an L that acts in a certain way that we know cashes this in on a very frequent basis.
Oh my God, who are we talking about? Name drop it.
We you should be able to figure it out, Destiny. You've dealt with this person.
Come on.
Yeah. We're not gonna name drop it. We don't need that person. But what I'm just saying, we can tell the difference between the behavior prime of a person like this as opposed to a person that's like, hey, I'm like in rural fucking Idaho, okay, there's like not a lot of options for like medical treatment around here, I'm trying to like find my way, like any good resources to really like help this, I was previously like in this mental state, there's been like some like debilitating circumstances that have led to this. There's like a very clear aesthetic in a way that they act, in a way that they're trying to go about it. Some people are going to where like, I have a shitty pattern of behavior and I'm going to use that as a blanket excuse. Other people are like, there is a problem, there was a way that I was before and there is a current set of circumstances circumstances and a current mental state that I am not happy with that needs to be addressed, and I'm willing to take an initiative on it. It's very clear, very intuitive that you'll be able to parse between these types of individuals. So
yeah, and it would be a very clear difference between like saying that like even if you wanted to go to the doctor and someone was like, quote unquote, to use a wonderful phrase that's been brought up before, gatekeeping you out of like the actual mental illness. Like this isn't really something that necessarily exists in that way. You're not being quote unquote gatekept out of like the mental illness. Like either you have it or you don't.
That's and actually, I'll follow up. I'll actually follow up that. It's actually super important that people are gatekeeping mental illness diagnosis, because I don't want people thinking like, hey, I have DID. Hey, I have major depressive disorder. The way that, like, at least from my own experience and other people, is that, hey, I have a symptom, okay? There is like a much greater level of, for myself specifically, there was a greater level of inertia that was needed for like, to me, just to get out of bed, for me to just do like a basic function. Do I need to take a shower? Shit, am I even going to eat today? Like the amount of effort that took, just the startup to like get off my couch, get off my bed, was so much greater that I understood that this is a problem and I need to like put effort forward into dealing with this. I don't want someone to be like, well, I have major depressive disorder, fuck it, that's it. You know, people should have very acute symptoms that they know what needs to be addressed, and should do a very good job at not trying to have like an encompassing diagnosis, because that allows it to be much more wielded as an aesthetic and isn't that beneficial for them to actually deal with the overall problems, because people aren't going to have all the symptoms of major depressive disorder. There's a reason that there are multiple ones that you can experience and not all at once. You need to focus on the symptoms and try to address them bit by bit with people's circumstances and how they can best deal with it. You actually want to gatekeep diagnoses and the end result significantly, because that's how you basically could.
I think gatekeep means a little bit different than like, you know, like doing like rigorous like study on a person to figure out what's going on. I think when people say gatekeep, it's probably meaning something a little bit different than just like my doctor, you know, went through like a true analysis and like didn't give me what I wanted. I think they probably mean a little like something a little bit different.
No,
but I would hope so. I would hope so. But how else are we referring to like the quote unquote phrase that's been brought up before, that that we have physicians, we have doctors who are gatekeeping mental illness from individuals.
I got you.
And when I follow,
let's say okay, so we're all no, you guys are all just saying a bunch of shit.
I'm just going to clarify. I'm just going to. I'm just going to clarify. When I say gatekeep, when a person says like, "Hey, I have DID," instead of just being like, "Okay, you have literally like all the fucking 13 possible symptoms," ask like an individual to specify, "What about DID do you have? Why do you think that's the end conclusion?" So that you really can help understand that like, hey, if this person wants to get better, it's like, well, what specifically about you makes you feel like you have DID, and then you can have a much more narrow approach for you to better yourself.
Okay, so when we talk about diagnosis at all, I hope everyone completely understands that like, it doesn't happen in one meeting, doesn't happen in like 2 meetings. It happens in a couple different meetings you'll have specifically to try and get a diagnosis. So I think, and I'm just steel manning this, I don't believe every single person when they say they're being gatekept. But if I'm supposed to apply this to like women in ADHD, I do think there's like a bit of gatekeeping there, unnecessarily. There's an unnecessary like burden put on women to like prove that they have ADHD, and this is like something I think I can find some studies for. I have it pulled up right here. But when we talk about these things, like you're going through multiple like appointments, you're trying to achieve a diagnosis because you feel like your symptoms aren't being addressed. That's like the kind of gatekeeping that's being talked about. I'm not sure if people are really saying like I'm being gatekept from DID. I think that's a pretty rigorous like, you know, endeavor to go through as a doctor to try and actually identify someone with that. So I'm just going to steelman the argument so we're not just all jerking each other off here. But I think we all kind of agree, but like I think there's room to say there's gatekeeping in like diagnoses.
Sure.
For some specific groups.
Dooby, did you have something to say?
I guess okay. So, like what's her name? Baja Blastphrase just said. I think we all semi-agree.
Him.
Yeah, him. That dude. So I'm gonna try to like steelman the other side of this a little bit. Because I'm kind of exploring this too, right? I'm more firmly primo on one side than you are, but I'm trying to make sure, you know, the position I'm leaning toward is a correct position. When again, like I said, when it comes to things like depression or anxiety, I think it's easy to say if someone tells you that they're depressed, you can treat them like they're sad, maybe be nice to them. It's not a big deal, right? Someone tells you they're anxious, you can, you know, agree that they're maybe nervous or something, even if it's not some sort of disorder, and treat them that way. But my issue comes when there's like requirements beyond that. So this is why I'm focusing so much on things like DID or the deer shit, the other kin thing that's out there.
Nobody's
so that
doing
that comes. That's not true.
Oh,
That
there's
comes
people
with
definitely doing that.
yeah, that comes with requirements for interacting with them in these spaces. Right, and as someone who's very much into politics as a hobby, I'm not an actual politician, but I'm a curious person. I like to talk about this shit online, right? When I've got some free time, you run into these people in these spaces, right? And if they are like, how can I lay this out in a way that makes sense? So if they're telling you that like they have DID, right, and they're saying they haven't been diagnosed yet, maybe they'll even say that hey, they don't have the money, the resources, the family support, whatever it is, to go and get diagnosed. But they're telling you that they're experiencing this thing, right? That they feel this way. These are the symptoms. This is what they're living with. And they've looked it up. It says it's DID. So that's what they're saying it is. And all they're asking is that you are patient with them. That you try not to trigger whatever episodes they're having. They're still working through this thing. They don't really have the money or the time or the resources, whatever the fuck, to go to a psychiatrist. Or maybe they're trying to, and they just haven't gotten diagnosed yet. They haven't gone through the entire process yet. Is it like, would it be wrong for people like that to be patient with them, to accept them, say that whatever belief they have is valid? If all they're asking you to do is kind of like play along to get along, basically.
You're asking me if that's wrong? Is that wrong to do?
Yeah, well, because the other side of this is so if you do play along, right? They are like, so I've only had half a beer so far, guys. Fuck you. So
I'm
if you do play along, you are enabling, encouraging the other shit, which is people tacking on these disorders that they don't actually have to basically give themselves buffs in online arguments, right? Which happens all the fucking time, right? To give themselves oppression points that they can use to summon, the fucking Twitter army of God, right? To attack you with, right? So if you do give in and play along, you're enabling that kind of shit, right? But if you don't, and they generally have this kind of thing, or they have something, they're not sure what it is yet, but they're telling you what they're experiencing day to day, right? They're telling you what their struggle is, and like, is it like so harmful to go along with it? Because the alternative is you don't go along with it. They're actually dealing with something, even if it's not the ID. They're dealing with something that makes them feel like they have multiple people in them, and you're treating this person badly, maybe pushing them into like a darker place than they need to be.
So, like in your hypothetical, I guess I know them, right? Like, isn't just a random person. I know this person.
Imagine they're on a panel like this, or you're interacting with them, because my reference for this kind of shit, the only place I deal with these people ever, is not in the real world. It's not at work. It's not my fucking cousin's house. It's not going out to the park. It's literally just online. I've never seen these people in any space that isn't online, and it could be that that's the case because they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel safe expressing themselves this way, in person, in public, right? Where there are like social consequences. So just imagine they're in one of these spaces.
So I would, if it's for the sake of the panel and like sake of content, I would actually probably engage them and do it. I don't think that necessarily, like, if someone is going to those lengths to ask me and tell me that they have been going to see doctors, they've been trying to do things to rectify the problem with self-diagnosis, which is actually go seek help, I would probably engage them. If someone's coming in here flatly to tell me that they have this and then they are reacting badly, if I mess up or something, like reacting like so out of control where it's like you probably shouldn't be on this panel, I'm just gonna ignore them. I think the whole thing I've been getting at this whole time is not that self-diagnosis is justified, but that it's something that I'm sympathetic towards, because in a lot of non-extreme cases, like not DID, like it's probably just someone that's looking for an answer for something that's wrong in their life, right? At the end of the day, unless someone's explicitly going out of their way to like be like an asshole about it and use it as a bludgeon to like reinforce whatever they're saying or dealing with. So if someone was on this panel and they were saying, I have DID, I've been trying all this shit, blah, 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 I'd probably engage them, right? I think that's a good faith attempt, and that's a good faith person if they're willing to go through that. And, I have no reason to distrust that they're telling me that they're going to see some help.
So
I don't see why anyone would be mean. Like, I'm trying to see
Well, what do you, Destiny, you say you should just like not play along at all. You, like, fuck these people, right? And that's really what I'm leaning toward. So
Wait, real
what do
quick.
you-
I'm
what do you
sorry.
think?
Just as let me explain something real quick. So what I'm talking about is you don't accommodate the behavior. So accommodating is when you change what would otherwise be considered normal in order to meet like an exceeded expectation by somebody that might have a mental illness. In some cases, accommodations might be important because you need to do it for a person to like function. So maybe somebody with OCD like actually severely needs to like check a door handle, or they have some sort of routine that they have to engage in, right? So you might accommodate like that type of behavior. But there might also be other cases where people are asking for unnecessary accommodations that are actually harmful to them, and maybe even a little bit unreasonable for them to demand of other people. So when I say that you shouldn't accommodate all behaviors, like a random person telling you that you need to like use like 17 different names for them and respect their alters, I would consider that an unreasonable accommodation if they don't at least carry like an actual confirmed diagnosis and then aren't in an area where it's appropriate to make those accommodations.
Okay, so, but what if it's the case of this person actually does have this, and then they're in the process? And maybe they tell you like maybe King Willen has gotten to them, and they think there's no help, so they haven't bothered to try to get help because they think it's hopeless, right? So with this kind of person, would you just like not accommodate it at all? Would you encourage them to maybe go try to get that help?
I might make like some personal judgment call where maybe that's up to you personally to figure out. I personally wouldn't accommodate any of that behavior, but if I knew the person really well, maybe I would. If I like if I've got like a lifelong friend and I don't think that they're bullshitting me on something or whatever, then I would probably be like a little bit more likely. But I'm not going to be accommodating, like strangers on Twitter.
So, Apohan, I kind of want to jump on this point. This is where I was going to take this. Okay. Destiny, you've been here longer than me, right? And you've dealt with Twitch politics longer than me. So you must have observed what I've observed, in that there are quite a few people, I think more than any in a regular group that you'll find offline, that online, that people with mental illnesses tend to congregate, right? You've seen this.
Maybe, or at least people that say they have them. We're talking about very, very different types of things, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, all right, so I'll speak for myself. I'll leave them out right. In my experience, especially since my format is different from everyone else's format, where I'm constantly having people here, right, involved in dealing with them, I've noticed that within this space, the people who are on camera and the people who are off camera in terms of audience members, right, that a lot of people with mental health issues appear, right?
Yeah.
So, first of all, I am not equipped of saying one way or the other they're lying, right? Like I can't. And most people don't say that they self-diagnose. This is why I've never even really thought about this until just now. So I am going to assume that a person is I'm dealing with them, that they're telling the truth. That's all I can do, right? Like no one, and again, this is why I didn't want to bother with DID, because it's so extreme and no one has ever tried that here, right? And we've had all kinds of individuals come through. So like, wouldn't the best idea, especially if you don't know these people, right? You're dealing with them online, especially face to face like this, or face to digital face, to assume good faith that you are experiencing something. That doesn't mean that they can automatically, for instance, get privileges within Twitch politics and like shut down conversations, which is how that usually goes. But simply acknowledge that.
Yeah. So the thing that I would say here is, again, I think that there is a value in like a safe space. People use safe space as literally a derogatory term, or they think they're above it, or, but I think there's a lot of value. So I'll use an example. So you do a show called All Black Everything, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't watch anything on Twitch, so I'm not saying this person did and that I haven't watched it, but like my guess is that if you have a lot of Black people on, there might be complaints that you make that you feel like a little bit more comfortable making, because there's not going to be some like white asshole like me checking you on like every fucking thing you're saying, right? Like, because this is a form of like a safe space. I just want to be able to vent about my experience without having somebody fucking tone policing me, or somebody that doesn't understand my perspective trying to ask me questions about it. And if I'm surrounded by like-minded or similar people with similar experiences, I can have that experience and not have to fucking worry about it, right? I think that's I think that's a cool thing. I think that's a perfectly fine example of a safe space. Safe space doesn't mean it's just a bunch of marshmallows in a room who are snowflakes scared of being triggered. Safe space just means you have an area to talk about something without like judgment from some external party that doesn't share those experiences. Okay. Now, that being said, not everything is a safe space, and acting like you're in a safe space everywhere is inappropriate to the other people that might be involved. So let me give you an example. Let's say that you wanted to talk about like very sensitive racial issues, okay? And I'll use Sweet Anita as an example. Let's say it's a very serious conversation and you that have like very important and they're very emotionally invested in some of these arguments. It might not be appropriate to have somebody with like severe Tourette's there that might just like start saying the N-word a bunch. Not because they're a bad person, not because they're an asshole, not because you don't like them, but just because it's not an appropriate area to accommodate that type of behavior. And I say behavior even, I don't mean to say like it's intentional or whatever, but I'm just saying that like it's not appropriate to expect in every circumstance, every single person will accommodate every single type of behavior. There are definitely appropriate settings where you accommodate some types of behavior. And then there are other settings where you don't have to accommodate that type of behavior. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, I think that's reasonable. Yeah. Yeah. Does anyone have anything else does anyone else have anything on this?
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's say it's a real diagnosis. They have the ID, they have a fucking badge from a psychiatrist or whatever. Would it be inappropriate, Prime? This is more a question to you, Prime, to kick them off a panel? It doesn't need to be DID. Maybe it's something else. Maybe they're anxious, they got some other PTSD, whatever the fuck, right? To just say, hey, not a good space for you. Sorry, bye. Right? Or is that like ableist? Is that like othering somebody, excluding someone from the conversation? That like,
Are you
like
talking
unfairly?
To me?
No, I'm not. If you're feeling guilty, maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe you're one of those. But like I'm wondering if that would be wrong, right? So this is something they have no control over. Something it's not their
There's
fault.
nothing wrong with that. Nothing you're saying. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Not every space has to be made for every person. There might be some disabilities or conditions that preclude you from occupying all public spaces. That's okay. There's nothing ableist about that.
I think that goes along with my.
And that's what you say as you're seeing them out.
To deal with it.
That's exactly what you say. He's like, I have a panel. We do this particular thing. Like, it's just not the most appropriate space for you. You're not entitled to go to every single space and have every single person make accommodations for whatever you need to be accommodated on. That's totally fair for the people that own that space to say that.
Seems awfully presumptuous, though.
Yeah,
like, let's say I had a bad experience and somebody, launched their identity at me, and I was really angry and so on and so forth. I can't say what everybody else on the panel thinks of it. I mean, for instance, if it's so, let's say it's so bad that people say they have ADHD, or they go under the banner of their diagnosis or whatever, or their identity. If it's so bad, then there's something happens to somebody that's bad. Like, it feels bad, and it's like an actual real problem. But I've just experienced it as a rhetorical flourish, which seems brave sometimes to hold up the whole panel and say I am so on and so forth. It's brave in a way, not necessarily it's going to work out. It's not necessarily convincing. So if somebody does that to me, that doesn't mean they won the argument, or that the people watching thought that was a great move or anything. So I just don't think it's a harmful thing. What I do think is harmful, and which I think might be the sort of why this whole thing is like why you guys are making such a big deal out of this, is that bullying is harmful, And then you have to ask yourself, am I a bully? Am I acting like a bully? And when I am coming at this topic, am I coming to it as a bully, where I'm trying to create these bad characters out of whole cloth, and I'm trying to reject them in theory, and looking for ways, can we all get a consensus that we can ask them not to be on a panel or something? I mean, I don't know. Get a load of yourself. Like, maybe I'm a fool, like, just maybe,
so,
right?
Like, I would agree
then see me off the panel. Fuck it,
I would agree with the last thing you said about being a fool. It is not bullying. Not all spaces are created for all people. We can pretend that it's exclusionary or whatever because we're using some new hyper woke definition of what it means to be inclusive, but this should be something that it used to be well understood. There are going to be some spaces that you might just not be compatible with. There are going to be some spaces that like just aren't able to accommodate the conditions or disabilities that you have. And if that's the case, that's okay. Not every space has to be made for every person. And not every person with a disability has necessarily the right to disrupt other spaces and force other people to accommodate that behavior. If anything, one, I think it gives a really bad perception of people that do deal with these issues because usually they're very self-conscious about disrupting other spaces and they won't do that. If they feel like they are disruptive, usually they remove themselves, which can be sad sometimes depending on how far they go. But like, and two, like it's just understood that not every space is going to function in a way that's friendly for all sorts of people. Like let's say that we're having a discussion about like what we think is like the coolest kill streak on Call of Duty with like with a group of friends, and you've got one friend that's like a literal like Iraqi war like PTSD veteran or whatever. That might not be an appropriate conversation for him to be a part of because of whatever trauma he's got. But he doesn't have to be involved in that convo. We don't have to accommodate him. Like we can simply say like, hey, this is what we're going to be talking about tonight. You probably don't want to be here for that. And that's okay. There's no shame. There's no harm. There's no problem with that.
So I guess what if the person with DID like is just like completely reasonable, understands that this is a hard thing to execute on to correctly get people's names right, and they just don't really. They may like correct you as in like the same way people like some trans folk handle like misgendering. Like they're not really too bothered with it if it happens incidentally, and if you're making a good effort to try and like correct yourself, would that be like too much to accommodate for?
It's subjective and based on a person's tolerance. Like,
Yeah,
you know, being
with
around
me,
here
I can't do names for shit. So
well,
I get pissed real quick.
Yeah, like what if they never get pissed? Is that too much? That's what I'm asking you. I guess it's
no,
a personal
like
question.
we've absolutely like kicked people off panels with just because they have like really fucking boring personalities. Okay, so like if a person is basically like endangering themselves or like harming themselves mentally because they can't handle this environment, then absolutely we'll get them the fuck out. All right.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying
So
what
wait.
if they're not like so bothered by it? Like
Well,
what if
then there's no issue. Well,
Yeah, there's no issue then. They're fine. They're not asking
Yeah,
people. They're not forcing people to accommodate their behavior, right?
Yeah, wait,
so if they
right.
correct you, it's just fine. Would
Wait,
you
so
like
she's-
take the correction?
Wait, so what's the problem? If a person with DID comes on and there's no issue whatsoever and they're just like perfectly nonchalant?
Well, no. What if they correct you in the same way? Like if you were to accidentally misgender someone and they correct you, would you just accommodate it, or would you say fuck off?
It would come down to the people in that space. Like I personally wouldn't do it, but I might be in a space where everyone else is comfortable doing it and I'm not comfortable doing it. And maybe I'm the one then that gets excluded. Hey, if you're not going to make this accommodation that we've all decided is okay, then maybe it's time for you to leave Destiny, right? Which would be fine. Like, okay, cool. Then it's my choice whether I want to do that accommodation or not, right? It just depends on the space and the people there.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just
Prime,
asking.
the reason I was asking this is, so people say that the dear person thing doesn't happen, but I've seen some of these people on Twitch talking politics, right? And I'd really like to talk to some of them. I'd like to talk to them on your panel, right? But I'm wondering if we get one of those people in here and they're requesting that I call them a dear, is this something I need to do, right? Do I need to use like it pronouns or like whatever the fuck the pronouns are, right? Or can I say, no, that's kind of stupid, right? This is silly. So I'm not going to do that, but I'd like to talk to you about politics. Right? So it's like, this is why I'm asking Prime, like, what's your stance on that?
Dooby, it sounds like you're doing it more for spectacle, so you'll probably give in just so you can.
It's way more for spectacle. I love it. It's fucking hilarious.
So you're just gonna do it for the shit show. You'll call them fucking the Grinch if that's what they want to go by, just because you want to farm the content. So.
I mean, you don't have a right to that person's time, right? Maybe it comes down to what they're willing to accept then. Because if they don't want to have that conversation with you, then they can just say, no, fuck off. I'm not going to talk to Dooby if he's going to do that. And that's their right to do it. You can't demand that conversation. Yeah.
So, but if they were on this panel, right, and this was like a request that they made, I'm wondering what Prime would think about this request. Right? Was this something that you'd require us to go along with?
Oh, man.
Stake your claim now.
Yeah.
I mean, same as everything else. You have to encourage people to do what they feel is right. I mean, would you actually mandate everyone follow this? Do you mandate it for like other groups?
I mean, Prime. The simple question, like the easiest way to phrase this is: would you enforce people using neopronouns? Would be roughly the question that was asked there.
It's much further than neopronouns with dear people. Like
Well,
if
no,
it's like
you're talking about referring to someone as like it/it pronouns. So I mean, like
because they think
we're-
they're spiritually endeared, not because
Yeah.
they want some
yeah,
other
yeah,
pronoun.
but we're not talking about like why they want that. We're talking about what they want to be called.
And that is essentially a neopronoun, right? Like I know
Yeah,
that.
so we're asking whether or not Prime would enforce people to use neopronouns, such as calling people it.
You're on the
Because
hot
Prime,
seat,
you enforce like preferred pronouns like he, her, they, them, whatever, right? And I'm totally okay with that. But I'm wondering if that extends to like it, or like whatever fucking dear pronoun they've got, right?
That sounds way more dismissive. Like calling
Not
somebody
to be
it feels like a
put
fucking roast.
extremely
Like,
on the spot, Prime.
I feel like I read about this on Twitter.
I'm thinking hard here.
Not to be extremely on the spot.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right, let's work this through because my mind is blank. So it depends on what we're trying to accomplish, and depends on what I feel this person saying that they want these accommodations is trying to accomplish. If I think that they are trying to take over my panel, right? Take over my channel with whatever, right? Saying that their trauma is most important, and if you guys aren't all acknowledging my trauma, oh, then something's wrong with you. All right, that person probably needs to get the fuck out of here. Okay. If that person is trying to engage, okay, so in this scenario, Dooby, you've brought this person into this space specifically to engage with them on this, right? On this issue. Then,
Yes.
Then, like, if they want that accommodation, hey, like, this is how I like to be preferred. I like to be referred to as like Alpha Centauri because I'm a star child, right? Like, okay. I mean, well, that's what they're here to talk about, and that's what we're trying to engage them on. And if we can't
what if they're here to talk about something else, but this is just their pronoun, the preferred thing?
And
can't get out of it, Ron.
2:30 a.m. is definitely the best time to choose this, to decide on this.
At some point, one of these star children alters dear raccoon people is going to come on 20 of your panels.
Oh boy.
So you got to make a decision. How do we treat this person? Do we use the pronouns? Do we not? Do we just call them by their name? Is that the requirement? Like what do you want from us?
I'm a bit confused. Are you like talking about a furry or something?
Furries are disgusting. Dan, I know you're furry. You're disgusting. I'm sorry to tell.
Rude.
Not talking about
I know, but like I was just I know I kind of have an idea what you're talking about, and I don't subscribe
Fuck you,
to
Dan.
that.
So Dan, there's some people who identify as like different. Well,
Yeah, they're called the Therians. It's like they believe that they're like they have a spirit of an animal or whatever. It's kind of some, I think, specifically for furries is like maybe like 20% are into that.
I think it kind of just goes beyond the animal space though for people who claim they have claim
true.
or actually say they actually have the ID. Right?
Yeah, even though I am like, but I think that's kind of weird for me, but I'm not into that.
Cool.
So okay, yeah.
The right term is otherkin. They're not furries. They're otherkin.
Yeah.
Therians.
Whatever.
So okay. So
It's super complicated.
what would I do?
No, it's not.
I think that I would. Fuck me. I'm going back and forth as I speak. I guess so. I'm going to go use Star Child. I'm a bit more familiar with them than like specifically the other kin, right? But like a Star Child. If they want everyone to refer to them as Alpha Centauri, right? And like I am actually Alpha Centauri. I'm birthed from that stardust, whatever, right? I would say, hey, the rest of the panel may not agree with this designation. Do you have another name, first of all, that we can talk about? Like, so do you have?
They respond no. Nope, you ain't getting out of this prime.
No. First of all, they have a name. They have a username, right? They're coming in with a username. Everyone comes in with a username.
Their name is Alpha Centauri.
Okay, well then, if their username is Alpha Centauri, then I'll refer them as Alpha Centauri, like I refer to you as Titan.
That's
right?
their username. That's their identity.
Then,
that's everything.
Well, then there's no problem, then, right? Then
wait. So Prime.
He
So
got
Prime,
out everybody.
So wait, no, stop. So Prime, we're only allowed to refer to them as their quote unquote proper noun, their internet proper noun, as to like what their username is.
I mean, if you want, yeah, like when a okay, and I know we're not supposed to be dragging trans brothers and sisters in this, right? But there have been some people who have refused to acknowledge trans people in their pronouns while being on this panel, right? I give you another option, right? And you're going to have to fucking take it. Use their names. Use their actual proper names, right? And by that, it's not their real names, right? It's their usernames. That's what we'll call them. If you can't accomplish that, get the fuck out. Like, if you can't do that, I don't want you here. Bye. And so in that case, yeah, just use their username.
The cheat code has been unlocked. He typed it in. That's it. I honestly think that's it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right? Like what? You don't have.
I can look. I understand that line. That's the line we usually give people who are like very conservative and don't like trans people, whatever. Right? Just use your name. Don't be a dumbass. Use your name. Just so we can get the conversation going. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like there's more baggage with like calling yourself a deer or a solar system or whatever the fuck. Right? Because then they're basically asking you to they're presenting themselves as spiritually an animal or something else. So in effect, you're from their perspective, you're talking to them, an animal, about politics, right? Which seems really fucking weird. And I don't know if like, I don't know. I feel like I'd want to like. It's just too like juicy not to like fuck with them. To be honest with you.
Okay, this is.
Are you against non-gendered language?
What'd you say, Steven?
It sounded like Dooby's literally just memeing this whole fucking conversation. I don't understand.
No, I'm not. Okay, Destiny, you say you.
When you say
like
it's too juicy not to fuck with them, you're not asking about respecting pronouns. You're just trying to fucking troll people on the podcast. I don't understand what you're
No, I'm not. Okay, listen.
This is why Dooby is chaos.
Okay, Dan, shut up, you fucking furry. So,
neutral chaos.
Destiny. So there are dear people on Twitch, right? I know you're always looking for people to talk to. These people talk politics, right? There are like 3 of them that I've seen. If one of them wanted to talk to you about something political, would you do it, and would you use their pronoun thing, right? So I'm just wondering if there's like room in this space for these weird ass people. Destiny?
That to me? No, I already said I wouldn't. It's not my show.
Okay, so for you, there's no room for them. They're like,
wait, hold on. It's not my show. I don't get to decide that.
No,
if somebody came on with somebody came on and wanted to be referred to by neo-pronouns or some weird shit like that, I would say fuck no. And then if Brian says, well, that's the rules for the show, then I say, oh, okay, well, then I'll leave. It's not my space.
Yeah, but you personally wouldn't have them like on your show. Right?
Not unless I like specifically wanted to talk to them about something. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, so let someone else have something. I don't have anything else on this topic. I just don't. I don't have anything. I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Never mind.
You weren't going to say the N-word debate. You weren't going to say that, were you, Dan? Dan, you weren't going to say that, were you?
Yes, I was about to.
Yeah, of course you were going to say that. All right. Well, anyway, I just don't have anything else on this topic. I don't know what else to say here. And again, especially since it's such a fringe case here. Like, I don't know. It's
not a fringe case. Just figure out the answer to the question. I don't know why you talk around this so much. If somebody came on and they had neo-pronouns and they wanted to be respected, would this be a space where you would force people to use neo-pronouns? Or would you say, sorry, this isn't the space for you? It's like, it's one or the other. You can't I'd force everybody to use their proper noun the entire time. First of all, that's disrespectful to that person. And secondly, not everybody's going to be able to refer to somebody over and over and over and over and over again using the first name. It's really unnatural.
First of all,
just pick one.
Wait a minute. No. First of all, how is using a person's name some sort of terrible onerous accommodation? Like, oh, you can't use, first, how many times do you have to even use their pronoun in the first place within the context of an argument, right? Like, I'm referring to Steven, right? I can go through this entire time without ever using your pronoun.
You literally just used my pronoun 2 times. You are your pronoun. You literally just said it. No, you can't. It's really hard. Like, do you understand how difficult it is in a 2-person conversation to say Steven instead of you or your? Also, it makes you sound really condescending, Prime. If I were to call Prime the entire time, then Prime would be having a really difficult conversation, and Prime would probably feel really irritated. Right?
No.
It doesn't work. It breaks conversation hardcore. You just pick one. You either accommodate your pronouns or you don't. You can't like.
Prime likes to be called Prime. This is Prime. Pick the name Prime, okay? So, all right, I love it. So keep doing that. But no, so no, you're. I don't think I disagree with you. I don't think this is some sort of onerous ask. Like just use their name. And when I talk about pronouns, right now, maybe we're expanding it, and I understand this is a pronoun, but I've always talked about gendered pronouns. Like the fight has never been over non-gendered pronouns, and I've never heard of anyone not being wanting to be called you, right? So are you saying that that there are people out there who wouldn't accept the word you?
Yeah, is the it's person against you?
Or maybe, I don't know. There's people who use all sorts of. That's why they're called neo-pronouns. You can write whatever fucking rules you want. That's why they're dumb.
I've heard or like G or something like that, but like, I've never heard anyone say it. So I think again, it seems like you're blowing this problem up. Like, I
do think that your thing is a bit of a blow up, unless someone really has a problem with that. In which case, yeah, okay, I switch sides completely. Fuck them. Like if I can't say you or your, fuck off.
Yeah, I think that's too much. If you're completely asking us to rewrite the language, like I come on here and then I come on and I have to reteach you how to speak, right? Yeah. So like we can understand the whole he, him, she, her situation, right? We can even understand, I guess, like they, right? But like to say that the words you, when referring to a person, right, and there's a separate word for that, well then now you're simply just rewriting everything. So again, I don't think this is actually a serious issue.
Wait, Prime, so would you draw the line on people who like use the pronoun it, who would refer, they don't want like hey you, it's it, like this is the third person pronoun that they refer to as,
and not they?
Correct.
Oh.
Here's the cheat code. If they get offended by they, them, then they're not worth your fucking time. Literally nothing that they say, nothing of value is ever coming from that person's mouth. So you actually lose nothing. And you probably save yourself some brain cells and everybody else in chat by not having these people included in anything you do.
Yep.
But like,
so Prime, there are these people exist. These people will argue that their pronouns are it is
I
both
guess
sides of their pronoun.
Yeah, and I guess, so to be clear, I don't think this is like very widespread, like in the real world, right? Off Twitch and Twitter and Discord, but in these spaces, these very online political debate bro spaces, they're fucking everywhere.
No, they're not.
Like,
they're not fucking
they
everywhere.
really are.
They're
Yes,
not
they are.
everywhere. Look, the Politics Discord server that Dooby runs, I expect you to meet in chat if you want to stop by there.
It's a beautiful place.
I mean, I just want to say that I had somebody with over like 1,500 likes trying to get me
worry.
banned for making a death threat by like retweeting somebody and making a joke about it being deer hunting season. And people unironically were trying to report me to Twitch saying it was a death threat. And the real answer is it's not a death threat because there are no people deers. So I mean, this shit is fucking crazy online, and these spaces are getting more extreme and more fucking ridiculous. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of these spaces became infested with people that were like just so white and so desperate for some type of buff that they were getting it through inventing all these weird pronouns and shit for themselves.
I'm sorry, dude. Like you sound like right now you're sounding like a boomer, right? Talking about these people. No. He is. He sounded like a boomer talking about all these kids coming in with their hip hop, right? And their low rise jeans, right?
And you know what? And I've actually said this verbatim on my stream. I said, you know what, guys? This might actually be where the train stops for me. I'm too old. I'm 32. I can't hang with you guys anymore. When you guys start calling each other fucking deers and using it pronouns, that's where I hop off. I'm sorry, you lost me. Now I'm conservative, fascist, neo-fascist, Nazi Steve. There I am. I'm sorry, you lost me. Have fun being deers and whatever else the fuck you want to do and knock yourself out because I'm not for that ride.
I can't.
I can assure you, Destiny,
These kids coming in with
hardly any of us are doing
their
that.
rap and their deer pellets. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but again, no one is doing that. You aren't encountering people. Look, Twitter. I think Twitter.
I know. There people were getting thousands of likes.
No.
on this shit. What do you mean?
Okay, but Twitter. I think
that is
Twitter is like a special tier in reality, right? One that I do not engage
plane
with.
of hell.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think exactly that. So like, this is the problem. This is what like Fox News. This is a subject that would a segment that will be on Fox News, right? When they have literally nothing else to do, right? Like
I
okay,
agree. So everything you're saying, I said 5 years ago. Okay, I agreed with that 100%. That people will find these one-off accounts, and I think 5 years ago, I think I was right to say it. People will find accounts that have like 2 likes, and they'll take these tweets and they'll make whole fucking careers out of making fun of these people, and it's ridiculous. And I agree with that. That is insane. Now, has this permeated like real life spaces yet? Not as much. But you are starting to see a massive uptick in ultra fucking cringe behavior by stuff that used to only be fucking online, right? Kids that want to say that white kids can't go to school today to celebrate racial injustice in the past. We're banning all white kids from coming to college. That fucking Brett Weinstein guy got fired from his school for being opposed to that. That was fucking insane. Right? Or that one, what was the referee in fucking Italy or what, that they asked like, oh, like which player is that? And he says the way that he refers to it is negro because that's black in his language, and he got fucking canceled for it. Or the Jeopardy guy that made like a counting to 3 symbol, and he actually got canceled for it. Like, and it used to be back in the case that when I would argue against people like Sargon of Akkad, these guys are finding like one blue-haired crazy SJW that has no real-world impact, that doesn't do anything, and they make like whole like 12-part video series dicing. I was like, this is cringe as fuck. But nowadays, there's so much more corporate power behind it. There's so much more like big social media platforms behind it that it's like it's a little bit more scary, and it's a little bit more like in real life. It's getting there on like college shit, and then it makes me wonder like, well, fuck, like how much farther is this shit gonna go? Because it's getting a little bit fucking ridiculous.
Okay, but
he's playing into your horseshoe idea.
But here's the problem with this. Here's the problem. Is like you're using. So what you said to me is that I'm counting these people and they have 1,500 Twitter likes. Well, Twitter likes aren't legitimacy, right? So what difference is?
I agree. But they used to get 1 or 2 Twitter likes. Now they're getting thousands, and they're getting more attention in real spaces too. People are being canceled over insane shit. That girl at Vogue that lost her job because when she was 17, she tweeted like, man, I hate the way that my Asian TAs are. And she got fired when she was like 28.
And now you're sneaking in other issues into the argument.
But there's not other issues. It used to be that 10 years ago.
Back in my day, yes, go ahead.
Yes. Back in my day, people weren't actually losing jobs. It was just dipshits online that were stirring shit up with this. But now people are like actually losing jobs and getting canceled and like doing crazy shit in the real world. There's a problem.
You sound like a white comedian right on CNN talking about how they can't say anything. They have no space in the world to talk anymore, right? So like where is specifically, right? So I agree with you on the like the Vogue thing. I remember that was like ridiculous, and a few other examples you brought up were ridiculous. We can find common ground there, but that's not what we've been talking about for fucking 2 hours. No,
we can talk about like all of this ties in together. You can pretend that these are dissimilar issues, my dude, but QAnon didn't start on fucking Fox News. It started on fucking 4chan, got to Reddit, and then got to Facebook memes, and that's why like 60% of Republicans now think there's some Jewish child rape conspiracy or whatever about the fucking Republican Party. That shit is insane. The numbers, the percentages on people that are believing this online shit. It used to be, again, you can call me older back in my day, but 6 or 7 years ago, I would laugh at people pointing this because like 1% of people believe this. But it's like legitimately the polling, I exaggerated before, but it's like 40%, I think, of the Republican Party actually believes in like a Jewish conspiracy theory that's like controlling politics, like unironically. And like the verbiage on these polls are extreme. And huge numbers of people are believing it. And a lot of this shit comes from the internet and like this enchanted shit that like it used to be online only, but it's not anymore. It's like breaking into the real world more and more and more and more.
Two things. Well, I think for QAnon, I think there are some Republican superstars that like are doing a lot of like pushing of these ideas, right? In addition, whereas
after they got popular online.
Yeah, after they got popular online, but I think that's where like the buck stops, right? Like that's where I think the difference is, because this is not happening with like the deer shit. Like I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid.
It's not happening yet. There are so many examples of it popping up that's starting to scare me. Like I've already listed like 5 or 6. Like there was a girl that got canceled. Like not for that yet. But the other shit that used to never be a thing, like cultural appropriation used to be an only online thing. And then some colleges stop offering yoga because they think it's cultural appropriation. Or some girl's life gets canceled because she got like gifted like some authentic like kimono or whatever, and people canceled her because she's not Asian enough to wear it, right? Like this shit is like starting to bleed over into the real world more and more and more. And it hasn't quite happened with like the pronoun stuff yet, sure. But like, I don't know who's to say that that's not the next thing, considering that every other thing has happened over and over and over and over again.
Back in my day, we used to have prayer in schools, and now I see in the beaches we have women with these tiny micro bikinis. Look, the whole whole world's going to hell in a handbasket. This is your argument. QAnon now equating that to neo-pronouns.
What is your argument? Because you haven't argued against anything I said. You're just like making a character of my position, but it's true. Like everybody listening to this conversation right now, and everybody else on this panel knows that I'm right. I don't know why you're acting like I'm making this up. I'm giving you like.
Wait, you don't speak for me. What?
Wait,
like,
I'm sorry. Then I guess everyone who's over like fucking 27 understands that what he's saying is right.
Yeah. What part of you guys do you really think that isn't true?
Yeah, only 90s kids understand this. Okay?
Like it didn't used to be that like somebody would dig up something from. First of all, there was no permanence in social media,
That's
right?
true. That's
like
true.
LiveJournal and Zanga, like that shit got fucking wiped because those GeoCities websites didn't stay around for 20 fucking years, right? You never had this shit growing up where people were digging up shit to fucking fire you, right? Where people were what was that black kid that held that video from the white girl?
Yeah,
I think,
I
where
remember.
he saved that video for 3 years
to
release it when she qualified for like an Ivy League college and got her fucking life like shit canned. Like that shit is crazy. This is new shit.
I'm acknowledging. I feel like that's the real world and online like meet, right? So I understand what you're saying insofar as like that is like a real consequence for some people, has real implications, but like I feel like that's a microcosm kind of online, right? Because these same people that fill colleges are the same kids that are on Twitter, right? There's a large intersection there. So I don't think this is bleeding over to the people that aren't online. You know what I mean?
No.
Like it's not people that aren't in college that are like all for canceling.
So Destiny, what I'm trying to say, right? I'm trying to say that I am acknowledging all those problems. What I've said before, I've acknowledged all those things, right? We've talked about exactly the black kid and the white cheerleader. Was she a cheerleader? I don't know, but she was a white woman, and he fucked her over with that because she said the N-word while she was in a car driving and all that. Yeah, he had that video. And he fucked over then, and it was we talked about it on All Black Everything, which you should have watched, right? You would have known that. I can acknowledge that. I can acknowledge all the bad behavior, the discrete bad behavior. But when you're trying to sneak it into this very specific conversation, and then legitimizing that conversation, the one about the neo-pronouns, right? With all these other disparate things, that's my problem with you. Not that those other things aren't true. I acknowledge that they are real. But that doesn't mean that they are related specifically to this. You can just say that in general, on the internet, right, exposing the society to the internet has revealed all kinds of aspects of humanity that we could have never found out before, right? This is all of this is a consequence of the internet.
Influencing it. Listen, it might be that I'm incorrect, but even if I look at the online spaces, 5 years ago, I was a wacky, trans, crazy person defender, blah, 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 blah. And that's how like the majority of the internet saw me because this was still coming off the Gamergate days where half the fucking gamer bros didn't even believe trans people were real. And nowadays, I'm literally like transphobic enemy number one. My position hasn't changed at all. If anything, I've moved even further left on some of these issues, but the internet went so fucking far in the other direction. And maybe it'll be the case that it doesn't show up online or in the real world ever. However, other behaviors like trying to rapidly cancel people online, that jumped from being an online only thing to a real life thing with real consequences. Initially, it was a few kids that were mad, maybe kids that posted on shit Reddit says, maybe kids that posted into something awful forums, and now it's evolved into a full-blown thing that exists in the real world. And with the neo-pronouns thing, it used to be that there were just a couple losers on Twitter that did it. They got 1 or 2 likes, nobody cared. Now they're getting thousands and thousands of these. Now they're trying to cancel people. Who's to say that doesn't make the jump next? Maybe it won't. I'm just looking at like the trend of how things have moved, and there's no reason to think why it won't continue to move in that direction. That's all I'm saying.
Does that mean you're not a
Can I just give it really quick? So it was like last year or something. Like it came out that Twitch appointed some deer person.
Oh God, yeah.
To their like some team that was like putting together
advisory
policy
board.
So the fact that a multi-million whatever the fuck corporation appointed a fucking deer person to an advisory board is like batshit fucking crazy to me. Like how does that happen? Like 10 years ago, that would have been fucking like that would have been impossible. What do you mean representation? Representation for deer people? Like so 10 years from now, are we gonna get like our accounts deleted for criticizing the deer person? Like so this is I think what Destiny's talking about. Like this is the direction things are going right now.
Are you like doing a meme?
Okay.
No, shut up, you fucking furry. I love you, Dan. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So, okay. I all right. Look, You're making the slippery slope argument that we will eventually.
Just to be clear,
no. Sorry.
Hold on, just real
Maybe I
quick.
used it
Slippery slope
incorrectly.
is not a fallacy. It's
Maybe-
only a slippery slope if you can't link A to Z. I can show you clear links. It's happened. Everybody's watched it. I don't know how old you are. I'm 32. Everybody that's my age has seen this happen. Like, I'm sorry, but this is real. You can laugh and call me boomer all you want, but it has changed so fast. You keep saying like, oh, you're old. Oh,
I'm trying to reach out to you, motherfucker. Like, God damn it. Shit. I'm sorry.
I don't need you to reach out to me. I'm right, but go ahead.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh my god. God damn it. Look, I'm trying to work with you and acknowledge these things, right? Because, and maybe I used the wrong terminology. Maybe I shouldn't use slippery slope. I apologize, okay? Great, moving on. But if you're saying that things can escalate, then yes, I agree that that we are seeing this trend online where extreme movements are getting more extreme and then working their way into the mainstream, right? So like talking about how bringing back QAnon, right? Talking about how that was a fucking a 4chan, like a 4chan creation, and through a series of events, it's like a national, possibly international movement at this point, right? So I can acknowledge that is something that could happen, and that because we had the conversation that we just had, right, in which leftists have trained ourselves to say that everything is valid, right? Because we don't want to come off as phobic of whatever, right? So that, and if we're doing that, and you can see that the mainstream is lagging behind where leftists are currently, right? It's not inconceivable that within 10 years they will have caught up to where some people are here online and have acknowledged it. But okay, all right, so I've given you that. But okay, let's move back 20-30 years, right? Let's pretend we could still have this internet show, and what we were saying, right? And I know we don't want to drag our trans brothers and sisters in this, but like I got to make this point. We'd also be saying those people don't deserve accommodation, right? Now we're going to acknowledge like men in dresses, right? Again, I don't believe this, right? But like that's what that conversation will look like, correct? But
Okay,
like it's a good thing. So hold on. Let me just.
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
That like, oh well, because you're putting everything on an axis, and you're just saying moving farther in one direction is good. Like all the arguments you're making against having dear pronouns today are the arguments that people would have made against trans people yesterday or 20 years ago. Not all things are good.
I know
just
that.
because something. So why are you even making the comparison?
No, but I'm saying that some things could be. So all I'm saying, I'm not acknowledging the dear people and saying that in 20 years that they should be acknowledged, right? Or the star people. Like I'm not saying that should be the case. However, if you look back, so people were talking about like the Britney Spears, and her and her how the media treated her 10 years ago, right? And how people looking at that, right? Looking at the way the media treat her, how the interviews where they slut shamed her, and no one batted an eye at that, right? At the time, we all thought that was normal, right? We now acknowledge that that's not the case, right? That we were wrong to do that. That doesn't mean, acknowledging that doesn't mean that all media trends are equal and should be invalid or bad, right? Like we can disambiguate these things, but I'm saying that could it be possible that we can miss those trends, those valid trends of tomorrow, if we are simply ignoring everything out of hand today? Does that make sense?
No, you have a discussion about them and you talk about it. Like a long time ago, the man-child association is a fucking thing. That didn't pick up a lot of steam. We probably back then could have said it's probably a good idea that we don't have like adults having sexual relations with children. We can still say that today. Like every argument that you're making now, I could argue to justify pedophilia, right? Well, we don't want to miss anything. Like maybe in the future, like maybe pedophilia could actually be super based, right? No, what the fuck? Just because some things were bad and now we've
That's
decided
a familiar argument too.
But
that's a familiar argument too.
Just because something, I'm just extracting the general logic of your argument is some things used to be seen as bad. Now they're seen as good, right? That doesn't mean that all things that are bad might eventually be seen as good. We can consider them and talk about them, and that's what we're doing. We are considering them and talking about them.
Well, I
And
think
I'm
it's a little bit
rejecting
different.
And I agree with
neopronouns.
that.
You can't just say that like, well, neopronouns are good because, or neopronouns might be good because things that used to be bad are now good. You need a better argument.
No,
Otherwise you could literally just say everything.
I agree with that.
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think the difference between your example there when it comes to pedophilia and what the neopronouns thing is that this is something, neopronouns are something new. Pedophilia has been around for a while, and then we progressed into like kind of saying like, well, we didn't really progress into the thing. I think for a long time we like kind of thought like, yeah, pedophilia is probably bad. Probably shouldn't be supporting this. Probably shouldn't be allowing this. Probably should stigmatize this as much as possible. Punish people who engage in it as much as possible. When it comes to neopronouns, like this is kind of like the way I think of it is how I kind of transition my language into using they and them more generally, and how it was kind of difficult for me at the first, but I was kind of against that and really to the point of it because whatever, I didn't really subscribe to the trans idea back then when I was frankly just more ignorant about it, and then my language adapted to like kind of accept it afterwards. So I guess I kind of wonder like, why be when I guess from my perspective when I see clear evidence in my own personal anecdote that I can morph my language and that actually ends up becoming more like, beneficial to me when I'm communicating with people. Why wouldn't I acknowledge that can happen again in ways that I might not be currently comfortable with?
Yeah, I mean, my problem is that like people just don't seem to be applying much thought to it. Like there are things that like were bad, or there are things that we considered bad, but we can think about them and find that they're good. But that doesn't mean that every single currently bad thing has the potential to be good. Like they still require some thought. There are ideas that people were pushing a long time ago that were bad and still are. And neopronouns might be one of those things. Now, there might be arguments in favor of them, but you can't just appeal to past things that ended up being good and say this might be a thing that turns out to be. That's not an argument.
So that's to acknowledge that I wasn't doing that, right? So like I was simply saying that all I'm saying is that that I think we're saying the same thing. I think we're saying the same thing.
You used an example earlier. You used an example earlier that I agree with, and I can point out that I think it's going too far in another direction. So when I grew up in the 90s, the early 2000s, in my opinion, rape culture was in full fucking swing. The training that you got socially and everything is the idea is you get a girl to where she can't say no. That's like the entire way of trying to fuck somebody.
Yeah.
Now that might be through getting them to sleep in the same bed as you. That might be through intoxicating the fuck out of them. Whatever you do, and it's all fair game. And if you do it, fucking you're based, right?
Yeah.
Daughters are shamed by their dads for having sex with other people. Sons are like nudge, nudge, wink, wink, like good job, you got them, right? Like that was the culture back then. Absolutely agree that was the case, and I think it was disgusting. And I think it's good that we have largely eroded that in the mainstream. But we've swung way too fucking far in the other direction, where people are recording themselves having like a normal 1 minute interaction with a guy that's like trying to flirt with them a little bit. And the guy says, okay, well, whatever. And then they leave. And people are saying that they're fucking traumatized from these interactions. Or we've got, that was a story posted on the Daily Mail with that girl that recorded like a minute and a half of herself and posted it. There was nothing traumatizing about that. The guy tried to flirt with her. He wasn't into it. He should have left a little earlier, but then like he left. But this girl on the video is like, I had to give him a fake name so that he couldn't figure out like she's fucking Jason Bourne or some shit. And this guy was like the fucking Russian spy coming to kill her or something, right? Or you've got like the Aziz story where it sounded like an awkward sexual encounter. They didn't have good sex or whatever. And people try to write this off as like a fucking rape story. It happened even on Twitch where you had some people coming out with legitimately horrible encounters that happened that like were really fucked. And then you had a whole bunch of people coming out with what were really just kind of awkward sexual interactions, trying to pass these off as fucking rape stories, or somebody flirted with them and they try to pass this off as like sexual harassment. And this is a problem, and it's really toxic. And like people can just use that same argument they're using, and I guess you're saying you're not using it, but something that sounds similar. We're like, well, listen, we used to have rape culture. You said that was good then. Now we've moved past it. Well, now you're saying it's okay for this thing. We're gonna move past this too. Like, well, no, hold the fuck on. Like, let's actually think about why we're moving past some things and if we should move past other things. That's all I'm thinking.
I agree. Then again, I think we agree that you were just agreeing very angrily at each other. I think that any particular movement, whatever it is, has to be taken on its own discreetly and for its own merits. So yeah, great. Sure. I can say that as time has gone on, and I literally gave that example. I talked about like how these trends have escalated and how I think the mainstream is following along with these things, right? Especially corporations now don't want to be accused of being of bigotry, and so because of that, it's easy for them to just go along with whatever's these larger trends. Okay, is this what the young kids are doing? All right, well then I won't put any thought into it, right? Can I sell more Pepsi, right? By like putting up was it the ad with the Kardashian woman, right? With the protest, the BLM type stuff. Like, is this what the kids like? I'll put that on screen, right? And I'll put no thought into it, and I'll just play into it just to sell something. So I could see that at some point using neo pronouns, right? Because I guess that's what the kids like, and I want to be hip. So sure, and then has that gone too far? Have we not actually taken the time to analyze that trend and to see if it's appropriate for the rest of the world, or should it stay being a Twitter thing? Right? Okay. I think we're agreeing with each other very angrily.
Okay. I think it's opportunity cost. I mean, it's like you're going to spend that much time worrying about that. I mean, is that really on your top 10 list of things to worry about?
It is if you're going to get canceled over it.
Okay, so maybe that is the worry. But if you're talking about, in my opinion, if you're talking about the QAnon example, like you're just saying, well, it starts to spread that everybody starts to sort of lose their mind, and they can make up things out of whole cloth. They can make up a whole fake universe and all these conspiracies and just act completely wacko and out unaccountable. And therefore, this is the same thing. But the difference is that the QAnon stuff led to this, is actually legitimately threatening to people. It's had such a role in the insurrection and so on and so forth. And, and it's it's believed by all kinds of hate groups and so on and so forth. So it's actually really dangerous. Whereas, like, whether people, if it's, you're saying like, it's like a pet peeve that you're being asked to use certain pronouns on a panel, and that in equating that. So that's the thing, is that the harm is not meaningful there. And unless, of course, you think that you're going to get canceled, and then I would want to hear the specific case of why you are worried about being canceled. But I think the more apt thing would be to say that it's like the CRT thing emanating from the Manhattan Institute, and it's this ginned up moral panic, and that it has some political objective, that they can, that all concern about race, that all, accurate telling of American history is subsumed under this moral panic of CRT and what kids are being subjected to in schools. And that's what's going on with this thing, is you're making a big deal out of something that has no meaningful harm, that does not harm anybody, and it's all in the service of what?
But it does cause real harm, and that's the problem. And a lot of the CRT people need to recognize that, because at some point, the biggest problem that progressives have in this country is that they're upset that it's not an authoritarian dictatorship, and they actually have like half the country that is ideologically opposed to them, and they have no fucking idea how to communicate these ideas to people. And it does a real harm to your cause. When you've got people that are proponents of CRT saying cringy shit like, man, whenever I see a white person, I want to like put a revolver to their head, or like I want to fucking kill like white people because they don't understand blah, blah, blah. Like that shit hurts your movement, and you can write it off as whatever you want, but like conservatives run well, I'm speaking in general, that if you're supporting these types of ideas, that it hurts your, I say my movement actually, because I broadly support like goals related to CRT. Sure. The problem is like, and so to go to a more real example, because fuck the CRT shit, but we can go to a more real example. We can look at stuff like BLM, and we can look at stuff like the rioting that some people get roped into supporting, or we could look at stuff like these more extreme points that people end up getting roped into supporting that make their entire side look bad, where you actually lose support in BLM around certain counties where rioting happens because of the way that people are talking, where you're actually losing seats in the fucking House because people are pushing these messages about socialism and ACAB that doesn't actually jive with minority voters like white progressives like to pretend they do. So in this case, you do see very real damage, actual political power being lost because it's being squandered on these extremist issues that used to just belong in terminally online spaces, but now they're showing up in the real world. I can give millions of examples of this. Look at in 2016, Bernie Sanders' coalition of crazy online white people didn't fucking matter. In 2020, he had to actually publicly make apologies for how crazy they were acting on Twitter. Or look at certain politicians like AOC that ordinarily she'd just be like a fucking representative from New York and nobody would know about her. But because of how powerful social media is, she's like one of the most popular politicians on the world right now. You can talk all day about how it's only online shit, but it bleeds over into the real world a lot, and it has very real consequences for your political movements.
I like all of
People
those
still need
things
to
you
touch
just
grass,
mentioned.
though?
I hear you
but King of-
denigrating them, but to the last thing, I like the BLM movement. I like AOC. I like Bernie Sanders. I thought that the people were way off the mark about how aggressively white the supporters were. Certainly, a lot of people were white, but I didn't notice that they were so aggressive or such a problem. Again, another moral panic. And
It's
so,
not a moral.
so
It actually
yeah,
happened.
so
What
that's
are you
it. You just
talking
don't
about?
like. Well, that's no. I mean, that's just it. Is that you're talking about everything that I value, and you're denigrating it, and I'm supposed to be afraid of people who want to be called it, I just don't.
I don't know what like you're talking about how like it's not these aren't moral problems, these are real problems. You had like AOC's chief of staff were attacking Democrats in vulnerable districts. He had to actually get fired from that fucking job because he was so crazy. You can call them imaginary problems because you don't care. That's great that you okay, well, I mean, like, I don't know if you're gonna like it when like none of their agendas or none of their movements can get passed for anything because like they lose popular support because of how crazy online people are.
Well,
but
I'm
maybe you just don't
supporting
give a
it, so I'm doing the best I can. I don't know about you,
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, I am too. I mean, like, if people like you are damaging the movement, I think it's part of my job is to call it out.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we're in the same movement, dude.
Maybe not, because like I actually care at the end of the day about real world material change and not like how much engagement somebody gets on a fucking tweet. But
yeah, okay, so maybe Mr. Woolley, I've had 3 beers of this one, so maybe I can connect with you.
You probably needed them.
Yeah, I probably did actually. So so getting back to the deer people, right? So I think the reason someone like Destiny or Prime would be concerned about that in the Twitch space, right, which is where their audience is, where they make a lot of their money, is because when
go ahead.
Sub to the channel, yes. When Twitch appoints a deer person to an advisory board, that says something about their position on this form of like self-expression, this form of like the identification, right? So 5-10 years from now, when Prime, Destiny, whoever is trying to make a living on this platform, and they've got deer people on the platform, and they criticize these people, there's the possibility, given that the trends not just on Twitch, but on Twitter and a lot of like social media, that this could be something that could get their channel deleted, right? Not just get them canceled, get their livelihood fucking destroyed, right? So it makes sense for them to be afraid of this stuff, to be concerned about this stuff, and to want to talk about it. It's not just a pet peeve.
Like that deer person that got appointed, she was literally tweeting about me 2 or 3 days ago, like agreeing with people that I was transphobic and I like loved the hate mob against trans people. Like if she was still working at Twitch and I ended up getting banned for some random shit, I don't know if that's because of that shit. Like I don't fucking know. That shit worries me.
Well, obviously you're not comfortable with using the pronouns it/it, so obviously that makes you transphobic, right?
Yeah, seriously.
You know what us most people on the left want is just Destiny and Vosh to kiss and make up and left unity.
Please.
God, I hope not. I seriously hope not.
I think
who gives a fuck? Just give us more league streams, Destiny. That's all we really want.
True.
I think you guys should kiss and make up. Because I don't know. I feel like that's a friendship that seems worth salvaging. I don't know. But it's not me.
No. In the end, it comes at the cost of like Destiny Mutant League streams, and right now we just want Destiny Mutant League streams.
That Brett Weinstein guy, that like to return to a more serious topic, that guy literally built his whole online career off of some cringy shit that some black students are doing in his college. And now that guy is like a relatively big figure online that spreads anti-vax propaganda. And he's been on Joe Rogan. Like, I don't this idea that like none of this shit is translated to the real world just drives me crazy.
Brett Weinstein's half a step away from Jordan Peterson. Like they literally fucking live in the same circles.
I guess into what King of William is saying, right? Like I guess what King of William is doing is a threat assessment. Okay, worst case.
No, what King of Williams is saying is he ideologically agrees with how far it's shifted, so he's cool with it.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's saying.
I don't know.
There's no principled position in favor of or against this. It's that like, well, I like these things, so they're based.
Okay, let me not put any words in King of Williams' mouth. Let's say like that we should be doing a threat assessment. Worst case scenario, what happens? Right? Worst case scenario, people start actually acknowledging these dear people, all right? And we're just using that as an example, everyone, right? Just using this as an example. People start acknowledging these dear people, and like I guess like if the wider culture does change, right, to acknowledge for whatever reason, right, if it does change, why wouldn't you change with it, right? Because
that's not the worst. You're thinking of a best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that trans people, who already, by the way, are nowhere near like actual mainstream acceptance in the United States. They might be positively represented like in Hollywood or in media, kind of, but they're nowhere near like widespread acceptance in the US, let alone other parts of the world, right?
And
the worst case scenario.
Off.
What?
And their people are farther off, right?
Correct, they are.
Okay.
They're nowhere near the level. The worst case scenario is people look at like you pushing for trans issues, and I also see you pushing deer shit, and they're like, fuck all this shit. It's ridiculous. And then they just piece the fuck out entirely. That's the worst case scenario, is that by trying to like stack so much fucking garbage on the backs of like trans movements that you actually end up like destroying those movements because they can't bear the brunt of all the terminally online shit people want to like build off of them. That's the worst case scenario.
I guess it would help if somebody who was trans came up to me and told me this was a big concern, you know?
Well,
and then
I
like,
mean, overall, the argument's roughly similar to like why we shouldn't fucking why we should have some level of like correction, some level of hesitancy, and like, well, how do we view transracialism? Like this is roughly the same argument as to why.
You're talking about Dolezal. Are you talking about Rachel Dolezal or what? Is that
sure, specifically?
Sure, Rachel.
Or that TikTok guy that recently did.
But I was listening to Joe Lewis.
Yes, there's a reason as to why like you have to have some distance when you're talking about this, because right now, even though there's like, you come into some really difficult arguments if you're trying to like differentiate between different things like race and gender and all kinds of fun things like that. But when it comes to like actual advocacy for one or the other, like
okay,
yeah, there's a willingness to push for one or the other.
So and I see your hand, Dan. I'll go to you next. But like, so you bring in transracialism, and then Destiny says that part of the issue, and he didn't say transracialism, but like he says part of the issue is that like our trans brothers and sisters will be laden with all these things, right? Well, first of all, I think that's a failure of the movement to not be able to disambiguate these things, right? Because we can acknowledge these things are different. So like if we haven't done the work to educate people there, well then that's partly our fault. Okay, but as well, I feel like so like racialism is such a, it has the word trans in there, right? And so you go to say that, well, this must be the same as acknowledging someone for their gender experience, right? You know what? I don't know what I'm trying to say now. I'm lost here. Go ahead, Dan.
Is most of the stuff that you've been saying, Destiny, is very much like to your point of why you don't much of the trans political commentators don't like you that much?
I have a lot of trans friends and a lot of trans supporters, and I love my trans community. The really fucking weird, like mentally fucked people on Twitter are, I don't know what the fuck community that is, but yes, most of them call me or consider me transphobic or whatever.
Yeah, like explain like others, like specifically like Demon Mama is your issues with her, on how specifically that.
My issues with Demon Mama is I think that the way that I got plenty of issues with Demon Mama, but the way that she talks about how like self-ID is like arbitrary and anybody can identify as anything that they want, I think that it invalidates our understanding of how gender works. And I think it kind of invalidates the trans experience. The idea that all of it is arbitrary and subjective and anybody can identify as anything anytime they want, I think that that's really weird. The idea that doesn't map on to some very real experience that's existed throughout all of human history, I think is a really damaging way to understand gender. I think sometimes people engage in so much like deconstruction that they don't know how to put things back together at the end of the day to figure out what the fuck they're actually talking about. And Demon Mama like squarely falls into that pit over and over and over again. And then she attacks other people that don't agree with her. The reason why I got so heated about Demon Mama in that debate is because she literally told Riley that Riley trying to understand her trans experience was actually just her like, that's just because she was what was the phrase that she used? That she's like been tricked by others or traumatized into thinking that like she has to have an understanding. It's like like she like completely invalidated like her experience as a trans person doing it. That she was like desperately trying to justify her existence.
Yeah, so everything Destiny said is correct, but just to add on to that, it's also an optics and nightmare, right? If you start saying and pushing seriously that people can just self-ID as whatever the fuck, right? And when it's valid and it should be accepted, right? So trying to convince conservatives or even people in the middle, or people just aren't educated, right? Are totally ignorant on this topic. So they come into it trying to figure out what all this shit is, like I did like 3 or 4 years ago. And you run into Demon Mama or whoever is saying that, you know, people can just self-ID as whatever and it's valid and you must accept them. If you don't accept them, then you're a bigot, right? That's going to turn off a lot of people and make them think that you're moving into this batshit crazy.
I think that's
You
more
gotta
like
let them walk
Vivian
before they
than
run.
Dude. That's probably more like Vivian than Demon Mama.
So I'm not going to litigate whatever Demon Mama has or hasn't done. I don't know.
Yeah, Dan, I thought you said you didn't want to bring her into the conversation when she wasn't here.
Yeah, so that kind of argumentation does, I think, real damage, right, in terms of like winning people over to the correct side of the argument.
So I'm going to ask Steven, what do you think about transracialism?
I think it's cringe as fuck. I don't think it's comparable to a like transgender experience. I think that it's like, I think that it speaks to things that we should solve in society, not like internal. I don't know if I believe that people have like an internal experience of race, that like internally, like a black person is like fundamentally different than like the internal experience of being like a man or a woman. I think that those are fundamentally separate things. I think that most transracialist arguments really break down and should just be approached as like, we shouldn't stereotype people so hardcore in society. But I don't think that just stereotyping people is enough to overcome somebody's like a gender dysphoria or something. So I don't think they're comparable.
I'm okay. So for instance, I'm not relating trans. So let me say what my opinion is that I'm not going to relate the trans community, the transgender community, the trans racial community. I'm going to separate those things. But at the same time, I'm not sure if gender, like if women are experiencing something like a different reality than I am, right? Like,
I think that is the case. I think there is that case. The reason why I say that is because we can go back like thousands of years and find writings of people that seem to have these horrible dysphorias of like, I am in the wrong fucking body. Like something is just not right. I've never, maybe I've missed this, but I've never heard of similar things where somebody's like, oh my God, I should have been black. I'm going to kill myself. I can't handle my existence as a white person, or vice versa. I've never seen that.
If it started today, would we take it seriously if enough people did it?
No, I think you have to push back against it and say this is like some DID dear shit or whatever, and it needs to stop. You're being cringe.
Okay, all right. For one thing, we didn't have the concept of race like thousands of years ago, right? This is a new construct, right? We had ethnicities, but we didn't have race. Like,
sure. I mean, like we've understood that like people look different from each other, and we treat people differently based on that. People are tribalistic in a lot of different ways, but sure, like our current modern day understanding of race might be a little different than it was a long time ago.
It's a lot different. There's those students on 9 day. We didn't have racial categories. We didn't have anything like that. We could acknowledge that people look differently, but like we dealt with people along ethnic lines. Anyway, that's a separate thing. Okay, but like. Rachel Dolezal, all right? So we're going to have this conversation. I've argued before that Rachel Dolezal, and not speaking for anyone else, because I don't know about all the other cases except for that one guy who wants to look like the Korean singer.
Holly London.
Yeah, okay, that person, yeah. That person's brand new, and that seems different.
He has actually been around for a while, but this is probably as much to what I'd expect from a guy who always wanted to be like those South Korean pop stars.
So the reason, if race is an experience, right? So you're saying that race isn't something intrinsic in terms of people's beings, right? Steven, is that what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Great. So then, would you say it's the collection of experiences that people have, like, due to society?
I mean, the problem is that like it can it's a little bit of a fungy topic because it can map onto like a few things, like because in some cases like there are like realities that race maps onto, right? Like I can't say that like I identify as black any more than I can say like I identify as being 6'2", because you can look at me and clearly I'm not, right? But it might be that there are like some cultural experiences that you identify with, and that's like the type of culture you want to be identified with. But like you're not going to get surgery to match that. You should just ask people to not be like so stereotypical. Don't assume that every black person is a certain way. Don't assume that every white person is a certain way. Like
So
that would be the solution, not like getting surgery to match your
sure.
race.
Again, I'm pushing that other person aside because I don't know how to deal with that one. But Rachel Dolezal, I think she's interesting because I think our racial identity is formed by society and how it treats us, right? Like how it's treated me versus how it's treated you, and how I see myself within the lens of the media. All those things come together. Rachel Dolezal, in terms of those experiences, right? She made herself like through, I guess, tanning cream or whatever. I don't know. But she made herself appear black to the point that other black people acknowledged her that she was black, right? And that white people acknowledged that she was black. And so if she's living this life through these years, right? As an African American woman, like actually walking in those shoes, right? Then I would say that maybe she's not full-fledged black because she hasn't lived her whole life, but like there's something there, right? There's something to her experiences that if she's actually
she's had that type of experience, but calling it like trans anything is just kind of weird.
Okay, I think a different word should be used. I think a different
like
word
we don't
should
have
be
like cis. Like, are you you're black? Are you cis black or are you trans black? Like that's just you don't have to borrow from that vocabulary. It implies like so much more than it needs to.
I agree.
Well,
I agree.
like you know,
Applying
sort of,
ending at the end
when
of
it
the
comes
day,
to when it comes to people changing their appearances, like you know, society is going to react differently to them, and like when it comes, I guess like the only thing that really makes it like something touchy is when it comes, like I don't know. I'm just trying to think about this.
If she got her ass kicked by like the cops, right? Like because they thought she was a black woman, they can get away with that.
I didn't hear about that.
Like then,
well, so at this point, it's literally an argument about like whether or not she like quote unquote feels comfortable, or whether or not other people feel comfortable acknowledging her and as what she considers her race.
no, not feel comfortable. No, not feel comfortable. I mean, she literally fucking fooled everyone into thinking she was a black woman, right? And so they treated her that as such.
Wait,
and so looking at her experiences,
what do you mean fooled everyone?
They thought she was black.
Okay. Wait,
and
well,
she
I mean,
wasn't.
she kind of her physical appearance made her.
You understand, like you understand how like the verbiage you're using there, like when a trans woman is
Sorry,
passing.
I'm not relating to it. So stop
fooling everyone to
hold on.
believing
I don't know why you're trying
woman?
to take this bad faith argument when I literally said not 5 minutes ago. I literally said not 5 minutes ago that I'm not relating this to the trans experience, and I say that we need a different verbiage. I agreed with Steven that we need different verbiage when we're discussing these things, right? And that it shouldn't be related to the transgender experience, right? So there's no reason to say that like she literally fooled people, whatever, right? Into thinking that she was a black woman, right? Through whatever means, right? But you can pretend that that has anything to do with the trans experience, but I'm not saying that is. You simply are. So my point is that she made society acknowledge her, and they treated her as such. If she went to a bank and was denied a loan because they thought she was black, well, then she's having the black experience, right? Like, was she or was she not having the black experience being treated that way by society?
Who cares?
Is that not important?
No,
to discussion?
I think this is I think this is the problem with like this can be my racist take. I think too many people are obsessing over like the fucking racial badges of honor, and like I think that shit is cringe as fuck. Like if somebody looks a certain way, you can deal with them as you want or whatever. Like I don't know what the big deal is. Why anybody has to be considered trans or whatever. Like you like if you're when I talk about the transracial stuff, like if you look black and people treat you black and like that's how you want to be addressed because you look black, like then fucking go for it. Like who cares? But it doesn't make you're not like a transracialist person or whatever. It's just like all of this stuff is like super heavily like culturally informed and influenced.
But we're simply
That's kind of what I was.
Go ahead.
That's kind of what I was trying to strike on earlier, where like just you change your physical appearance, there are certain social like things that change around you, and I guess what I really think is why would when it comes to like adhering to like a certain racial description or whatever, or, like changing your appearance to adhere to a certain racial description or racial stereotype. I don't know. I guess I don't really. So yeah, I don't know. This is a half-baked thought again. Yeah, sorry about that.
Is it something about the mutability that matters here, right? Like the idea, like the verbiage is that she's pretending, right? The verbiage is that she's like fooling people. There's like no reason to call it trans anything.
And it's hard to like even like describe this. Like even when we talk about like there's like it's hard to even say there's like a Black American experience, right? Like this could be super different, or gay experience, for instance. Like if you grow up as a gay person in Alabama, it's going to be way different than growing up as a gay person in the Bay Area, right? Like so it's hard to say that there's even like one coherent experience that you could identify with as a like I don't know. The whole conversation seems like
hold on, but there's
wacky.
utility in grouping these people together.
That one cultural experience doesn't exist when it comes to like gender either. Like the idea of like someone who grew up down in fucking Louisiana has the same gender experience as someone who grew up in like Seattle.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I disagree with. I think that it seems to be the case that there is like an internal gender experience. And then for this argument, like I'm appealing to some of the like the intersex surgeries gone wrong where a doctor will assign a sex at birth and like the parents just kind of go with it. And then the child no amount of cultural influence or no amount of external pressure can just change that person's mind into thinking that they're the sex that they got assigned at birth because of whatever internal experience. And then like some of these people like kill themselves, right? There's at least one like really famous case study of this. So I mean like that it does seem to be the case that there is like some internal gender experience that maps onto parts of the brain. I don't believe that there's the same case with racial experiences.
I just want to say this is the first time I've heard of transracial of that topic, and I would just say it sounds like they're taking trans starting with trans, which means that there's a certain amount of obvious shared notion of legitimacy about trans, and I'm happy for that. But then they're saying transracial, which obviously has implications. So it seems to be saying obviously Rachel Dolezal has been mocked by the country and the world, right? And this telling this, saying transracial is a way of saying, let's give this a second look, and maybe there is something deeper going on there, either psychologically or culturally or both, in some sense that is more complex and isn't necessarily, you don't have to come down on people with both feet, although you may find what they do to be very peculiar or insulting or off-putting at first. If it's not causing any demonstrable harm, then what you're being asked to do as a non-reactionary is to say, okay, so what am I looking at here? What do I get out of transracial? I'm not looking for what to prevent because I don't know that there's any threat. All I know is Rachel Dolezal, who is not a threat, who has been mocked the world over, did something that I thought I was mocking at the time. You know what I mean? And then the question is there a way to give that a second look? And that could be a terrible thing. What I'm saying is this is the first time I've heard of transracial. But if somebody were, I remember watching Joe Lewis. Now, I'm not going to say I'm representing his argument or anything, but he also was making a more nuanced analysis of the thing. And I would just be more interested in it than I would be ready to like condemn anybody. You know what I'm saying?
So, when I see your hand, Kobe. We're gonna go to you next. But Stephen, like you're saying that there is no like one Black experience, and that's absolutely right. In fact, we were arguing that earlier tonight when we were talking about hip hop and whether like violent hip hop, and like obviously it doesn't represent all Black people's experience. Okay, so another reason why you should watch All Black Everything, subscribe to the channel or follow the channel if you haven't done so already. We have all these conversations all the time. I think you'd really enjoy it. But you still understand there's a utility in grouping people together, right? And like since racism is still a thing, right? Since racism forces us together, like that there's still a utility of having Black people as a group, right?
There can be, yeah.
You don't? Are you not sure on this? Is that?
I mean, like there's value in like a shared oppressive experience where you create spaces to talk about and address these issues. Sometimes an oppressive experience that applies to a group of people requires like some systemic change. Like, yeah, there's value in that. I just don't see how transracialism fits into any of this.
Because you brought it up. I mean, I don't know, you brought this up that you weren't. I'm only responding to your point. You brought up like talking about like there's not a coherent Black experience, right? So okay, sure.
Oh no, I just mentioned that in terms of saying that like, oh, this person has like an internal Black experience. Like, well, what the fuck does that mean? Like a Black experience in one area might be a white experience in another area. Like
okay,
like It's just a weird thing to say that you think you need to like change your skin color to not have like dysphoria because of your race. Like it just seems to be an argument against using racial stereotypes rather than trying to live them out.
Kobe.
Yeah, so I don't want to hop in here because I find this to be a pretty interesting conversation. I kind of share some of the positions on both sides. I share William's position as if like more so of like this is not, in many cases I don't really see this as being an obvious massive harm, but I also share Destiny's Destiny's worries about I don't even like the term transracial. I think there's a like problematic nature to that. So I'll use like I just kind of want to talk about very briefly like the idea of like should there be a subjectivity to racial identity? And I feel like there already kind of is, right? So there's an interesting another example that people bring up when it comes to trans people all the time, where they'll go age. Well, can I be trans age? Well, we already have that term. It's called maturity, right? There'll be there'll be two 16-year-olds, one 16-year-old. We have a social determiner called maturity, which is something we can say we can communicate this meaning, right? Which is the idea is that not everybody who's 16 is going to have the same level of development or life experiences, and the same idea. I feel like we kind of already are, at least in some sense, and I think that this is one thing we should remember is that this is different for different countries, right? Racism and race works out very different in different countries. But we kind of already have this. We have three main terms: ethnicity, race, and nationality. And these all kind of mean different things in different contexts, mean different things. Nationality typically means a little bit more about like where geographically were you born. Both white people and black people are nationally South African, right? Ethnicity typically refers a little bit more to like your like ancestral group / your language group, right? Going to South Africa, there are people that have Dutch ancestry and people that have Khoisan ancestry, right? And then race does seem to have some level of to be like a visual categorization, these kinds of things. And there just obviously, it seems when I look around in the world, there just obviously is a level of subjectivity to this, especially in countries where there is a lot of there's a lot of like a mixed race communities, right? So like, for example, here in America, there are many people that do not visually, quote unquote, look like Native Americans, but they are Native Americans or member of tribes, right? And they face colorism and they face all the kinds of things. There are many black people in this country that have one black parent and one white parent that some people will give them like color, will be kind of colorist against them. Yeah, I don't know. That's basically all I wanted to add was that I feel like this already does exist. I do think that giving it its own term is probably a little bit too of an overshot, but also to William's point, I don't really know if there's any problems in this because we kind of already do this, right? If there is a person who, like a Rachel Dolezal individual, who just has legitimately lived an experience that is almost identical to her community is a black community, I think that you can do it. You can take that and you can express it in a problematic way. But I don't think it's like inherently problematic. So sorry, it was a bit rambly. But
No, it was perfectly coherent as always. I think Dooby was the one who had, correct me if I'm wrong, Dooby, I think it was you, talked about a friend who was of some other race, like he was like Filipino and something, right? And he looks like visibly African American, and he has been treated the entire time as African American, though he's not black at all, right? That person can be said to have been lived the Black American experience, like the entire lives, but not have a drop of African blood in them. So, I mean, are they not transracial because we're using a different word, right? Blobbity bloop. Are they blobbity bloop? I don't know. Like
you would just say what you just had. They've had like a different experience, but you wouldn't call them like trans black. Like
I wouldn't call them
the problem is that like these words just map onto other realities, like say like skin color. Like no matter how gangster some white person looks, you would just say like, man, that guy's got like a gangster ghetto whatever experience. We would say like, oh, that white guy, Eminem is actually black. Like you would just never say that because it just conflicts with too much other like stuff that we understand.
I feel like this is going to be somewhat problematic in its own way, but I feel like a little bit less. Maybe these people would be in some way be multiracial, right? Like in some way, right? Like obviously not in the strict sense. Typically that means you have ancestry from both sides. But I mean, like that's also going to be problematic. But I feel like that's kind of what we're describing here in some way, at least. I don't know.
That is a tough one.
Because I do see why it would be problematic, but I see why it's problematic on the other side.
I see where you're going with that. But before I get back to that, but Destiny, the example you brought with Eminem and like the whole gangster thing, but his skin is white. So no matter what the other experiences may have, right? Society will acknowledge him as a white man. So the example I brought up was where society is acknowledging this person as a black person incorrectly. So like that.
Well,
why would it be
Wait, what does that
incorrectly?
mean? Yeah, what do you mean incorrectly? Can you
Because
define that?
yeah, because the guy doesn't have any African blood at all, right?
Wait, but
But
that's
he has,
not.
he
But
has
your
dark
blood,
skin.
yeah, your blood
Hold
doesn't
on.
determine how people treat you in society, though, right?
Hold on. Yes, exactly. That's my point. Exactly.
So,
but he's
sorry,
not.
can I
But he's
just-
not. Hold on. I don't think it's on. Are we acknowledging that, right? That the people we refer to as black or African American are people of African descent. Are we now acknowledging that? Are we having disagreement on
No,
this?
we don't acknowledge that. No, that's not how it typically works. It's people that look a certain way. That's usually how. That's why race is such a fuzzy category.
Hold
Because
on.
that's how.
But that's whoa. Oh, okay. All right. So, all right.
I can solve.
So-
You agree with me, and I'll get to this in one simple question. If I told you that I was 1/16th African, do you think it'd be okay for me to say the N word?
No. Here's what.
It's like so easy, so done. Like, it goes
hold
on
on,
in private appearance.
listen to me. Right. So what I was saying, my original argument was that, right? But I'm talking about like when we use the term black, I'm asking how does the language work? What we're referring to, right? Now, talking about people who are living the black experience and how society treats them, that is dependent on how they look, which is the point that I was illustrating.
Yeah, but we have two different words for this. Kentucky, I think, brought it up. We like even on census forms, you've got like race and ethnicity. Like I think that for race, I think I usually mark, or I don't even know which one, but like I'll mark Hispanic for one, but for like the ethnicity, I'll mark like Caucasian because that's what I look like, right?
Mhm.
But there'll be like questions. Like there are a lot of Hispanic people that look very fucking white. You
Yeah.
could never tell, right? So I mean, we already have words to kind of describe this, but
I'm not asking for no. So sorry. I moved on for that. I'm saying I'm asking about having an experience. That's what I'm not worried about the words, right? I agreed that we should have different verbiage. I've agreed with you like 20 minutes ago on that. I'm talking about the experience and whether the experience is unique, right? If you're having a person live that black experience, right? If society's acknowledging.
Do you live the black experience if you're not black? You don't look black?
If you don't look black. Well, this person that I was talking about did look black. Well,
But then you could say that they're black. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. Well, then great. So then, if that's the case, right? Then Rachel Dolezal looked black.
Well, I mean, like, my understanding is that the problem wasn't how she looked. The problem was that she dramatically changed how she looked. Like, if you saw
Yeah.
pictures of her when she was 16,
Yeah.
she's like the most whitest fucking right. So then it's a little it feels a little bit different.
And then she
right because
she changed herself. Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
But the
I
point
actually
is that the
heard Dooby.
experiences that she had while she changed, as she was changed, right? If they were identical otherwise to how black women are treated, how
yeah, I mean, you could argue at that point that maybe you have like some sort of like multiracial experience or whatever. But in terms of like calling yourself black or calling yourself white, I guess you're kind of beyond those definitions at that point, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, just as Destiny kind of said, it's the experience of being black rather than actually being black.
Okay.
Wait, so just out of curiosity, is there a quote unquote experience of being a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would we draw a similar line when it comes to like Rachel Dolezal or like transracialism, to like transgender?
No.
Well, the
Like
difference is,
if you grew up as a male, or grew up as a masculine presenting, and you identified as something else, would we draw a line that would separate the two?
Well, I mean, to some extent, you could say that you grew, but the thing is that like you don't talk about having like a male or female experience. I think usually for those people you talk about, did you have a trans or a cis experience? My understanding, god damn, I hope this doesn't become the new fucking fight, is that you don't just turn trans at some point in your life. Like you're not like 18 and now you're all of a sudden turned trans. Like being trans is something that happens at either at birth or at a very, very early age, and then that's like a lived experience that you grow with. So you would like have a trans experience of your gender identity and expression not matching.
and it's inherently different.
so-
Rachel Dolezal is doing like makeup and trying to live a single.
so you could draw the extreme to Rachel Dolezal. But like, so Destiny, I would ask you, like, so where would you put the idea of like someone who is white who was adopted by two black parents?
Well, they don't have
the
the
culture that they grew up in.
the way that we use race and the way that it maps onto like skin color is, you might say that they grew up with kind of a black experience, kind of, but they're still not going to be treated societally or socially as having that black experience because they're not treated by other people that way, right? Like social norms are kind of what dictate how we relate to each other and can dictate a lot of the experiences that you have. You know, like if you get pulled over by the cops, you know, and they find out that you're 1/16th African, they're not going to treat you differently. But if you're pulled over and you look black, they might treat you a different way that way based on how people stereotype, right? Like it's a very much like a social experience.
Yeah, you call Rachel Dolezal extreme, but that is like more of a of a experience pretending to be black than to be a white kid, like not born, but adopted by
or like I went to a private school and I knew that there was a black kid that was adopted by 2 white parents. But that kid did not have a normal like white experience, right? He was like one of like fucking 4 black kids in my entire class, right? There's no way that he was like, oh, it's just like I'm white and I'm treated the same. But like, there's obviously like different challenges and stuff that go along with that. It's not just going to be like, oh, well, they're basically white, right?
Do you think there's like a difference between like?
I'm not white.
But where do we draw that hard line as to where they haven't had the quote unquote experience necessary for them to, you know, identify with the race?
Let me add this very quickly. One of the things that kind of like influenced my opinion on this was I was reading a book written by a Algerian revolutionary that was talking about his fight for the independence. And Algeria is an Arab country that was taken over by France, right? And the individual was half Arab, half white. And he talked about the fact that in the morning, you go to the mosque and you'd hang out with the Arabs. He said, I was Arab in the morning and I was French at night. I kind of think that racial identity is something that does kind of change. It can change depending on the context and the community.
That's a really, really good. I wish I could find this picture again, but I'm never gonna be able to fucking find it. It was such a good picture. What you're saying is absolutely true. Barack Obama standing in front of like a bunch of white lawmakers. He looks like a black guy. But I saw a picture of Barack Obama it was some African country, like it was fucking Kenya or some shit, where they were handing out food. And he actually used to do he looked like a white guy because the people there are so much darker skin. Like he actually looked white. So like it is entirely possible that you will get a different experience on how you're treated based on where you go as well. For sure. Again, race is a very social, like socially recognized phenomenon.
Go ahead, Kyo-san.
So I just want to make like a couple of notes here, right? In that it seems like to me, and I could be wrong here, is that outside of like social standing differences, so like the way you're raised, like culture, and maybe like familial differences that might be like more common among certain cultures than others, or certain groups than others, right? There doesn't seem to be, and you could maybe pull me up on this, there doesn't seem to be much of a distinction between for society for being like white and white passing. For you, maybe because of your identity, you have like a certain thing is like the way it's levied, but like in terms of how society treats you, it doesn't seem like there's much of a difference between being white and white passing, right? Would you disagree with that or no?
This is absolutely true. When I went to apply for the FAFSA, I signed up for every fucking Cuban, Hispanic shit there was, but that's not my lived experience in the US. I'm treated as a fucking white person. And that's true of every very, very light-skinned, like Hispanic person or whatever. That's just how people see you. Yeah, we just eyeball people's race, and that's how we treat them, basically.
And do you think that the same would be, so like I've got like a little anecdote, right? In that I have been, I don't know if like Miss Race is like the correct answer, but when I was in high school, funnily enough, I was actually perceived as being Chinese because I lived in a rural town and I have facilities like the hooded eyes and the lower nose and a lot of bridges like that, right? In my like I don't like the word here because I would agree with the position that like calling it transracial, like there's something inherent about gender identity, right? Gender identity seems more akin to like like gender orientation, like a sexual orientation, right? There's something like really internal and important. But that being said, like it seems like you can sort of break race down into the same like 3 sorts of components that you have, like expectations, presentation, and identity, right? These things mean different things to the gender context, but it seems to break down in the same way. It seems like there's some level of descriptive, I don't know if you want to call it something different, I'm just going to use the term transracialism right now. It seems like there's absolutely some level of descriptive transracialism that like cultural contexts obviously are important, but that it seems like for like someone like a Michael Jackson, right, who was like everyone's seen like the Jackson 5, and then as he grew up, I think he had like vitiligo from memory, and then he had like and then he had like some, I think it was surgery to bleach his skin to make the vitiligo not as like noticeable, and became like white passing and was treated as white by a lot of people.
Like like I know that when I was like 13, I was shocked to learn that Michael Jackson was black at one point, right? Because I only knew like Thriller Michael Jackson, and I was like an adult. Look, I was an adorable little kid, okay. But the point I'm trying to make here is that like if you didn't have the background knowledge about Michael Jackson and had just bumped into Michael Jackson, he's you know, it's not like he's like
Thriller Jackson is black. I just want to acknowledge that Thriller Jackson is black.
Sure,
yeah.
But go ahead.
But yeah, the thing I was trying to make was like, oh yeah, Thriller Jackson is black. I'm dumb. But you know the point I'm trying to get at is that like if you hadn't seen him before, like that thing, right? You would have been treating him as if he was like a white dude. That like, it seems like the presentation here seems to be indicative of something that's going on.
Yeah, I don't think there's like any disagreement that like people are treated differently based on their race and people can have different experiences. It's just borrowing I think it's really gross that like every weird fucking movement that's is like trying to borrow from the trans movement and grow off of it. That just seems weird. And
it doesn't seem like it's borrowing off the trans movement. It seems like
absolutely is.
They want to call it trans.
It's like no one's having like a I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's many people who are strongly arguing for like a kind of prescriptive transracialism.
Okay, I mean, I think that the reason why you changed, because you almost said no one is, but then we're bringing up that Ollie dude who like I don't know if people are going to start wanting to play.
We already mentioned like 4 people on this panel already.
Yeah, that are like going to try to get surgeries, and that's another reason why is like the prescriptions are going to be like a lot different, right? I don't know if like you need a surgical transition for transracial people. They just need to be like treated a little bit differently or respected like a little bit differently.
It seems like the reason why we have like surgical transitions is to like for one usually to like alleviate like a dysphoria was like the primary concern, and then you've got other people who might like choose to get that surgery for like a different reason. But like the primary concern for like for what was it, section confirming surgery, is to like alleviate dysphoria.
But dysphoria means that you have some external experience that isn't lining up with your internal experience. But so like what? But like let's go one step further.
It seems like dysphoria seems to be a little bit different to that. That there's something like really internal about it.
Yeah, but like let's walk one step further with that. So what does that mean? Like let's say that you grew up in a ghetto, you're really poor, there's a lot of drug dealers around you. Like, is that an intrinsically black thing? Is that like that's what it means to be black? So you need to get surgery to match to like that. I feel like the implications from stuff like.
No,
well,
but it wouldn't necessarily be that.
Like that's why I feel like there's a lot of harm in going down that road. That it's like, oh my god, like when I grew up, I listened to Asian music all the time, and I know all the animes or whatever. Like I am actually Japanese. Like I need to be treated. It's like, well, hold on, is that like actually like that is intrinsic to that racial ethnic group?
But there's nothing intrinsic about it. They're external.
Even outside of that, let's say someone grew up in the ghetto and all of that shit you were raising beforehand. So they grew up listening to Tupac. They grew up in the middle of like downtown Detroit. Does that like if they identify as black, does that not make them black? Like
I don't think they can just identify as black. Like
why are we drawing that line? As to
I can draw the line easily. You're still not black. Like none of that makes you intrinsically black. Like listening to like white people can listen to Tupac. Like white people can grow up in ghettos. Like none of that makes you intrinsically black.
Hold on, I have a question. Maybe
and again, I would make the same argument for someone who felt discomfort being white and growing up listening to fucking like Sam Hunt or some other fucking dumbass country music that's going on right now.
Why is country music the white thing? Come on. So like one thing I wanted to make a note of is if it's like the case of like Rachel Dolezal, I'd heard like the thing that like made me interested was that you'd said that she'd like done something to like trick other people. Is that right? Was that the wording or was I wrong?
She darkened her skin with makeup.
The line was that she misled people about her backstory. I believe she said that her dad was black when that's not actually true, and that she used that to get a position in the NAACP.
Yeah, I remember her reasons for doing it were like very silly. I thought I'd heard someone mention, and I could be wrong, was the idea that they'd like that they'd present themselves a certain way to trick someone, and it was like really interesting verbiage only because I was recently watching a certain another streamer that I'm not going to name refer to like what goes on in terms of in terms of like gender transitioning as like a glamour. It seems like we have to be really careful when we discuss
in terms
these
of
things.
a glamour, or what did you say?
Yes,
glamour.
They called it a glamour.
You glam your armor?
No, they were saying this is like they were tricking other people of other genders. Yeah.
So I can agree with you at the idea of like fucking lying about your family history and shit like that is fucked up. But like at that point, like if Rachel Dolezal, if she's not gonna lie about her fucking family history and shit like that, if she puts on makeup that makes her look black, like
Yeah, the question I was going to ask was like, what makes her like?
Why are we saying that's wrong?
No, I wasn't saying anything was wrong. I was saying that like the thing that's like, the thing that's interesting to me here is that person passed as black for a very long time, from what I understand. Right, they were a part of their local NAACP chapter that they'd they were well welcome within the community. It wasn't like they were anything read like. Is this person, for all intents and purposes, black? That's the interesting part, because descriptively it seems to be the case. People all seem to agree. She had like the presentation. She was a part of the culture, I guess. Like obviously she was part of the NAACP. And
I think the answer to that is
Mm-hmm.
I think the answer to that is obviously yes.
Yeah.
And I don't have any problems having those conversations. I think a lot of racial experiences can be very subjective and can change. I think that's fine. I just don't like the borrowing from the trans vocabulary because it implies a lot of things that I just don't think are true. That's the only problem. But like in terms of like, could this person be considered quote unquote black or whatever? Like, yeah, I mean, depending on where they grew up or depending on how they are, like, yeah, absolutely. And different people can have
like, yeah.
So Destiny,
I saw something in chat. It's like I feel like
are you
are
okay with the exact same thing happening? Just saying like post-racial instead of like transracial. Like, are you okay with just removing the trans part of the racial comment?
It's a whole other conversation. I'm going to take issue with 95% of the stupid shit people say about race and ethnicity. So it's a whole different conversation with me, because I think all half of this shit is the fucking oppression Olympics stupid shit. But like in terms of like this particular conversation, like if somebody has a whole lived experience like as a particular ethnic thing because they kind of look like that person, then I mean they have that lived experience, right? Like
Okay, all right. So then we can acknowledge these things. Then we can. All right, so great. Then I feel like we've just been agreeing with each other then, that these people can have these experiences and that they shouldn't use the verbiage of the transgender community. That seems simple enough, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, we said that. All right.
Sure.
So outside the other part that's like interesting to me personally is like outside of like using that verbiage, right? Should we be accepting of those kinds of experiences? Is Rachel Dolezal someone to be mocked? Is Rachel Dolezal someone to be just like left alone or to be judged? Is this something that we should be encouraging or discouraging? Like obviously, like some people would say it's like it's blackface, right? Or
the problem is
it's not necessarily the case.
The problem is you have to what you're really looking for is like the cultural appropriation or like an aspect of that. That's the issue, right? So at its core, what like when I say cultural appropriation, I'll talk about what cultural appropriation is. That's not just white people doing black people stuff or black people doing white people stuff or whatever. Cultural appropriation is when you find a way to reap the rewards from something that are either entirely unearned or that are still being demonized by like other people in society or whatever, or that you're still demonized, right? So here's like the problem of why I would consider this possibly like a form of like cultural appropriation. If you have somebody that was able to go through all of their life with a lived white experience, and then all of a sudden when you're like 25, you're like, I want to be black now, and you start make-upping yourself. Who's the singer girl that does this?
Azalea Banks.
Yeah. And now you start like drawing yourself as like blacker and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a lot of like social credit that goes along with having those lived experiences. But if you find a way to transition to that like midway through your life, it's like, well, hold on. Like you're trying to claim credit for like having these lived experiences, but you don't really have them at all. I think that's where the issue comes in. You got to live your whole life. Yeah.
So I'd respond by saying like if that person's like crossed from someone who has like a majority of power, I guess, into a group that has a minority of power, right? They haven't had that experience for their whole lives, but they've like willingly subjected themselves to that experience now where they are going to be perceived as black with like everything that goes along with that as we understand it in current society.
But that's the thing. It doesn't work that way, right? So like I
misspoke by the way earlier. That was Ariana Grande.
Yeah. I wish I could. I'm going to try to use gender here, but I don't like to compare to transgender, but just as an example, right? When I used to argue with anti-SJWs in the past, a lot of them would say things like, oh, well, like if you go to apply for a school, Sargon said this, if you go to apply to school, there's not somebody there saying you can't apply because you're a man, you can't apply because you're a woman. There's not like the gender police there. And that's true. There's really not. There might be some a little bit of gender discrimination, but there's not nowhere near as much as it used to be. It's probably mostly okay these days. But the discrimination doesn't happen at the point that you're that person. It's your whole cumulative experiences that you've lived your life up to as that person. That's what makes it that particular experience. So going back to the racial thing, like you talk about like, oh, well, she identifies as black now and blah, 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 blah. Like, if I wanted to, like, it would be probably highly advantageous if I was like a black woman. Like, I've already got the name Destiny on everything, and I've gotten to have my whole like lived experience as being treated as like a white male, which is like a pretty awesome experience in the United States. If I were to switch to being a black female now, it would be pretty silly to me. Like, oh well, look, I'm treated as a black female. Blah, blah, blah. Well, hold on. I got to go through all of school. I got my whole work experience. I got to make so many connections networks as a white male to just suddenly switch to the other thing and like, well, that's my lived experience. That's not your lived experience. That's like a new identity you just assumed.
So hold on, stop. We got some people who've been waiting. So Dan and Jess.
Yeah. I have another anecdotal historical example. Like Prime, we talked about Papa Dog earlier today, right? Yeah. There was an example of like, to be clear for everyone who was here before, Papa Dog was like the dictator of Haiti. Was like notorious probably for what he does, but the point is that even though the man was very much into that class of being like very heavily African based, like where they call him black, and he forced his children to marry people who are like mixed race because to him it's still into a class even with being half race, or they call them mulattoes. And I think that's a point too, given that a lot of, even with such given transracial issues, there's still some class that people still assume to, even though it's not predominantly put in the rule book.
Jess.
Me? Okay, so I've kind of lived in the shoes of being more or less racially ambiguous. Like, I apparently look like I'm partially Latina. Like at my job, customers will just come in and start speaking Spanish to me, and I do speak Spanish, but I'm not Latina. I took a DNA test. I have no blood that's Latina. And I know quite a bit about Latin American culture, different Latin American cultures, but I'm still not Latina. But I guess you could, I've also like, I've had other people who like think I'm Latina as well. So I guess you could kind of say I've lived more or less the Latina experience, but does that mean that I should just like apply for like Latina scholarships and like try to steal the identity just because I look like it and have somewhat lived the experience? Like, no, I don't think, like we're kind of muddying the lines here and like going into that whole like identity erasure shit, and I don't like it. I don't know. Also, like when I went to Hawaii, a lot of people thought I was a Pacific Islander. I'm not a Islander.
So out of curiosity, how are we muddying the lines? So like if someone identifies as like a trans woman, how is that muddying the lines?
No.
Okay.
What?
Race and gender are not the same thing at all.
Awesome. So wait, what are the differences?
What? Okay, races have genders and sexes, but genders and sexes do not have races. What? Like, what are you talking about?
So like the idea that he might be asking is that, right, gender is some construct of like mixing between the ideas of identity, presentation, and societal expectations, right? That they're like three positions that all sort of lean on each other to create like the idea of a gender. You could move these over to some point and map on some similar things, very similar things about race, right?
So
that,
this is the part that I disagree when you try to label it this way. I don't think that these things might come together, but I think that they're discrete. So like your gender identity and your gender expression, these are two like discretely different things. My understanding is that your gender identity, that can't be shaped culturally. Like
you're correct.
Yeah. So, however, your racial identity is very much like a cultural phenomenon. You don't have an internal. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? I'll push back a little bit. So
Sure.
the point I try and make is like about like I mentioned before when I went into this is that like I said at the start that identity like for race means something separate to identity for gender. That gender is like identity gender is probably like a bit of a misnomer. That we're probably better off using some term like I think I've been trying to like change my like wording about this recently to using instead of like identity and presentation to more using something like orientation and expression because it's much
orientation implies like
because it's that's the idea, right? Is it like you're trying to evoke more ideas about sexual orientation. You are trying to evoke ideas about identity, because we're already trying, when we talk about like gender identity, right, we're mapping our ideas of what an identity is on top of it, right, and how we can shape that identity, and how culture plays a part in shaping that identity, and how we choose our kind of identity, right?
Yeah,
Like,
this is my understanding. I could be wrong, but my understanding is that like there is an internal identity, a gender identity that is internal to you that is quite resistant to being changed. That's not something that can be socially molded. Yeah, and this is the difference. I don't think
that's why I'm mapping on. That's why I'm like trying to sort of evoke orientation more.
So then, what I'm asking is, what is your
sexual orientation? It's more that it's like
presentation.
What is your racial identity? Like, I don't think there is a racial identity. Yeah.
Yeah. So like the reason why I'm saying they're not like one to one, I went into this saying that like identity isn't the same when we're talking about these two things, because gender has something that's very, very internal about it. Like you mentioned at the start of this, like it seems like when we would force feminize cis people, right? That those people there's something so wrong there that those people aren't willing to live their lives anymore because there's something so out of congruence with who they are. Like the two things are very different. But when we like, for the purposes of like trying to be a little bit more simple about it, right? It seems like there's something like that's internal that is different to gender, right? In the sense of how it's how intrinsic it is, I guess. Because we know that race is like very much like a cultural extrinsic thing. That like there is, however, that thing is going to shape some personal idea of who you are, right? That like I'm like, for example, I'm part Dutch, right? My mom came over here from the Netherlands when she was 4, like on the boat, and I was raised with like Dutch grandparents and Dutch culture. You know, I've got clogs. Those things are like really important to me about a sense of who I am. Now that would be very different to like how I feel about my gender, obviously, but that's still part of like my actual, what I would actually call identity, right? And those things in terms of race, those things still lean on each other, right?
Yeah, but like, so here, like to build on that example, right?
Yeah.
Let's say that you were born and your like dick was a little bit fucked up, and they decided to just carve a vagina in you and call you a woman, and like, okay, we'll just do that.
Yeah.
You might go through your life and kill yourself because you have such a dysphoria that something is just not right, and it'll never line up because you have that internal experience that just doesn't match your external presentation. But if we were to flip that on the race thing, let's say that you were raised your entire life as actually being like a German background, right? You could actually have pride for your German background, pride for your German. Well, German is a bad example because World War II. But like, I'm saying,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Find like a non-problematic, like an Italian. That's not bad. Okay, something.
They're French.
French. Okay.
The French haven't done anything bad in like world history.
Okay, now let me finish. Make your point. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, let's say that you have some background where you're like French or whatever, right? But you find out later in life that wasn't your ethnic background. You're not going to have an incongruency or a dysphoria your entire life because you were actually like Germanic or Spaniard or Italian or French. That's not going to exist. You can actually be raised completely as a totally different culture and have no idea and be fine with it your entire life. That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't exist in terms of gender identity and gender expression. That it's a fundamentally different experience.
We're not disagreeing here. You might just be qualifying that for the audience, but I've tried to like hopefully express that in that we're not like the idea of using the word identity, which is why I mentioned at the start that like maybe it's probably a better idea to separate that idea of identity from gender. Maybe it's probably something more like orientation, something more that's to indicate that it's more internal, because like sexual orientation is something that's pretty internal that can change over time, but isn't necessarily like of your volition. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Wait, no, I might disagree with this. Do you have to have like the internal contradiction to disagree with your gender? Like, do you have to have that internal contradiction for you to be like quote unquote transgender?
I think that's literally the definition of trans.
why else would
something that is incongruent with your sex assigned at birth. Yeah.
I'm trying to find out how you get to that point.
And that would be specifically like, because you'd otherwise just be presenting as like because like your presentation would just line up with like who you are. You know, it'd be like the idea that you're trying to like make your presentation line up with your identity, and your identity might be out of congruence with your sex or assigned gender at birth, whatever you want to call it. Although those are two like super different things. But the point I'm trying to get at is that like there's still like these 3 kinds of pillars about like getting back to like the original point, is that like the reason why they asked it, like what do you think the difference is, or where do you think the difference is, or what's different, right? Is that there's like a lot of similarities here in terms of how you've got like how presentation plays a very strong part here. Now, this presentation is for traits that are like very difficult to change. Impossible to do so outside of surgery, unless you, I don't know, fucking like really tanning it up. You know what I mean? That there's like the ideas that like the perceptions are mapped onto race as well. Obviously, being like a completely extrinsic social construct that has nothing to do with anything like purely internal outside of like the traits that we map onto it. That there's a lot of commonalities and common ground here. Like there was just like a little bit of hiccup in terms of like language on the word identity here, in terms of equivocation, because equivocating between like what we call gender identity and like the actual term identity and like what might be a racial identity. These three things would be like very not quite in parallel, if that makes sense.
Sure, I'm just borrowing from like what trans communities usually use when they describe the difference between like gender identity and gender expression. I understand that could be different than like somebody saying like a racial identity or whatever. Sure.
Yes. What's the term? Yeah, it's the fucking commies always use it when you talk about equivocation, because they always say you're equivocating on value when you talk about the labor theory of value.
Please don't do that, boys. What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm gonna get to bed. Okay, I love you guys. See you later.
Yeah.
Good night.
Bedtime is wrong now. Peace.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to say on this?
Yeah, I would very much like to say goodnight. I love you. All
right. Oh, hold on. Before you leave, Lilo, thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated, Steve, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah. And to the audience who is here that is usually not here, look, you guys end up back here all the time, right? Come back. Just hit the follow button right this second. DGG, you're always here, right? You like always end up here, like week after week, you end up here. So hit that follow button and make sure notifications on so you know I'm going live, because I do this all the time. Yeah, we have these conversations, and they're interesting and they draw people in. All right, so you're going to be back here on Twitch, or maybe there's other content that you're missing out on. So be so kind as to hit that follow button right this second. It'd be really kind if you did that. All right. So
do it.
What?
No, I was just saying do it.
Oh yeah, do it. Yeah, do it absolutely now. All right, yeah, we're getting a few follows, guys. That's the right thing to do. Follow me. Yeah. So I can't. Sorry. Sorry, I'm blinking. Sorry, looking at something in chat. But yeah, Kyo-san, did you have other words to say on this?
Well, the main point I was going to bring up was just that I was just really interested in the idea of like, I guess I don't like it feels offensive to use the term transracial, but it's the one that everyone seems to use. Like there's like really interesting implications to me personally, right? The idea that like, is what Rachel Dolezal does like a bad thing or a good thing? Should we condone this? Should we accept it? Are they black? Are they white? What's the go? Like this is like infinitely interesting and has like a significant amount of implications for how we view race in general. Like I know that like the more I think about it, the more that like race becomes like super fuzzy, that there's like more internal diving on it that I'd like do every time I like discuss it. I just find it's like a really, really intensely interesting topic personally.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we can classify it as a good or bad thing. I'm not sure if it like maps to that, right?
Yeah,
like it's a
so like for me it just is something that is that like the idea that we can sometimes like that people sometimes present like maybe something out of congruence. I think like Logic's like a really good example of someone who's like pretty fucking white, right? And most people would see him as like white if they just saw him and didn't know anything about him. But like the communities he's in, the fact that like his father is like, you know, like really black presenting, and he's just not. And that's really interesting, especially like about his like idea of internal identity and like what that might mean. Like some people would just straight up like call him black, which is like really interesting. I feel like there's like some points at the indices here that have implications that are important.
Yeah, and I think it's a fascinating question too. Not everyone agrees apparently, but I think it's actually a really fascinating question as to what specifically she did. But like yeah, I think that sorry, I'm just like just looking at something. I think it's more like rather than whether it's right or wrong or good or bad, it's whether it's valid or like invalid. And that maps onto how society treats these individuals, right? Like that's what all that tells me is like, well, the society think that this is a worthwhile construct that we're creating, like a social construct. And so then what does that say about Tolzol? I think
So,
she had go ahead.
Just specifically when it comes to the question of her being black, like, you know, it really depends on who's looking at the situation. I mean, we have the context knowing that she presented as white, at least. We're just going to go ahead and say that she presented as white before. And I guess the only way you could really say whether it was good or, like, you know, her changing her appearance to appear more black is good or bad is just really, like, trying to discern the reason behind why she would have done it. I think that if you can find out whatever that is, like, I'm not sure. I'm not
the
sure
reason. So she has actually mentioned it before. It's she adopted some black children and wanted to make them feel more comfortable.
Hold on, but then she also.
I mean, if you're gonna do it for a reason, do it for your children, I guess.
Yeah, but I thought she also said other things about, like, her parents said things about, like, how she acted when she was a child and how she seemed to relate to African Americans. Like, I'm vaguely remember this interview with her parents who were like dumbfounded by the whole thing. And like,
I've just been doing a lot of reading on it recently, and I remember that came across in one of the things I was reading.
I think she was adopted. Like a really sorry. Go ahead.
She might have been. I might be wrong. There was a really interesting paper that I spotted on this one, and it's called "On Transracialism," and I'll put it in the chat. Because there was like an entire, it was In Defense of Transracialism by Tuvel from 2017, and it caused like a massive fucking shit stir. And I've been sort of like going around and doing the dive on this one, just because I had a recent discussion with fellow content creator Pissy Explains, and we had like a really nice chat about it. And she did a fantastic job of going over like distinctions and things that are internal. But I'm still like sort of like, I don't know, the idea that like, the one thing that's like a bit like in terms of implications from this, right, is like normally we as a society would talk about and talk about what was I going to say? Like blackface. Like blackface is something that like as a society like we shun, and that's effectively what happened here, right? But it wasn't done in such a way that it was like offensive or any of these things.
So is it?
So I don't even know. Or maybe it was offensive.
This is something I wanted to bring in previously when you guys were talking. We were talking with Steven. Is like there's black fishing, right, and Asian fishing. We talked about this recently on the panel. But like so like that's like people on Instagram, and you'll see this like a lot of women on Instagram who are changing their appearance digitally to appear African American or Asian or whatnot. I'm not sure if they do it to our Latin brothers and sisters, but probably. I think. So comparing that to what Rachel Dolezal did when she was actually trying to live the life, right? She made up a backstory and was actually trying to live that life. I think that's especially different. So like you could call what they're doing on Instagram digital blackface. I mean, that's fair to say. But especially since since they so easily take on and off like the experiences of being African American, right? They take the good parts, right, for like marketing purposes, but then they don't take everything else, right? I mean, this. I literally not even changing myself. For some people,
adopted as a matter of convenience.
Yeah, some people are just using like makeup and then just taking it off immediately, and other people are just digitally altering themselves, right? So taking it off as a matter of convenience, I think it's different from a person who's genuinely trying to live that life. So that's how I've like separated the two. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's not so much a lifestyle that they're like changing into or adapting into. It's more like, you know, with the case of like, you know, online personalities like darkening their skin tone, it's more just like they want to adapt a certain aesthetic without everything that comes with that aesthetic.
Yeah.